Welcome, you few stragglers, to Let's Get On With It Live. My name is Grimith, and I am broadcasting Monster Loves You Too, a game about choices, decisions. You live the life of a monster within a society of fantastic creatures. You hunt for food, make friends and allies, and battle your own instincts in order to rise above your humble origins. A sequel to the first game. The first game got plenty of love from myself and from viewer democracy broadcasts. Some of which happened on Beam/Mixer, which is where I met my collaborative partner here, formerly known as Otaku Shout, who started broadcasting in the summer of 2016?
You know my life better than me, Grimith.
I met him just after his birthday in December 2016. He was reliving some moments from his community. He and I have been interacting for close to 8 years now, in some form or fashion. He has joined me before in decision-making enterprises, and this is another one of them. After a week away from Monster Loves You Too, how you feeling about our first broadcast of this?
Game was great. Very fun. Love the story. Love the characters. Art style is adorable. Longer than I thought.
Also longer than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, considering that we played this on a whim, you were just like, you want to hang out? Sure, let's hang out. Be a student. What? Nice 3-hour time together. We'll be done before noon. No. It's our entire day. Not a regret, though. Good times.
Yes, it was a lengthy hangout, and as for how long this one will be, this morning, unknown. Nor do I wish to know the answer. And so far, folks have cooperated, and not even suggesting anything pertaining to an answer, because I would have erased them from my existence had they done so. As an aside, I have a different microphone than the first broadcast. I'm getting a bit used to the positioning of this. I can do it much further away than the transitional microphone I've been using, and also been eyeing like how I have to handle sound balancing, like with my cooperative partners. If things are offensive in some form or fashion, feel free to say something about it in the chat. Maybe I will correct it. But I'm just gonna be doing things pertaining to positioning over the course of interactions and experiences because, you know, I'm still experimenting and getting used to it.
You're going freeform. You're gonna use all the edges of that seat.
Well, I didn't move the chair or my position of the chair at all. I moved the boom mount that the microphone was on.
Oh, that's even less effort.
It was effort.
It was a level of effort, all right. Ah, yes. Beautiful. Two out of 3 brains, a single flesh, and a single gut. Fresh on all the stats. 3 little bits of hope. Flesh, well, I learned that we can have 0. We'll be fine. Just don't get hit. You'll be okay.
Hey, what's something I do have to get used to is the transitional microphone didn't actually have a mute button, but this has like some lights on it, and just by tapping them, it's an LED light, and just by tapping it, it mutes the thing. I wasn't talking a whole lot, but I did ask a question to you, and so for you to ignore the question, I like blinked a few times. It was like, what would have caused that? And then I looked at the microphone and went, ah, that's what caused that.
I have a healthy fear of you and would not ignore a question.
It was great, though, because I actually thought you were dodging it, and it was funny. the actual answer question? Sucks. It's like, well, you last time posited as if this were like a role-playing session. You were sitting on a role-play. So with that in mind, you want to recap what happened last time? And how it went was like a long pause. And then you just
And then-
ignoring it. So obviously the answer was no. I thought that was funny.
Sure. Recap. We start off in a vat. We are dragged out of the vat. We were introduced to Rook, a muscly creature. We were very small. We betrayed. Well, we sold out a guy called Ut, who was going to sell us off to a bigger monster. And we were then put on a sack by said bigger monster, taken to a nice little thing called the coop, which is like a little walled off area for the monsterlings. Where we made some friends, interacted, did not let Gubba Gubba get eaten. We were good, we were friendly. Rook beat everybody up. He is a force of nature. Until there was some monsters a monster that we met earlier on who was trying to get into the walls. All hell broke loose. We got bigger and got mistaken for one of the invaders. We got kicked out the coop, and then we starved on the outside. We're beaten up a bunch, and then we got abducted into a gang. We worked our way up the gang, being very docile, doing what we said, doing what they asked, until we betrayed them. Kicked their ass, and then we had to live in the coop, build the coop back up, got even bigger, and then we got old. The gang that we had began to turn on us. They eventually did turn on us. I kicked all their asses, and then my friends pushed me into a vat for love, because monsters love you too.
And you were reborn
Into a tiny little monsterling again.
We have stats here, as Dan read them. Brains, flesh, guts. Those are relevant in our decision making. We will not be able to do things if we have an insufficient amount of them. We also have malice, greed, and docility. Those can lock us out of decisions if we have too much of any of those. And they tie into like how we are as monsters. It is natural for monsters to have malice and greed and be docile towards bigger monsters, towards superior monsters. We also have a new stat up here at the top right, hope. We have just been reborn. Welcome in, to buy the vat. Behold the sharps. +2 max brains. You observe the surrounding sharps with experienced eyes. Everything you see reminds you of something else. Your brains grow stronger. You're going to close your experienced eyes and get a little experienced sleep. You do love a good sleep.
Love a good nap.
Despite your somewhat unfamiliar body, your rest is restorative and comfortable. You will open your experienced eyes and look around again. Holes in walls and piles of rubble, big sharp rocks, tires, boards, metal wires, and puddles of dirty water. +2 max flesh. You're wandering now, becoming used to your new stride. Your flesh grows stronger. The insect juices flood your maw with strong flavor. Echoing memories of your death fade. Your guts grow stronger. You can simply rest or try to track down more beetles. You don't have any docility, though, and I don't see how that would add docility, but who knows what would happen.
Track down more beetles.
All right, -1 docility if you did have any.
Yeah, fuck you.
Aha! Under that rock. You get some guts from the eating. Suddenly, a ragged net swipes out and scoops you up. Atrasil shows no sign of recognizing who you are or who you were. Infinity Guts, tell her who I am. I'm not afraid of being given the grad track. Turns out, you will not be doing anything of the sort.
No sass. No sass, be good.
The Elder plods quickly and quietly across the familiar ground. Your mind floods with fear and memory. You relive your death as the great net presses in around you. The frayed ropes are one with the slime of the vat, dissolving you.
Focus. It's just a memory.
Just a memory. Yes! The net bounces and jostles you. All the shaking makes it hard to find your balance. -2 guts. Atrasil ducks around an especially large pile of rocks. The net slams into the rocks and you with it, -2 flesh. Your memories keep creeping in around the edges of your vision. They weigh you down far more than the net. -2 brains. Your belly rumbles. The Elder snorts. You'll eat when it's eating time. And no sooner. Learn that quickly. Like the cue, newborn. The Elder's stride grows smoother as she reaches the clear area outside the coop. You can almost hear yourself think again. What do you hear when you hear yourself think? I could have studied the mercurial in laboratory conditions. Don't go blaming me again. Ugh, if I could drown you in your own tub, I would. See if I wouldn't. The elders kept roaring, yelling, screaming. The word mercurial was repeated several more times. Enormous claws bit into the side of the vat and the world shook. The word mercurial echoes in your head. They were talking about you. You shudder as the elder takes 10 more steps. She passes through the coop gate and closes it behind her. She dumps out the net and you roll across the stony ground. You've lost track of everything you just learned about your new body. You can barely move your new limbs, the length, the angles, all different from before. You want to move an arm and a leg, or you good, buddy?
I'm just gonna lie here for a minute.
You feel drained, surrounded. Your spirit is not what it should be. Melancholy swirls like a whirlpool in the vat, trying to pull you down and quell your guts. You manage to focus on just one thing: the strength of your body, the looming possibility of another early death, or the strength of your spirit.
The strength of my spirit is so strong right now.
You're able to shake off a little of the looming despair. You fish out good things from your past life. You think about Rancid's empathy, sneakiness, clammy paws.
Oh, his
empathy.
Which one was Rancid? Rancid was the big guy, right? Yeah, that was his empathy. He was kind.
The big guy? Who's the big guy?
He's the one that can change his. He's the one who can change his form, right?
Yeah, Rancid. They are the mimic.
Yeah. It's empathy.
All right, their empathy. The mimic has eyes that see into the eyes of others. Rancid reflects and Rancid feels. You think about Linditti's keen reasoning abilities, mysterious memories, bad breath.
Keen reasoning abilities.
Linditti thinks and Linditti considers. I remember the first fight you had, not in the actual fighting area. She always has an answer, eventually. You think about Gory's imagination, forceful, confident speech, staring eye.
Forceful, confident speech is the nice way of putting it.
Old pirate.
And it has came in handy beforehand, so yeah, forceful, confident speech.
Gory is rarely uncertain and quick to recover on those rare occasions. He speaks with the authority of an elder. Sometimes, if he were larger, more monsters would listen. You think about Ruck's spirit, cleverness in a fight, appetite for sand.
I don't know if I'd say he's clever in a fight. He's just really strong. But he never gives up. Spirit.
Ruck was unstoppable and always eager to help. +2 max brains. Your brains grow stronger as you think about your friends. A blurred shape bounds toward you from the tussle ground. Fight me! Not now, Ruck. This one's still too soft to fight. Ruck slumps low. Craypaws play on the dirt. Okay. Ruck puts their face to the ground and sighs and surrender. Seeing Ruck like this adds your despair. Think back to better times and shed some of that hopefulness. Mention that Ruck rhymes with duck. You cannot do the last one.
Let's just use some brains. Think of our friends.
Think about better times. You remember good times with the coterie, eating brightly colored worms and laughing. Everyone talked so funny that day. Good times, good times. Feel a bit more hopeful about your new life. You've gained some hope. Ruck and Atrasil walk off in different directions, leaving you alone.
Okay, I have nothing to play with. Let's go.
Watch someone bother Ruck. Ruck sits by the big rock at the edge of the tussle ground, tracing claw lines in the dirt. The big monsterling is surrounded by smaller ones. Join my gang, says Queet. Ruck snorts in disgust and kicks the big rock. Leave me alone, I'm sick of gangs. Ruck pushes half-heartedly through the ring of monsterlings. Ruck squats, takes a handful of dirt, forms a clod, and drops it. Ruck sighs. Everyone says you love to fight, from a deal. Join us and you will fight all day. We will be the strongest gang. You cannot tell a deal to get lost. You can only watch.
Just watch.
You are angry because your friends left you alone. I promise you, no friendship from me, just fighting. Monsters live better when they work together under a boss like me. Don't forget, Ruck. Queed and Adil leave, heading for the stone stump table. Ruck slumps lower and grinds their teeth on a paw full of dirt. You have no brains, so you cannot remind Ruck of what they used to be, so you can only ask why Ruck is so sad or leave Ruck to brood.
Why is Rook so sad?
If you had any malice, it'd be subtracted. I miss my friends. They grew up or died. I got left behind. I will just fight little ones forever. Ruck gets up and leaves, dirt trailing after them. You have two locations now. The napping pit, where you can go to sleep, or the stone stump table, where you can get some food.
Napping would give me some options on getting some stats back. So let's go for a nap, because as we know, fucking nap.
You enter the napping pit. It's the first time you've seen the pit since your rebirth, but nothing seems to have changed. You spy an inviting gap between napping monsterlings. Queet intercepts you. You have to pay the fee for quiet time. 1 bite. You pay a fee or ignore Queet.
Ignore Queet. It's my flesh.
You lie down and start to sleep. You do. Tap. You look around but see nothing. You drift off to sleep again. Tap. Something woke you up again.
Oh, he's... what a dick.
By the time you figure out it's Queet messing with you, any chance of a good rest has been ruined. You do get a little sleep for +1 brains.
I will destroy you, Queet.
Antrasil rings a bell that sounds quite different from what you remember. Did she get a new one? The feeding time chime draws monsterlings to the stone stump table. Don't fight over the food. Fighting comes after eating, you wretched whores. 2 snickering monsterlings scamper around the table, blocking your access to the food. Us first! We first! You cannot barge through them. You convince them to share or go hungry.
Convince them to share. Use my 1 brain.
They actually listen. With your past life experience managing monsterlings, you make your case with ease. Riddy and Cad split up the food at the end of this end of the table. You end up getting the biggest share. They don't even notice. Your flesh has been maxed out. Your guts has been maxed out. But you still have no brains.
I have a headache.
Now there's someone making noise while you're at the napping pit. Something wakes you up. It's the moan of a monsterling in pain. Will you yell at them to be quiet? Go see what's happening.
Go see what's happening.
Adil is huddled in one corner of the pit, shaking and sweating slime. It hurts so bad! You recognize the signs. You've lived through them. Adil is transforming into an adolescent, and she'll be ravenously hungry afterwards. What do you do first? You can't comfort her. You get everybody out of here, or kick Adil until she stops crying.
Let's get everybody out of here, if we can.
Terrified monsterlings stampede over you, frightened of Adil's eerie sounds. Shall you let them flow past you like a rolling stream, or bellow at them to stay away?
Let them flow.
-1 flesh.
Yeah.
Even the slimiest monsterling is more solid than water. A few elbows and heads slam into you in the chaos. The pit is much quieter now. Elder Antrasil lowers herself into the napping pit. It's just 1 step for her. She picks up Adil by 1 arm. Adil rocks back and forth in the Elder's uncaring grip. It's like there's rain in the background.
Just simply observe.
Not like, you're going through a special time in your life, Adil. Get over it. She turns to leave, lifting 1 massive foot out of the pit. Looks like you're going to be having a nap.
Yep. Give me that nap. Go.
After all that excitement, you sleep very well. Antrasil notices you trailing behind her. Wow, you got a nap and then caught up with the Elder. Incredible. She stops as you ask your question. That's a little jarring, actually. That you had a choice there. You didn't have enough brains to make the choice. You had a nap and then got to run after the Elder. That's the first time I've experienced a disconnect like this. And our adventures through Monster Loves You too. I chain up adolescents here by my bunker. In a few days, I'll send her to the adolescent training facility. Your turn will come, newborn, but not for a long while. Unless... The Elder leans down, letting Adil smack into the ground and peers at you with narrowed eyes.
Well, before regard, get a little bit of docility.
The Elder seems satisfied by your fear, but... Then she moves her snout closer to you. She shakes her head. No, probably not. She chains a deal and enters her bunker. Quality sleep eludes you at first. You know you'll be an adolescent sooner than anyone else expects.
Get some sleep.
It takes some effort, but you manage to push past your concerns. You get those guts back that you spent.
Yeah.
And then lots and lots of brain power. Now
Yeah,
we're playing with a mostly full deck.
Oh, come on, gas. That's right.
Time to observe a fight. A pair of monsterlings have squared off in the tussle ground. You're at 5 hope. Queet swipes at Jaraka. Body blow.
Just keep watching. We're good. We've been through this.
Jaraka squeals and runs in your direction. Jaraka, make friend with you. Together we beat Queet. Jaraka ducks behind you as Queet runs up. I'll murder Pallarder. Excuse me? Murder Pallarder. There we go. A ton on you if you don't kneel before me. Kneel, stand up to, or Jaraka's acting a little overeager.
Yeah, do the brains. I don't trust this law.
Exactly as you expected, Jaraka's trying to sneak around behind you. Queet and Jaraka close in on you. You think you're smart? We'll murderize that face.
Bite him.
Queet turns and runs the first sign of resistance. Seeing the bully flee lightens your heart. -1 docility. Ha! Not matter. I still murder Aconate you.
You guys do not have good language.
Jaraka moves toward you, trying to grab your feet.
Trying to take in what I am at the moment. I think
You are baby monsterling.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and jump out of their reach. Defense.
It's a simple matter to bounce off the other monsterling's head along the way. Jaraka sways and turns around and around.
One side, top of the strike mother of bounce. Try and lure here to one side so they topple.
Jaraka's flexible and tough, but they do come smarter. Whack! Jaraka loses 4 health.
Slap you in the head.
Jaraka lashes out at you with both paws, striking over and over again. You can try to endure the attack, stay out of reach, or grab a rock and jam it into the arms.
Yes, they go for the middle one. Stay out of reach.
Completely avoid the attack. Jaraka emits a wet keening sound and crawls toward you, reaching for your feet. A wet keening sound?
Use the brains.
Aha! This time I'll stand still and I'll be ready for that move. Even prepared, you fail to avoid the pull down. You slam to the ground quite hard.
Alright, fair enough.
So, as we have gone through the battles in this game, dear viewers, spending stat points has often led to positive outcomes, but not always led to positive outcomes. And this is a circumstance where the brain just basically means you outplay yourself. Like, haha, I know it's coming now. I'm gonna fucking dunk on this monster. No. +1 max
Canonically, my character is also not very good. He always tries to jump when people dive at him, and it never works out.
You drive the sniveling Jaraka away. You did lose a point of flesh, but you gained some max guts. Take a nap or go to the food table.
Let's go to the food table. We got brains to play with for now.
Get a meal. Riddy and Cav try to block your path again. Us first. Yeah, we first. Yes, we did see this before.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to try and convince them to share. I've got some brains to use.
Achievement unlocked, Peacemaker. Riddy scowls. Not this time, you. We figured out your trick. Yeah, we smart, real smart. While they tell you how smart they are, you sneak a little food. It's not much, but it's something. Get some flesh back. So, you tried it again. You got an achievement for me, but they were prepared for it this time.
Yeah, but my hope trigger, and then my hope thing is going up and up.
Yes, your hopes.
And we did lose hope on our journey into the actual coop as well. We lost one. We were getting knocked around by the rocks.
Okay. You enter the napping pit. The comforting warmth of a pile of other monsterlings greets you. Gentle snarling snores rise into the air. You pick out a perfect spot for a good rest. Queed is in the way, but they look a little nervous. You pay the fee?
I'm going to bite a piece out of Queed's hide.
Dan did say that you would pay. You bite Queet's foot clean off. Queet stumbles back, whining. Flees and scrambles out of the pit. You get a very nice rest. Queet will remember this lesson while their foot grows back. The
Good.
bunker. An exclamation mark. We did not see one over the table. That's to signify that, it was like a repeat. We'll reconnect with Ruck. Fight me? The big monsterling seems uncertain, but they're still much stronger than your present body. I need a good tussle. I want you to fight me as hard as you can.
I'm going to use a guts.
Give Ruck an awesome fight they'll never forget. Ruck reaches for you with both paws.
Step back and slap Rook's paws with my own.
Ruck cringes a little at the sudden slap and looks confused. How has Ruck not gotten better at this?
Rook is the only one that hasn't grown since we first met him, right?
Ruck is still a monsterling.
Yeah.
Ruck slams the ground with both fists and looks over at the big rock at the edge of the tussle ground. Gotta get right in Ruck's face or circle behind Ruck and kick their backside.
Circle round and kick him in the backside.
Ruck's paw swings back, instinctively blocking your sneak attack. Ruck blinks as if trying to remember something.
I'm going to keep my distance and let Rook think.
Ruck
Remember me, Rook.
Ruck eventually shakes their head and gets back into the fight. Ruck spins around and lashes out with a long arm, aiming for your belly. If they're aiming for your belly and you duck, does that mean that you just put your face in?
I think so, yeah. Knock the other side, step in, and punch Rook in the face.
Ruck blinks and
Friendly
snorts. You got them. Ruck gets ready for a charge you've seen many times, but they don't know you've seen it. You can pivot and throw Ruck into the big rock at the edge of the tussle ground, or sidestep and guide Ruck into the rock. You're gonna have the big guy spear the rock. I've seen this move before in wrestling.
Yeah. I'm going to use those brains.
You time it perfectly. Ruck bashes into the rock and looks around, batting at unseen moss. Ruck goes down, max guts. Your victory fills you with joy. Ruck seems happy too. Ruck sits next to you. A gigantic grin slowly creeps across the monsterling's face. Ruck beams at you and chortles. Ruck's spirit is infectious. The big monsterling reenacts some of their moves from the fight. Those moves look familiar. Wait, Ruck is doing your moves too. And the way they do it reminds you of your own self. Does Ruck suspect the truth? Does Ruck know the truth? Is it just a coincidence?
Does Rook know the truth? Does he know it's me?
You rest against each other, licking your wounds and catching your breath. Curious monsterlings surround you both, but keep a safe distance. You fight like a monster, I knew. But that can't be. Well, if you had 10 guts, you could overcome caution and tell Ruck who you are in front of all these witnesses, or not now. They'll tell the Elder, and the Elder will give me to the other Elder who really wants me and can never have me.
Yep.
Ruck wobbles to their feet and spins, challenging the looky-loos. Oh, looky-loos. Hey, that's your language. Fight me! They scatter like pigeons.
It's my language.
That monster went away. They all went away and left me alone.
Inform Rook that I have returned. I'm back.
Ruck's mouth flies open in a face-splitting smile. I knew it! They clear their throat and blink out a couple tears. Ruck wipes their eyes and faces away from you. Don't die again. Oh, the last thing Lindiddy said to me. If you came back, play it cool. And look. Ruck nods toward a nearby structure, then scampers off. You realize that someone enormous is looking where Ruck indicated. The Elder stands still and as cold as stone in the shadow of her bunker door. She turns without a word and goes inside.
That's not going to come back to haunt us.
That's fine. Yeah, it's great.
Fine. It's good.
You will now listen as an Elder comes to the gate. May Jaggery keep you, Elder Atrasil. It's Gratrag.
Love his design.
May Jaggery keep you, Elder Gratrag. Shall you mutter the same words to yourself? Shall you mutter that Jaggery is lost, or mutter that Jaggery is gone, but not dead? Excuse me. It's a soft J. It's Yagari.
I don't know. Mutter that Jaggery is gone, but not dead?
You imagine just for a moment a great monster larger than any elder, sleeping, stone, at peace. Well, aren't you gonna let me in? The elder claps several of her paws and narrows her eyes. You may enter. You know, we don't need to be so hostile to each other. I've forgiven you for losing the Mercurial. Mostly. Let's see if my theory turns out to be true, shall we? Monsterlings hide behind rocks in the napping pit and under the stone table. They peer out at the strange elder. Bring them out, if you please. They really don't know who you are. Nasties! Come here! Shall you use some brains to stay hidden? Or obey the elder?
I'm gonna use some brains and try and stay hidden.
Whatever happened to that bell of yours? Don't ask. The elder swats and shoves the gathered monsterlings into a ragged line. Stand still, little ones. Radtrag walks down the line of monsterlings, examining them one by one. If you can identify the one we're looking for, if it exists at all, I'll give you my best baby. Radtrag grumbles and intensifies his study of the trembling subjects, now compelled to maybe just pick someone who isn't it so that he can get the baby. The ground shakes as Elder Gradtrag stomps his feet. It feels like thunder. He's even heavier than Atrasil. The Mercurial may be alive again, I am rarely wrong, but I cannot simply take them all with me. I mean, I didn't bring a bag. And if the Mercurial is not here, well, these little monsterlings will forget my unusual words if they were even listening. Nothing lost, if I speak freely. So the Elder seems to know some spells of some kind that will erase the memories of other monsters. So, Mercurial, if you are here, know that I am collecting your coterie. I'll have them all in my grip when the last one transforms. Look at that art.
Yeah.
Gradtrag stabs a claw in the direction of Ruck. Shall you say nothing or swoon and faint?
Say nothing.
The Elder snorts. No Mercurial here after all, just incredibly stupid monsterlings. I told you, there's been no real sign. You never listen. Keep an eye on the youngest ones, Atrasil. Find that special one. I like the pointing here that's happening.
Yeah.
I'll make sure Eloth keeps paying you the full price for the normals. As a reminder, Atrasil has a deal with the elders in the city when these monsterlings grow up to export them, to ship them out. Radtrag lumbers out of the coop, looking fit to smash a building or eat one. Atrasil watches Gradtrag leave without saying a word, and either didn't notice that you had hidden away, or forgot that you existed. The Elder clutches her paws as though shaking a bell that isn't there. All right, you little nasties, the show's is over. To the Tic Tank. Each will join a group of curious monsterlings. Oh, Beta 10. You approach a group of monsterlings gathered in a standing depression. The stone stump table and Atrasil's bunker rise above you on either side. It's not a gang. It's Monsters Abominable. It's a group. Join the group. Let me hone your inner monster. Let me in. Drunko addresses the group. You all are nothing. Shall you let your confidence be shaken by the assertive words, or remain unruffled? Am I nothing?
Remain unruffled.
Am I well-liked? You're not going to fall for that kind of trick.
I am well-liked.
You're not weak, you're not foolish, and you're not lazy. Well, you're weak, foolish, and lazy.
There.
If Visharaka can make you tough and strong and mean, it's easy, yeah. Other monsters hate these tips. Just click right here. Just follow me and do what I tell you. 3 monsterlings cheer and pump their paws into the air. The 4th monsterling scratches his head. I don't know. I don't think you're strong. I think you're weak. So you encourage Cambry to speak her mind, or Drug is not weak. I'm the weak one.
No, I'm very strong. I encourage Cambry to speak her mind. You got it.
There
Awesome.
definitely feels potential to do at least one more run in this. One of the monsters pull out a bike pump, yeah. Cambry lurches up and stands next to Jiraka. She points to you. That one is right. Jiraka's silly, not smart. I think you're boasting to hide your fear of being seen as weak. Huh? I said you're afraid we'll see that you're really very stupid. Cambry, listen to Jiraka, not that newborn. Now sit back down. Cambry seems genuinely confused. Say, whose orders am I following? Encourage Cambry to keep going. Get Cambry to stop so there's not a fight. Too much talking. Start a fight.
I encourage Cambry to keep going.
Cambry nods to you and keeps talking. Jiraka has an inferiority complex, but I don't. In fact, I'd be a better leader than Jiraka. Jiraka scowls and burps with a few bubbles of stinking gas. Cambry glares at Jiraka, who scoots back out of reach. Watching Cambry profit from your advice invigorates you. Go back to the food table, where nothing new is going to happen, and this looks like it's going to be progression at the napping pit.
Okay, then I'm okay with my stats for the time being. Let's go to the napping pit.
All right. Rest your brains. Enter the napping pit. You smell monsterlings and sand. The odor makes your eyelids droop. You just picked a good sleeping spot, but someone taps you on the back. Nuh-uh. That's our spot now. You sleep poorly somewhere else, hurt them to make them back off. Just growl to make them keep away, or ignore them. Last time you tried the ignore strategy, that didn't go great.
Yeah, we're just going to growl at them, see if they'll take some minor encouragement.
The two monsterlings back off. You lie down in the good spot and sleep. Max brains and flesh, and now you shall feed your flesh. Now this is new, so looks like maybe you possibly, potentially missed out on a visit to the table. Riddy and Cab don't stand in your way this time. They're not here at all. You step over a faint depression on the ground. It's where Gub Gubba used to sit, talking about delicacies and elegant flavors.
Let's not, with Astrosol right there, let's just focus on getting a good place at the table.
Just bring up fucking Gub Gubbo.
Remember when I saved Gubba Gubba?
Yeah.
What a guy I am.
Get ready to pounce on the food. Elder Atrasil spills the contents of her bag on the table. Shall you push your way to the front of the pan, get plenty to eat, get everyone to line up and take turns eating, or go hungry?
Get everyone to line up. Use a little bit of brain power.
Queue.
Organize people.
Yeah, love a queue. Love a queue.
Orderly line.
Nobody listens and nobody takes turns. By the time you give up, there's only a mouthful. Trying to reason with the monsterlings does not work.
These fucking
You traded
peasants.
brains for some flesh, but you were missing some flesh. Over on the tussle ground, you see Ruck chasing Riddy and Cab. Hey, no fighting at mealtime. You started it, so it's okay if I finish it. We just threw rocks. That's not fighting. We can ask the Elder after we fight. Oh, boy. Respond to the Elder's call. The Elder's shout echoes across the coop and into the shards beyond the walls. Ow, Daddy! All right, my little nasties, gather round. Monsterlings crawl out of nooks and crevices all across the coop. So the cracks in the wall are from your fight with Slugoff, never fully repaired. Good old Slugoff.
The epic battle between me and Slugoff.
With a locket that had a picture of a mustached human. Mustachioed.
I forgot about the amazing mustache.
Dozens of little monsters converge on the bunker. Now listen and obey. This is important. If you don't behave, you won't get any food tonight. Most of the monsterlings calm down at once. Atrasil forms her charges into a line, slapping and nudging a few troublemakers into position. Ow! Hey! All of you, march around the coop. Will you sneak off and watch whatever this is? Work your way to the front, show everyone you're not afraid, or work your way to the back. There's something fishy about this.
Yeah, we're gonna use those brains. I'm an observant little boy.
The line circles the coop's interior several times. She didn't need to hit me. I'll hit you too if you don't shut up about it. This is fun. I hate you, Ruck. I should have stayed longer on that art.
Ruck is my spirit animal.
Atrasil studies each monsterling, counting heads and head-like things. The Elder makes marks on the outside wall of her bunker with an outstretched claw. On the outside wall of her bunker, Cambry stumbles over a bit of loose dirt and you end up swapping places. Halt! Halt! She consults the marks she's been making on the bunker wall. Halt! Halt! Number 17, she counts. The massive elder stomps up to you and grabs Cambry. You explain that she should leave Cambry alone or keep your mouth shut.
We're gonna keep our mouth shut. Thank you very much.
She'll picks up the terrified Cambry, muttering to herself. 17, yes. You'll be next, I'm sure of it. Atracil chains the monsterling in front of her bunker. Cambry is still there when night falls. Well, you got a point of malice, by the way. So you try to sneak Cambry a little food, or nope.
We're gonna give Cambry a little bit of food. Sorry I can't speak up for you, buddy, but here's a snack.
You're definitely gonna spark it up for me.
Yeah, but I didn't want to.
You manage to find a few beetle husks and one spider leg. Cambry devours them, but she doesn't thank you.
That's fine.
Fill your belly. As you walk up the stone table, you see that Riddy and Cab are in their usual position. They look more agitated than usual. Nobody eats until we eat. The elder just watches. You try to play a trick on them using your brains again, go hungry, or I just push past them and I will, which you have not tried to guts them before.
I have not. Let's try that.
You eat your fair share of food. You get 2 by spending 1, which puts you to max. You were at max on flesh anyway. Talk to Ruck again. Hey, where is Ruck anyway? You haven't seen the big monsterling today. You look for Ruck, try to draw Ruck out with the sounds of fighting, or ask the Elder about it.
Let's not do the last one. Let's make the sound of fighting to draw Ruck out.
I'm noticing some different colorations on these options too, compared to the top one and like the... Cab is the next monster to walk by. He accepts your challenge. Bouncing from side to side. His eye stalks swivel, watching in all directions.
Let's wait for the right moment and kick him in the mid-jump.
Wham! You knock Cab to the ground. He bounces back up, but he felt that. He runs a little distance away from you, turns around, and starts running back. Charge right back.
Trip Cab.
He shouts as you send him flying. He has so many legs! Boing, boing. Yes, fucking Mario jump. Boing! He bounces twice and slams the big rock. Cab circles the big rock at the edge of the tussle ground. The big rock again, building momentum. You shoulder him the side of the rock, climb up on the rock, and jump down on him like it's fucking... Oh my god! Oh my god! Dodge and dodge and dodge until he's too tired to keep running. I mean, you're definitely winning this fight. I know it's gonna hit.
I am. I'm going to try and... from the top rope.
All right.
From the top rope.
This is where...
From the top rope.
This is what happens to our brains, chat room. You smash Cav's body against the sand and land on top of the rock again. And land on top of the rock again? You fucking bounce from rock back onto the rock. Good heavens.
Hey, Mario.
Cab lies in the sand like a puddle of greenish goo. The Elder lumbers over and looks down at you. Picking fights? At last, a normal monsterling. I was starting to wonder if there were any left. Ruck sleeps in a gap between my bunker and the coop wall. But I can't fit in there. We just seamlessly transitioned to the Elder. I don't want to damage the bunker. It's already in poor repair as it is. Bring Ruck to me, and I'll give you a big bunch of worms, the juicy kind. That food will make you stronger. And we had a little bit of it during our first encounter with Attor, so we didn't have all of it, though, because you did sass-mouth the Elder a little. I save it for the most pathetic newborns, usually. You find Ruck sprawled in the gap, shuddering, transforming, eyes agog at your sudden appearance. Your cruel, monstrous instincts rise at the sight. So you give in to taunt Ruck, make a little joke to cheer up Ruck, or be strong to calm Ruck down.
Be strong and calm Ruck down.
You put a paw on Ruck's shivering back and provide a stabilizing presence. I'm glad. Ow! You're here. Ow! Ruck lashes out with a paw, but not at you. Ruck's claws miss a small figurine of compacted dirt. You look closer. The figurine depicts you and Ruck battling each other. It's simple and crude, but the lines draw your eye in ways that remind you of the fight itself. Bash it, smash it, crush it, please. The delicate figurine makes your heart beat faster. It's not the same as Sluggoth's photograph, but it's not entirely different. You destroy the figurine, as Ruck asked, steal the delicate, detailed figurine for yourself, or haul Ruck's dense body away from the figurine.
Do what Rook asked.
You kick and claw Ruck's amazing work until it's a featureless mound of dirt. Ruck smiles weakly. Ruck manages to stand up and starts wandering back and forth. As soon as the bigger monsterling is out of the gap, Atrasil descends with her net. Some time later, you enter the napping pit. You pick a comfortable spot between two other monsterlings. Someone rolls over, the spot vanishes. Pick another spot, only to see it disappear as well. You sleep at the edge of the monsterling pit or shove someone aside to take their place.
Oh, my stats. I could do some brains. Use the guts.
Greed. Yes. The other monsterling is left blinking and wondering what just happened. Meanwhile, you get some deep and restful sleep. Where are these worms that the Elder promised you? The next day, a terrifying adolescent figure strains against metal chains.
Oh my god, he's a big boy.
Atrasil gives you a stern look to prevent you from interfering. You do not have a max of 10 guts. You will not be helping Ruck. Fight me, Atrasil! Don't be ridiculous. You're still no match for me. Come see me in a few years if you manage to grow up the rest of the way. We'll talk. Two large adults arrive at the coop, bearing metal spears. May Jaggery keep you, Elder. Atrasil looks down her snout of the paw and says quietly, You got something for us? Oh yeah, look at that big one. Fools! I told Gratrak to send 4 guards for this one. The Elder rips up the stakes, holding Ruck's chains to the ground. The guards seize the chains and haul Ruck away. Each is 4 times Ruck's size, but they still have trouble with the adolescent strength. No! What was that?
Go on.
No.
I was going to say, I think he's going to be fine.
No!
Wherever I find Rook, there's going to be fire.
I don't want to go. I'm sorry. I thought I wanted to grow up, but I was wrong. As soon as they're out of the coop, Atrasil closes the gate again. It's better than when the fucking Elder kicked you out. Like, literally just fucking...
Yeah. Broke my ribs.
Or maybe it's worse. Oh, anyway, back to the napping pit. What's going on in the napping pit? As you lower yourself into the pit, you suddenly feel weak.
It's time. Relax. Let it happen.
You sink to the bottom of the pit with your limbs splayed in different directions. There's sand in your eye, but you can't even blink. The weakness passes as suddenly as it came. You feel stronger than you have since you were an adult. The surge of power is a familiar one. You felt this way the last time you started transforming into an adolescent. The other monsterlings in the pit ignore your personal drama. They have drama of their own going on. Riddy spits at Cab from the top of a warm pile of monsterlings. You stay there, Cab, cold and alone. Monsterlings below Riddy stir. She looks down angrily and they grow still. You stay with pile of losers, Riddy. Tough monsters like me don't need anybody. All the other monsterlings are just pretending to sleep, which means there's not really getting any rest. If this goes on, everybody's gonna be mean and surly in the morning. More than usual, even. You are maxed out on your stats.
Yes. Stop arguing, let everyone sleep, or snuggle with Cab to provide. No, we don't want to provoke. We want people to get some sleep. First one. Make really just shut up, you two.
A surge of righteous anger sweeps through you. Something needs to be done. With a roar, you split the nappers into 2 piles, one for each of them. None dare challenge you. Shall you sleep
Recognize
between
me?
them? Or that surge of strength felt weird. Leave in case if you're about to transform.
Ooh, I don't want to have to eat people. Yeah, get out of there.
You don't change, but a sense of growing completeness eases your loneliness.
My hope is a 10.
You sleep without anyone else to warm you. To the gate where you shall writhe in pain, the aching sickness in your gut wrenches forth memories of the last days of your previous life. Did it hurt this much the last time? It feels worse this time around. Are you dying again? Not yet.
Not yet.
You should be about to become an adolescent. Knowing that doesn't seem to help. Your most painful memories lurk everywhere you look. That crack in the wall, you repaired it, Before that, you almost ate Gory there.
Thanks for remembering that. That's very nice of you to remind me of my failure. Yes.
He fled in terror from you. How hungry
Not
you were.
Gory.
The shadows seem to conceal what's left of the Hammer Gang, waiting patiently for you to show your weakness.
That was
Whispers and subtle insults are behind every sound. You can hear Gratrag coming for you. Thud, thud, thud? It might not be real. If it is real, hide near the tick tank, climb the wall to escape into the sharps, or go to Atrasil and ask for help.
Well, we're not doing that one. I've got more brains to lose, so maybe. Yeah, go for the first one.
-1 docility, along with another -1. You're at 0. You went from 2 to 0. Congratulations.
Yeah.
The sandy ground is soft here. You dig in and find a space big enough for an adolescent body. You also ended up losing your greed from, like, the stuff in the monster pit that you initially gained.
I'm a perfect human being. That's right. I'm a perfect monster. That's right. Perfect.
You remain in the
every way.
sand while your body rips itself apart and puts itself back together. So you concentrate on other things, pretend the pain doesn't exist, or cry out, scream, howl.
We're gonna concentrate. Keep it in. No one needs to hear me lose my shit.
You squeeze your brains for all the concentration they can give you. It still hurts. So you now spend a point of guts.
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep it inside. Stiff up a lip. Carry
You
on.
focus on what lies beyond the pain. Strength, size, power. Well, you now spend a point of flesh to endure the agony.
Waiting for a penny and for a pound.
If you had any docility, it's been melted. Now, would you like to spend another point of guts?
I don't give up. Fighting spirit.
You refuse to give in to the pain. You can feel your bones breaking and distorting. Max, brains, flesh, and guts. The struggle seems to go on forever, but the change will not defeat you. Pain finally forces you to emit one short howl, but your composure has focused you. The Elder follows the sound of your hiding place, because, you know, you did have to make some sound at all for the Elder to notice. The Elder digs you out and drags you away, chaining you to the stakes in front of her bunker.
Yeah.
You finish your transformation into an adolescent.
I'm beautiful.
A day passes. This doesn't seem necessary, and also presumably you're not breaking these chains. If Ruck couldn't break the chains.
No, you know what? They take me up in a nice position. I'm going to take a nap.
A night passes, but you can't sleep. You're too hungry. -1 brains and flesh.
Well, that failed.
The Elder watches you for a while, muttering to herself. He was right. Salt take him and slime drown him. He was right. She stalks out through the coop gate, muttering Gratrag's name.
Oh, tits.
More time passes. You lose track of whether you are awake or asleep. -1 to everything. A pair of adults enters through the coop gate and carries a wooden box to the bunker. The adults place their large scrap wood box at the bunker door. Babies? One guard nudges the other and nods in your direction. They exchange a meaningful glance and approach. Gappa, this looks like an adolescent. We weren't expecting one, were we? Will you demand to know what they want with you, or just, you know, have a look?
Nah, just look. Take me.
Well, Eloth always says not to want to waste. Something like that. Yeah, don't want to waste, everyone. Two guards work together using their superior size. I love this. They come to, like, fucking deliver babies or what have you to the Elder and like, oh, hey, adolescent here. Let's just take them. She's gonna get fucking back with a Gratrag. I'm like, where the fuck did the adolescent go?
Are you kidnapping me? Oh, no.
They remove.
Please.
Yeah, no, please don't. I don't want to go. They remove your chains while holding you fast. Gappa locks your paws to a thick wooden bar. Rusty metal hoops dig into your arms. Eloth is gonna be surprised, though. Why is that? He got lots of workers. He got this one for free, though. That box was pay for the last one. You swipe at the disrespectful monsters with your claws. Tell a lie to pit one of them against the other. Go along peacefully.
Where are we going, guys? Been up there for a day. Let's go. Go along peacefully.
The guards take you out of the coop. They let you use your newly elongated legs as much as you're able. You think you spot some of the hammers watching from one of their old hiding spots. Or are you still imagining it? They're gone as soon as you look at them. To the gate! Or you follow the guards. The guards pull the wooden bar behind them, and you with it, as they amble through the sharps. You are so fine. You could struggle against the bar, lick the bar.
Just lick the bar. Like, I'm getting taken away from what was going to kill me. It was good.
You taste the slimy residue of earlier frightened adolescence. Not bad. Your path skirts the edge of Trade Hill, then passes within sight of the pasture and the vat. You watch the pastures you go by or conserve your energy.
I have a passing interest in the pasture. Use some brains, just have a look.
You see a few half-liquid adults gathered around a huge shape. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a good job I did.
Uh-oh.
What is it? I don't know. This is information I wish I didn't have.
Look at these half-liquid adults and then look at, oh boy. Rattrag is feeding them something from a bag. Two guards, much bigger than the ones pulling you along, stand watch with metal spears. We saw the Elder do this before. He enticed you, being a feral at the time, to assist. Taking it all in, enjoy it while you can. Last time you'll see anything outside the heap for a long while. The terrain becomes less rocky and more trashy. Piles of paper, wood, and rusted metal dot the landscape. Soon, whoa, a symbol.
Hello.
Soon you're nearly surrounded by towering heaps of junk. You spy a group of adolescents ahead. Each one is digging in a different pile of trash.
No, I'm good. Let's yeah.
Go along quietly.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah. We're just gonna go along. I want to see where this leads.
The adolescents here look thin, but not the way a starving feral does. Their bellies aren't hollow, but they move weakly. One digger falls to his knees, then struggles to stand as a guard shouts at him. The guards drag you to a large rickety shack overlooking the lowest part of the depression. It's more of a pit, now that you see it up close. In the distance, two adolescent workers squabble over something. Eventually, one grabs it and sticks it into a plastic bag. A door slams open, then hangs haphazardly from its only intact hinge. If you shy away from the noise and sudden motion, swallow your fear and watch the doorway. Ignore the doorway and stare at Algerin until he breaks eye contact.
That seems like a waste of guts. Do I want to be petty? Am I feeling petty? No. We are going to swallow my fear and watch the doorway.
Kappa
Fear is
starts
the
to
mind
shove
killer.
you forward, sees that you're already standing tall. I'm like, oh, okay. Guess you weren't cowering. Shrugs. An adult, much bigger than the guard, squeezes out through the doorway, walks over and sneers down at you. What have you
Oh,
dunces got there? I'm not expecting anything today. Atrasil left this one out to take, boss. So we took. You always complained about losing workers. If they worked harder, they'd get better food and more rest. Isn't that the fucking rub that every motherfucker who has underlings uses? Like, yeah, but if you just did a better job, you get.
But look, he's wearing a belt like a necktie. He's a businessman.
Yeah, corporate deal here. I like the decoration on the chat bubble.
Yeah. The detail of this game is great.
But you idiots are going to make Atrasil think I scammed her. Yeah, that's a real problem. It's hard to run a bit like, what are you going to be like, LOL, you just left this one out? No, we totally didn't take it. It's going to complicate situations. Should we bring this one back then, boss? Elof leans in and takes a good look at you. Want to make yourself look really weak? Claw's stupid, ugly face, or challenge him. I challenge you to Mortal Kombat!
Let's challenge him to Mortal Kombat.
-2 does
Wanna
so.
fight?
This should be good. Elof motions to Gabba, who lets you go. You're still bound with the wooden bar.
Wait for him to attack me.
Elaf
Come at me, bro.
stares down at you for a while, then turns away. I knew you didn't have the guts, capital G. Not many do. Anywho, we are not returning my new worker. If the Elder wants to complain, she can complain to Gratrag. Elof yanks the chain fastened to your wooden bar, dragging you after him. This is the heap. It's my kingdom. Look at Slug Off 2.0 here.
I like him.
I am its king.
See, at least he's honest. I like him.
Why not just a pile of trash? Keep your mouth shut.
No, but there's no need to there's no need to open our mouths at this point. Hold it in. Only been a boss for a day.
I report directly to Elder Gratrag. I'll be an elder soon, and I'll join him. The J there, oddly spaced. Join him on the council. You notice a few telltale aging spots on Elos's arms and legs. This stuff was left behind by the humans back when they were alive. Good, we get a better look at the face behind Elos's face. You ask Elof about the humans, let your attention wander a bit, start to talk about Sluggoth's human portrait.
Let's ask about the humans. What do you know about humans, bro?
Elof describes humans as so rich and powerful that they throw away things better than anything we monsters have ever made. The guards seem bored by the third word of the long-winded speech. They've probably heard it before. In the city, they call it trash, but they don't call it that when I find something good to sell to them. In fact, the only trash here is standing in front of me. He means you. Work hard and find good stuff, and you eat well. Don't work, and you don't eat. Oh, man. That face. I got no time for lazy workers on my heap. He leans down and looks you right in the eyes. Your hide prickles at the smell of his breath. Promise you won't be a burden or remain unflappable.
Remain unflappable.
Elof drags you past a pair of posts driven deep into the trash. Metal manacles hang from chains at each post. Elof smiles for a moment. Troublemakers get to put on a show. That was Elder Gratrag's idea. He's so smart. I'm going to be that smart too when I'm an elder. Elof leads you past several thin adolescents, all digging and rooting in overhanging piles. You can almost make out a pattern in the movements. Will you spend all of your remaining brains to observe carefully about the pattern? Or will you just grumble?
I think we're just gonna grumble.
All right. Elof chuckles under his breath. It's not so bad. He unfastens your wooden bar and picks you up. You'll sleep in Barracks 5. Sometimes you'll eat there. This concludes your orientation. Get some sleep. He hurls you through the open doorway of the nearest metal hut. You bounce to a stop. But you roll to your feet as though you came bouncing on purpose, catch a micro nap as long as you're on the floor. Look around at the
I love a good nap, and I'll take him where I can get him.
A micro nap.
Micro nap?
It's not comfortable, warm, or dry, but you close your eyes for a moment. Other adolescents file into the barracks as darkness starts to fall outside.
Some people call that a blink.
Yeah. Should you talk to them and get to know them, or show off your strength, swipe somebody with your claws?
Oh no, just chat. We don't have to be a dick.
Approach other workers, but they turn away and shut you out. Nobody talks to you, nobody talks much at all. They all seem exhausted. There's no food for you, but you do sleep. 2 brains, 1 guts. So, you want to go to the waste pile for scavenging? Go to the rubbish stack for digging.
Let's go to the rubbish stack, chapter 7.
This is a place we haven't been anyway, by the folks. The heap.
Yeah.
We haven't heard about this,
No, like
these folks.
The city is called Ash, right?
Yeah.
That's meant to be like
ASCH.
somewhere. Yeah. And this is not that. This is
heap.
The heap. All right.
You said the stack, right?
Yeah. Dig in
Right.
that heap.
You dig for trash to trade for food. You dig and dig. Nothing good yet. More digging follows. You're not really sure what you're doing. Your orientation wasn't like no training videos. You don't find anything interesting, but you're starting to get the hang of it. Gappa and Aldrin are the closest guards. They lean on a stable pile of junk and gossip with each other. They're not paying attention to you or the workers. You take them where you can get them, or listen to the guards.
In this case, I want to listen. I want to get some information on the area.
What did you do with that bread? Sharon, that stuff's a genuine old world loaf, crunchy and super stale. Can I please have some? Next time we go by the yellow pile, maybe you can trade me something for a bite. Okay. I ain't so sure the boss will be an elder. He's got the spots. The spots that don't signify becoming an elder as much as, dying.
Yeah.
Elos said Gratrag promised, but that jerk of an elder treats our poor boss so bad. They run out of things to talk about and resume watching the youngsters dig. A little bit of information. You dig halfway through another small mound of worthless trash. Your stomach grumbles, losing some flesh. Another worker wanders close to you. Your stomach growls. You could take a bite of that arm. You have a big bite? Eat some trash? Resist.
Devour some trash to fill our belly up.
Eating some trash. Take a piece of colorful plastic and put it in your mouth. -1 flesh.
Yep. Okay. You know what? Maybe we should be able. Maybe we should think about maybe building up some malice to then take the malice away when we do the good things. You know?
But you might have felt guilty
what-
taking a bite out of Gore. Another worker bumps into you. He looks familiar. Ugh! Please don't hurt me, stranger. I'll do whatever you say.
I would have felt bad. That would have been the second time I tried to eat him. I don't know if our friendship could have lasted that. He doesn't recognize me in my body, so tell him who I am. It's me.
You quickly tell Gory you are his deceased friend, reborn in a new form. I am the old pirate. He looks around nervously. Shouldn't tell super stories. The guards always punish me when I tell stupid stories. Aldrin and Gappa approach, attracted by Gory's outburst. Gory flinches as soon as he sees them. Hey, you two. Enough bickering. Get back to work. You blame Gory for making you slack off and give him a slap for good measure, lead on some trash and try to look cool, or let yourself be intimidated.
No, I'm gonna lean on some trash. Hey, what you guys saying?
Is that what you're doing?
I don't try and look cool. I am cool.
All right.
The text will support that. I promise.
You do look pretty cool, actually. Somebody near my work.
Fucking knew it. I am cool. I'm very well liked.
Unbelievable. I didn't think that was being rewarded by anything other than just getting smacked down.
I'm British. I set myself up for failure and I succeeded.
Gory Prosh, I can't fucking... I legit thought like Slug Off was just gonna come back from the dead and just beat the shit out of you. Gory prostrates himself before the guards and scurries away from you. Please move me to another pile. I don't want to be close to this one. Gappa shrugs and escorts the panicked adolescent away, like whatever. Aldrin points a claw at you. Were you stealing his trash? We want no trouble here.
Use the guts. I didn't know I'm wrong. I'm cool.
He snorts, lowering his paw. Just stay away from that one. He lost his marbles when Gratrag made him put on a show. Ooh. Aldrin minds raking his claws along someone's hide. Even his own shadow scares him now. You know he named it? Named his own shadow. He sees it, he screams about a ransom and runs away. So you laugh along with Aldrin to make him like you. Stare at him until he starts bad-mouthing your friend, or keep control. Stay silent.
Just stare him down.
Max Guts. The adult pauses, blinks, and trails off. You feel encouraged. He ambles away, leaving you to your work. Keep workers. Relationship rep. We no longer have hope up there, by the way.
No. But we did have it maxed. I was so hopeful.
You dig for trash to trade for food. You focus on gathering metals and plastic, food, or your energy by resting. Hey guys! I'm over here. I'm doing some peep things. What's going on everywhere? Over here to here.
I hope you you best have speaking lines.
I'm dead inside.
Life's a grind.
I ate too much plastic. I hate being an adolescent.
I'll take a nap. Get some left brains back.
No, you won't.
That doesn't help. No, I won't.
No slacking. You're starting to get the hang of this now. Back to Zero Flesh, our old friend. Gappa yawns and scratches his belly, looking out across the backs of the nearby adolescents. Aldrin saunters up and stands next to him. Any good finds today? Gappa shrugs and burps. You heard the latest? Atrasil came to yell at the boss. Oh? Did she kill him? Can I have my nap now? Still, I can't lose any more flesh, right? Right.
Yeah,
In for a penny, in for a pound.
eavesdrop.
Shit. Nah, she just gave him a lecture. He pretended to listen, nodded a lot, like always. Oh, well, good. Hey, is that a stale gourd? That's like a stale guard. Like, what? Stale? The A's and O's are very similar to each other in this font. Stale gourd. I'm telling a story here. Stories go better with snacks. I told you, you need to trade for it. Next time we're at the yellow pile, remind me and I'll give you some bread. Anyway, there was a big fight. Adriel said he stole something called the Myth Cure. And he lost not dead? Nope, the boss called all of us and we came running. We all got in between them until the elder calmed down. If you hadn't been napping on the job, you'd know. Both guards rise to their feet. Algerin looks at the digging adolescents nearby. You can't actually work hard. So you're just gonna look busy.
We're gonna look.
Keep working, workers. Something goes clink against your claws. You uncover a short-handled, three-pronged gardening tool. It's not even rusty. You could use it to dig more efficiently, toss it into your bag, or turn it into Algerin and Gappa.
Toss it into my bag.
Guards wander off to bother someone else. Another adolescent stumbles over to you from her own trash pile. A familiar face from the coop. Hey, you got anything good? Says Adil. I'm hungry and I'm coming up empty. Give me something from your bag. Adil flexes her arms and bares her claws in no particular direction. She's a little bigger than you are.
Use some brains. I don't have anything good either. Fresh out of change.
Seems surprised. I heard one of the guards call you smart. I hope... Well, thanks anyway. Adil walks away, punching at a pile of junk in frustration. Another adolescent approaches you. Hello.
It's my last brains, buds.
Hey guys, I'm over here. Just hanging out.
Just wait and see what he wants. You get one.
I saw how you handled a deal. That was good. We shouldn't fight each other. We should save our energy to work. Unbon holds up her paws. I'm still not asking for anything. Well, she asked for nothing, so give her nothing. She nods to you solemnly. Walks away, leaving you to resume your digging. So you do. To Barracks 5! You get to enjoy some downtime. Workers gather in Barracks 5 to eat and rest. The guards line everybody up and start emptying their plastic bags. You get food based on what you collected, how much and what kind. From Herblo. Herblo dunks a bag on the ground. Nothing useful. You don't eat. Apparently that gardening tool, not useful.
Nope. Use some guts. You want to go on empty. Can I have some food?
Swats you to the ground.
Ow.
Planny kicks you. They both laugh. It's a good thing you're at 0 flesh. Pick up your empty bag and walk over to a depression in the sandy floor of the barracks. Looks like a tiny napping pit with room for only one monster. Umbom approaches you. Trekra didn't come back to the barracks. Have you seen them? Who?
I don't know who that is.
Nope. Lost? Escaped?
Ask if they may have escaped.
Many have tried that. But the guards catch them, we find pieces of them later. The tunnels are dangerous, especially at night. Perhaps someone ate them. It happens. But Trekra is strong. Other workers respect them. And nobody's that hungry right now. I'm going to look for Trekra. Does anyone want to come? You other workers still awake ignore her. Shall you volunteer or have a nap? Have a sleep.
I'm so low on stats. I'm sorry. I need to nap. You guys have a good time.
Umbam, not umbomb. Umbam sighs and leaves you to your sleep. Brains, guts, no flesh, of course, but it's a good thing it stopped at 0 because I feel like you'd be in the negatives. You wake up, Trekra is still missing. So the dross dump, where you can root through the heap, or the junk tangle, where you can sift through the heap.
Let's go for the junk tangle?
Junk tangle. Not junk tank. You tear into an untouched mini heap just inside one of the trash tunnels. Before long, you burrowed head deep into a wall. Dig! Very back of the hole, you find some little squishy things. Into the bag they go. A beetle-like adolescent hobbles this way from deeper in the tunnel. Their hard shell is cracked and scored with deep, unhealed injuries. Their plastic bag holds little trash. The stranger encroaches on your territory without seeming to notice. Their shell scrapes against your leg.
Relax, ask what they're doing here. What's up, bud?
Oh, in your way? Warriton is sorry. Didn't notice. Warriton's vision is weak.
Ask them what happened to their shell, because I don't want to be mean.
Warriton, that's me, was blessed by the human. At peace now. Woke in a dark place where a small elder talked to a human friend. The elder terrified Warriton. She sliced some of my shell off and fed it to the wonderful friend. The human did not want to eat the shell, so Warriton was let go.
I like Warrington. He seems nice. I don't have any greed or malice to lose, though.
You don't? Do you really have brains to lose?
No, just all humans are dead. Everyone knows that. They only exist in pictures and...
Believe Warriton or not if you want. Don't be jealous because you never saw a human. Jaggery keep you, friend.
Why does it take brains to just be a pleasant person? Oh, because I'm a monster. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. Jaggery keep you, Warrington. I like him. He was sweet.
Warriton hobbles away.
There you go.
Time to root for the heap. You dig into a stack of paper and cardboard with your paws. It's slow going. You turn over paper, more paper, wet cardboard, dry cardboard. A few flying insects erupt from the pile, flitting about at high speed. You catch them and eat them. They don't slow down enough to let you catch any. You end up with nothing. Something crumples and crinkles as you dig further. It's paper. It's beaded with little drops of water, but it's not actually damp. A waxy coating protects the surface beneath. Want to spend that final brain to dig carefully?
I do.
All right. The piece of coated paper is torn, but it's still bigger than most you've seen. The drawn silhouettes of buildings line the top, but below them, cut in half by the tear at the border, you see the left half, a human face. The single remaining eye seems to meet yours. It's so relaxing, and you will lose yourself in the sight. Feel much like you did when you saw Selaga's portrait. Not as strong as that was, but it's still nice. Snap out of your reverie some time later. It's been quite a while. It felt so good to stare. Docility. No guards are close by, but some of the other workers seem curious about the piece of paper. So you let them share.
peek and share the warm feeling.
They pass the scrap around, basking in the sight of the human half-face. Your fellow workers briefly regard you with a sense of reverence. You are the custodian of something sublime and precious. The waxed paper human seems to wink at you as you fold it and slip out of sight. You will not be returning to work. Grab a break.
I need a break. A little break.
+1s across the board. You rest until the guards come close enough to notice. As you look for another pile, you catch a glimpse of a stack of yellow stuff. That's where Aldurin said his bread was.
Yep. Work my way over to the pile and look for that bread.
Success. You slip a loaf of age-hardened bread out of the pile and sneak it into your bag.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Take a break. 2 guards barge into the barracks just as you arrive. You cool?
I'm cool. I'm always cool.
You're the only one who doesn't shy away from the guards. Other monsters notice, and a few of them look impressed.
Yeah, because I'm...
Frobel hasn't found anything good for days and days and days, so he's gonna put on a little show for us. They lead an unresisting Frobel to the post near the top of the pit wall. Most of the barracks trails along behind them. Iquit stays in the back. She fidgets uncomfortably when she sees you looking at her. Iquit leans close to you and speaks in hushed tones. Gave me some shiny pieces yesterday. That's why he got nothing. It's my punishment he's gonna get. But I'm really weak. If they punish me, I probably won't survive. Frobel's tougher and stronger. He can take it. But I feel bad about it. You gonna snitch on this monster? You gonna say nothing? Or subtract 3 guts to take the blame? Which could very well just lead to you and Frobel taking a punishment. I don't know.
I think I'm just gonna... It's a chance for me to become... like
more respected, maybe.
Yeah. But I'm already good on those 2 stats. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna pick my battles, and I'm gonna say nothing. I don't have the brains to back it up afterwards.
Scarred spent some time insulting Frobel. They're not very clever. You don't learn any new words. A Monkey Island experience there, where you engage in swashbuckling, some sword fighting, by delivering pirate insults, and you've got to learn better insults by fighting pirates to collect insults. Then he walks close to Frobel. Frobel cringes away, but the chains hold him in place. Chomp! Planny takes a bite out of Frobel's hide. I hope you learned something today. I hope you all learned it. The show is over. The guards return. That sounds like Midas Flesh. The guards return you to your barracks and distribute food. You join a dinner line. It smells like the food is mostly centipedes tonight. How do you feel about centipedes?
And food is food, baby.
Food is food is food is food. Drum empties the bag of another adolescent, counts, then turns and takes yours. Drum empties your bag and nods at you. Could be worse. 3 bugs, Planny. Planny gives you 3 centipedes. It's barely a snack. You gonna have a food or hold on to them? Found that age-old bread and got...
Yeah, that's it. I'm actually... Yeah, no, hold on to them to share for later.
Take your empty bag and walk toward your sandy sleeping depression.
I'm just gonna eat my food and sleep. I don't need to do those.
After consuming your meal, you curl on the floor and quickly fall asleep. Let's to your things. We got the rubbish stack, toil on the heap, refuse ridge, delve in the heap.
All right, let's delve.
Delve deeply to the mines of Scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt in your barracks so warned you about this funnel. Working around the acidic goop is slightly dangerous.
Just dig my paws.
Ow.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you get a little good trash for your bag. You spot something unusual deeper in the puddle. It's not metal or plastic, paper or plastic. Bam sees you staring into the puddle. She walks closer to you. Indeed, tangled string, indeed. Bam approaches you from behind. Your monstrous instincts raise your hackles as she intrudes on your personal space.
Watch her walk. Watch her walk into it. It's fine.
Bam yelps as the acid burns her feet. Hey, watch out for that puddle! Ow! I mean, it feels like everyone should have gotten those warnings, too.
Yeah.
You got something interesting? She helps you pull it out. It's a pointy thing with a notch on the broad end. Some sort of peg or stake? The stake seems to be made of rubber. You've seen rubber before. The rubber stake is in really good condition. It looks like the kind of thing that'll be worth lots of food tonight. What are you going to do with the stake? Put the stake in your bag, give Bam a little of your trash? Put the stake in the bag, give Bam nothing, or give Bam the stake?
Let's just put the steak in my bag and give him a little bit of my trash.
-1 greed, but you're at 0.
Yeah.
Bam smiles at you. Thank you. You keep being nice to other monsters. It's good. Put the rubber stake in your bag. +1 respect. Or relationship or rep or whatever. Caw-caw! A crow circles over your head, far out of reach. Great.
All right.
Toil. You dig. And dig. And you dig. Music.
Getting creepy.
Yeah. You strike harder dirt under the current pile of trash. Whatever it is, it's not going to be easy to get through. There are other piles nearby. Softer piles.
No. Flesh. Irrelevant. Dig in.
You find some little metal spiky things and put them in your bag. A few bits of paper and cardboard too small to be of any value flutter down from the nearest trash hill. Move on to the next pile. Squelch!
There he is.
Something in this pile, a soft, rotten thing. You uncover a scrawny adolescent carcass soaked in a puddle of congealed slime. You think you might have seen this monster, but never caught their name. Shall you mourn them, or have yourself a proper meal?
I'm not quite... no, we're just gonna be like, that's sad. Mourn. I'm gonna eat him.
But your strength...
you.
You're a monster!
And the music does Eat him. Is there any witnesses?
The crow, I don't know.
Well, people know what I did.
The meal's not exactly fresh, but it helps keep your belly full. 4 flesh, 2 guts. You dig. And dig. And you dig. Clink! Metal. It's a thick steel beam, rusted and bent. Clink! As you probe around the steel beam, the sound comes again. Nearby trash trembles a bit. There's something under the beam, pink and green, and somehow attractive to your eye.
Examine. We can just push the beam aside.
The green and pink thing becomes clear. Is that a picture of an ear? A human ear? Smash! Something bounces down the overhanging hilltop, destroying a small pile near you. Looking up, you see that the beam was supporting a massive stack of trash. And now that you shoved it aside, it's no longer doing that. The whole side of the hill teeters ominously over you. A slender adolescent approaches you, plastic bag clutched in his paws. If you dig too much there, the whole pile will fall down. That beam is load supporting. I think that's what Elos said it was. You tell Roti, he's stupid to listen to Elov. Admit that Roti and therefore Elov may be right about this.
They might be right about this one.
Roti nods as though that is the only possible outcome. That's right, not Steven. The green and pink thing pulls at your eye. It feels familiar and good. You want to ask for help, risk digging for it alone, or give up on it? You want to feel
Ask
good?
Rory to help in the digging? You want to help me?
This is dangerous. If you want help, demand payment. You got that bread? Apparently the adults never found that bread.
Yep, then I'm going to give Rory the bread I stole.
Rory's eyes light up the sight and his nostrils flare at the smell. He devours the stale bread and gets to work with enthusiasm. Grab the green and pink thing. It's waxy paper. A human mouth quirks in a sideways smile. A human photo and it's smiling. Part of one. Just looking at it makes you feel better. Another part of the overhead spire starts to shift and rumble. Trash-a-lands! Trash-a-lands! Run, run! The junk above you is about to fall this way. There's a lot of it. The first thing you think to do is to use your helper as a shield. To spin brains to figure out a fucking plan. Isn't that a human thing to just stare at like a fucking oncoming? It comes to be the soothing light at the end of the tunnel's a freight train coming your way.
Yeah, that's the deer in headlights. I think if I can put this thing up,
No.
I'm gonna shield Roddy with my own body.
A flash. Well, if you had any malice or greed, it's gone. You didn't. You used the flesh power gained by devouring that monster to shield.
We're just passing it on.
What was that all about? I was just going to run. That wasn't an option for us. It was shield. Be shielded. Or stare. Think of a plan. Hey, did you all see that? What a stupid thing to do. Just fucking take. Why didn't you just dodge? The rest of the spire collapses. If you've still been under it, you might have been crushed dead. You swing by your hiding place and stash the pink and green paper there. You did not gain any respect for that.
No.
You shall continue your tenure. You dig. Dig or this digging's for the worms.
Continues. Oh no, okay. The evil music has faded. Excellent. I dig.
This pile of trash is sticky and warm. A nest of ants scatters as you rip into it.
I tried to catch. Well, try and catch. Ignore the ants and go for more trash.
You add a few rusted cans to your plastic bag. Planny comes by and leads you, Iquid and Umbam, to a larger group. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with more. As Planny jogs away, you notice Gory. Gory hovers at the far edge of the group, but he can't stop looking at you. Do you wave, nod, or wait?
I'm gonna wave. Hey.
Gory emits a little squawk, then sets his mouth on a serious expression. He glances over his shoulder and shuffles nearer and whispers, there's something weird about you. Gory shies from you, but a sudden squawk wrenches his attention away. You chuckled as a scaredy morsel attitude, or tell him to chill.
Chuckle.
Gory shoots you a resentful glance, then turns back to the source of the noise. A bird tilts its head at Gory's dread-filled eyes. "That can't be them. They can't fly? I don't know anymore." His outburst launches the bird into flight. "They are looking for me." He notices trembling shadow and jumps back from it. The other monsters nearby mostly ignore the scene. Iqua glances at Gory and rolls her eyes before returning to work. Shall you spin stats, brains or guts, or simply let Gory tell the story?
Gory, just tell me a silly story.
Since the boss died, everything went wrong. Not the Heap boss, not Eloth, the not a boss. He rambles telling you your own story from before your death. Gory's version of the story has you as a vague and powerful figure, but paints you as a good friend, too. And after that, I didn't know things anymore, and I'm afraid all the time. Leonard returns with a few more workers in tow. Other guards bring even more adolescents. The guards order your group to shift a thick, heavy steel girder. Gory is assigned to collect the steel bolts that fall out of the girder. He puts them in his otherwise empty bag. As the gathered monsters surround the girder, Gory puts down his bag and leaves it unattended. The bolt bag sits there, unguarded. It would be fairly easy, whispers your monstrous flaw of greed, to filch something from it.
Absolutely fucking not. What are you talking about? God.
Listen up, you sludge bellies, or as I will now call you, Team Planny. Team Planny is gonna move this heavy thing over to the side, and if nobody slack off or I'll bite ya. The workers lean in and take hold of the steel girder. You're near the middle of the line. Put in your fair share of lifting and shoving, quietly put in some extra effort, or put in extra effort and make sure everybody knows you did.
Put in my fair share of lifting and shoving. It's fine.
Put your back into it and help the group move the whole girder a little distance. Several nearby trash fires wobble just a little bit. Frobel's slab paws would be good for this. Where is he? Napping somewhere? I haven't seen him all day. He's been gone for a while. The guards are looking for him, too. He said he found something special deep in the tunnels. He was going to go dig it out. He never came back. Grum points you at a big square metal box, and the group starts pulling it free of the surrounding trash. The other adolescents talk as they work, listing more vanished workers. So you scare them with Warrenton's story about the elder below the tunnels. Suggest that nobody go anywhere alone for a while. Just keep working.
Try and scare them with Warrenton's story.
Your workmates are terrified and impressed by the tale.
Yeah.
Gory giggles at the story, though you fail to see why. He whispers something to himself. Yes, Kyros. The elders, in exchange for plastic babies. Everybody shuts up the sound of heavy footsteps drawing closer. Enough chatter, Team Planny. Work harder, not smarter. He shakes a fist suggestively. Shall you stand up to the adult? Keep working, or make a subtle joke at Planny's expense.
We got plenty of guts. Stand up to her.
You get in Planny's face, looking up only a little and tell her to back off. Planny swats you in the head before you can finish your tirade. Umbam leans on the Iquid. I'm not sure why anyone would make trouble like that. Everyone on Team Planny could get hurt for it. Where's Frobel anyway? I owe him some pain. Frobel is gone. I can see that. Did you think I couldn't see that? We haven't seen him in days. He disappeared like Trekra. Quiet you. Don't talk about that. Elof won't want to hear that kind of bad news. Yes, you spent guts, but at what cost? Everybody else can just work harder since we're missing someone. You work hard, take it easy, many paws make light work, or rest and let someone else do the hard stuff.
Since I was just going to use all flesh and work hard. Get rid of that negative greed.
Yeah, get rid of the greed you don't have. Whew, slow going, but other workers appreciate how much you're helping.
Yeah, I balanced it out.
The group work, yeah, just spend all of your flesh to balance it out.
That's what life, that's what friendship is.
And all the greed you didn't get because you didn't steal from Gory. The group works until it starts getting dark. Everyone is sent home for feeding time. Gory glances at you for a moment before heading for his assigned barracks. You approach Grum and give him your bag. Nice, this is a big haul. He shoves a wad of spider eggs and 2 live spiders in your paw. You gotta eat it all up or save it.
I'm actually going to save it. That's right. I'm okay with minus flesh.
You take your empty bag and walk toward your sandy sleeping depression. So you eat your food and sleep, share the food with the other workers, or give all the eggs to the other workers.
I'm gonna share my food because I'm a good guy.
You spread
Yeah.
around some of your spider eggs. The hungriest monsters smile at you as they devour the extra food. You sleep.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
you got the Dross Jump again, and you got the Junk Tangle again.
Go for the draw stump.
Gotta rummage around. You dig. -1 flesh. You dig in a pile of leather and fabric, it's not easy work. The cloth is threadbare and full of moth holes, but some of the leather pieces look almost edible.
Put it in my bag and turn it in later.
You spot something half hidden under another pile. Beneath the fresh spill of ceramic bits, something bright pink and green is just visible.
So you're going
Something
to dig
human.
slowly and carefully. No more trash launches.
You work methodically, careful not to rip your new treasure. Another scrap of waxy pink and green paper now lies in your paws. Each copy you've found so far has been damaged in a different way. Every scrap has some bit of human on it. Pink arms and green legs. Dark blue, weird-shaped shoulders and heads. Squared-off teeth and the funniest ears you've ever seen. Shall you bask in the comfort the human image brings you, or hide in a safe place quickly?
Hide it in a safe place quickly.
You will not be gaining docility to just stare longingly at the human.
No.
Plenty looks over at you and grunts. What's so interesting over there? Plenty reaches for the scrap of human imagery. Give me. Plenty reaches, flexes her claws, and bares her numerous teeth. Are you going to fight this adult? Lead her through the sharp ceramic bits to slow her down, or surrender the colorful scrap? Plenty who has swatted you down before.
I wouldn't be able to take a hit anyway if they're bigger than me. So I'm going to waste the brains and flesh and slow them down.
She chases you right through them. You only get cut a little, but behind you, Planny howls in pain. Planny catches up with you, I guess? But her eyes are full of slime and blood. Well, you have been caught anyway by this adult.
Yep.
Planny splits her head apart, displaying all her sharp teeth, and reaches out in your general direction. So now you're at 1 health versus 40 of Planny. You cannot be seen. Stick some trash to her jaws or punch her in the face. Reaches out in your general direction. It does seem like an awkward situation for a monster to, like, if want to bite you, the eyes have to
lean down. Yeah, okay, she can't see me. Stick some trash in her jaws.
Plenty bites down and winces as splinters bite into her gums, losing 10 health. Plenty squats and feels around the trash. She picks up a big shard of broken glass. Take it away from her and use it as a weapon. Yes, I will grab the shard of broken glass in your hands. Take advantage of her blindness. Grab her arm and shove the glass into her torso.
Oh my god, yes. The second option.
Plenty yelps in pain. Plenty blinks. Her eyes are finally clear. Presumably, it did help, though, that, blinded and howling in pain from being led to the trash. She lunges at your legs. Yowl, back away. Shield yourself with some random trash, or shield yourself with that broken pitchfork that you have.
Oh, pitchfork.
The farming implement halts her advance completely in a most painful way. Plenty lies at your feet, completely unconscious. You've gained flesh. You hide the human image in the usual place. Now, what to do with Planny? Will you let this guard escape, remembering everything that transpired, or eat Planny?
I'm going to say sorry, and then I'm going to eat her.
Remember this humiliation and everything that happened.
Yeah, there we go.
Plus 2 max guts and flesh.
Nom 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 nom.
Plenty slime is juicy and delicious. It takes you a long time to devour. It's a good thing no one caught you, but it's worth it. You have eaten an adult. Your belly bulges with fire and energy. Gonna quietly lie down for a brief nap because you're maxed out on guts?
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Ah.
No, I love a good nap.
Your eyes open almost immediately. You're so full of energy. Take a brief look at the pile, but there's no more of the colorful paper. And you fucking ate What Team Planning is without a leader now? Oh no.
Well, look, Team Planning was a bit of a dick. So, and they tasted good.
Oh man. With your singular hit point having led Planny through all the sharp objects, you. Whew.
The gamble, like even if they hadn't, like one hit would have probably knocked me down
Yeah,
anyway. So
from the adult,
yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you had a confrontation with Planny earlier that didn't even have a fight. Planny just knocked you in the fucking head.
yeah, and that's what you get when you fall down. I eat you.
As you walk through the heap, you realize that the piles of trash no longer look the same to you. Well, that's not
Oh
exactly
yeah.
true. They still look mostly the same, but each one smells a little different. You dig through the stinkiest pile, the least stinky pile, or lounge around into rest until a guard yells at you.
I'm going to use a flesh to dig through the stinkiest pile.
You turn up some rotting meat, a delicious snack.
Stick it in my bag, bro.
The meat shreds apart, leading its stink to the bag and its contents. That might make the trash more valuable.
Excellent.
Move on to another pile, torn plastic, rotting cardboard, rusted iron, all worthless.
Oh, dig harder. Collect more trash.
You find a toy squirrel.
Excellent.
It looks like it used to
Love
wind up, but the works are long rusted shut. Still, it'll be worth something, so it goes in your bag. Move on to yet another pile. Bam waves to you from nearby.
Wait back.
Look at this fucking monster next to Bam. I'm about to fucking sell you about to make a deal, an offer that you can't refuse.
What you buying? Wait back though.
Both smile at each other and get back to work. Most of Barracks 5 is in the vicinity, digging away. Clink! What's this? Some kind of glass vial with a metal piece at one end. The smell makes your eyes water a bit. Your monstrous instincts make you snarl, but your brains have some curiosity brewing.
What's this glass thing all about?
Rugga sees you studying the vial. She claps her paws. Hey, a pepper grinder! You turn the knob and powder comes out. It makes you sneeze and stings your eyes. Would you like to know more?
Tell me more.
You fucking eat an adult, and now it's like, yes, chill. Rugga points at how there's probably only one use left in the grinder. It's dangerous. I should keep you safe by taking it. She reaches for the grinder. I see that this option is the reddest, and that means it goes the fastest. That's when it works, teach me.
I don't know you, and that face does not make me trust you. I suggest that you back off.
She smiles nervously, returning. Apparently, I'd actually managed to grab it successfully. I just wanted to protect you, I swear. Put the pepper grinder in your bag, then return to work. You dig some more, but find no more pepper grinders nor anything else interesting. Eventually, the guards come through and tell everyone to move along. To the barracks! Fix up the collage. Okay. A drop of your own slime swiped on the back of each scrap acts like glue. The fragmented collage comes together, each face piece placed according to what you remember of Slugos' human picture. The human collage now lies on the floor of your corner on Barracks 5. The scraps of picture form a smiling human face. It's as perfect and complete as Slugos' treasure. 2 max brains. And 3 normal brains. Just looking at it all assembled fills you with warmth. You snap out of your reverie and feel feet shuffle behind you. Other adolescents have noticed your activities. Other workers hover behind you, curious and wondering, what is that? We share the collage with everyone. If they want to see it, they have to pay you, or keep it to yourself.
Share the collage. Come on in, everybody.
Not that you ever had any malice, agreed. The workers sit all around you to stare at the picture with serene, blank eyes. This is drugs, apparently. Yep. Monsters stare at humans and just, oh.
Hotbox.
The expression on their faces and your own is almost one of relief. Max brains. The barracks door creaks, startling your workmates. The guards enter the room with food. Bam steps in front of you, giving you time to hide the collage. Before we start, have any of you seen Planny today? Various workers shake their heads and shrug.
Burp.
Crumb examines the contents of your bag. He grins impressed. He gives you 3 big wads of slime and a few dead moths.
Save it.
The guards leave and everyone wanders to their sleeping spots.
Share with the others.
11. Everybody gets a good mouthful of slime. You sleep. Look at these stats. Oh, all because you ate a... See, if you have one great meal, the sky's the limit.
I feel good.
Show Gory the collage. Gory is working alone halfway up one of the trash fires. Nobody seems to want to get near him. You see Gory bending down over a hole, vacantly brushing aside shards of blunt plastic. Some choices are made for us. You know, like, you're going to show Gory this. Some choices are not made for us. He's oblivious to your presence.
Call him by his name.
Yeah, this one seems pretty rude given his.
Yeah.
Gory turns to the sound. Gory? That's me, right? Yes, me. He flinches at your proximity but doesn't run. He hesitates, then starts to edge away again. The collage isn't complete enough to penetrate his obtusity. You feel your hackles rising in frustration. Will you get frustrated and stop him with pain, tackle him to the ground before he gets away? Tell him a story. You like stories.
Tell him a story. I like stories.
You recount the tale of when Miri Mimi's gang attacked the Hammers. You add some details to make it funnier, pratfalls and monsters getting bonked on the head with rocks. You're really getting into it. You've never been this creative. He keeps his distance, but he doesn't run away. His wild eye snapped at the completed human collage, but it wasn't... But you also glance at the completed human collage. No, don't look at it!
No, don't look at it.
Gory's eyes bulge, his mouth drops open. This is... Why are you showing this to me?
Because we're friends.
Nobody's this nice to me. He meets your gaze, peering intently at you. Wait, I know you. I watched you die. He shrieks, but he doesn't run. You thump your belly to show that you are solid, not a ghost, and laugh at the shriek. You do like a good laugh. Standing passively.
I do. Slap my belly.
Gory reaches out tentatively and gives you a thump as well. Ow! -7 flesh. You got all old and sickly, and we all missed you when you were gone. You died, and they sent me to this place. Gory stumbles back a step. You must have eaten my friend's brain.
Not quite.
Gory stares at the collage. Tension flows out of him. But you know, my friend's brain has obviously taken over your body. Gory gazes happily at the mismatched human collage. You're much uglier now, but I can lie and say you look okay.
Ugly? Thanks for letting me know. It's good. I realize.
He nods sagely and keeps on going. Hey guys, I'm still here. What you looking at? What kind of collage is this? You're you because your brain is you. And you're just as you as I remember. When Atrasil tried to sell me, the Council of Elders didn't want me. They paid plenty for Lindidi and Ruck. That's why we haven't run into either Lindidi or Ruck here, because they have actually, like, Rat-Trag lightly grabbed them. I'm worthless. Withdraw the pleasing face. Permit Gory to keep looking at the collage.
Let him keep looking at it.
Gory sighs, the barest smile creeps into his lips. Suddenly he snatches it away from you. The guards! Quick, we have to hide it! Guards clamber up the trash spire. Hide what? What do you have there? Hand it over! Gory looks from Grum to Aldrin as they approach. Tell Gory to give it to you? Tell him to run? Freeze.
Give it to me.
Tangled is suggesting the possibility of eating Gory, you know, as you wanted to when you were a feral. You want it?
Oh, maybe I can tell him to run and I can take care of the guards. Tell him to run.
Gory starts to move, but his legs are frozen in fear. Understandable. Panicking, he stuffs the human collage into his mouth.
Don't call him an idiot.
His pupils dilate. He calms down all at once. Oh. Yeah. So that's why Atrasil eats her human artifacts. I feel invincible! Behold Gory, boss of the heap! Grum looks over Gory's small form. Grum knocks Gory down with a single blow. Some boss he makes. Aldrin pins you to the trash. More guards come running as you struggle to free yourself. You're outnumbered and overwhelmed. The guards haul you both toward the punishment posts, where you await your punishment. The guards force every worker to line up by the scratching posts for a show. Eloth watches the proceedings from overhead. Well, now, what have these two done to deserve punishment? They had a human artifact, boss, a picture of a face. Really? That's valuable. Why punish them for finding something like that? The green one ate the picture. You hear gas in the crowd. Umbam gazes at you and shakes her head. You struggle against the two guards holding you. Wait for an opening. Despair a little.
I'll wait for an opening.
Ate it, eh? Well, maybe it's still in there. Beat him until he spits it up. If he does it well, we'll be scratching him either way. And if it's still inside him after that, maybe we can eat him and feel something good. Will you beg for Gory's life? Keep your mouth shut or roar at Eloth to stop talking, because that'll go great. Or fucker.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna beg for Gory's life. He's a good guy. He still's
Come on.
got some ideas. Come on.
+1 relationship with Gory and some docility. You prostrate yourself in front of Eloth's perch and beg him to spare your friend. Don't worry, you annoying little pest. There's enough scratches to go around. Nobody gets left out today. Eloth nods to Gabba. Gabba takes hold of the chain manacles in the post closest to Gory. Herblo turns away from you to grab the chains on the other post. Will you use the pepper you have from the Hersher to throw pepper in the guard's eyes? Bite the nearest guard, ask the other workers for help, or tear blindly away from the guards.
We're gonna use the pepper grinder.
You pull the pepper grinder out of your bag and turn the knob. You tell Gory to hold his breath? Just do it.
Yeah. Tell Gory to hold his breath.
With one paw or two, stinging black pepper
idiot.
fills the air. Everyone is sneezing. It's a good thing that they didn't lash you up well enough and also take your stuff from you. The empty grinder falls to the ground. You blindly grasp Gory's wrist and drag him away. You and Gory speed away from the post. Run! Aldrin quickly moves to block your escape. We never should have brought you. A rain of junk falls on him. Umbam and Adil stand where the junk fell from, trying to look innocent. Iquit pretends to panic and runs around. His flailing accidentally knocks Gory loose. You idiots! Eloth himself descends from his perch, radiating anger more powerful than his stench.
Keep myself steady and run carefully.
You get Gory to a place of momentary safety. He smiles at you. All around him, the heap guards struggle to contain the chaos. I know a tunnel where we can hide. I found it when I tried to escape. He shivers. You and Gory reach the trash tunnels before Eloth or his guards can get a hold of you. Where you dive into the heap. Gory dives with you into one of the smaller trash tunnels. It's dark and still and just a little damp. He slows to a walk and heads down into the belly of the heap.
Walk at a normal, unhurried pace. Okay.
You and Gory catch your breath and amble further into the unknown. I tried to escape once, you know. I started here, but the tunnels branched and I got lost. I was starving when the guards found me. Gory gulps. Still better than being cut open. You hug Gory, show him how to be brave, or no time for this silliness.
Show Gory how to be brave, because that's just sweet.
He smiles. Yes, boss. Hey, your boss! I'm fine. I just need a moment. A deep roar echoes through the tunnel, followed by a crash. Another angry roar fills the air. You hear junk being tossed aside as footsteps crash through the trash. How dare you! I'm the boss of the heap, the king! Eloth's heavy footfalls cause the trash all around to tremble. We'll never outrun him! Dig out new trash piles to slow Eloth down. Hide. Tell Gory to spit up the human image.
Dig out new trash piles to slow Eloth down.
You pull new piles out of the walls, broken furniture, and tiny forks scatter in your wake. Behind you, you hear splintering wood and a series of metallic clinks. Eloth howls with rage as he digs through your improvised barricade. He's been slowed for now. Gory points at a narrow opening between two rusty pipes, barely large enough to crawl through. This way! Well, it's understandable. The other adults are busy trying to contain the heap, but this is a personal attack on him. He has to respond directly. Follow him. You fling yourself inside the tunnel and start crawling. Feel claws closing on your foot. Got you! Hey, bud. Just peeking in like,
Here's Eloth.
hey! He has a good grip and he's crushing your ankle, -2 flesh. I'm sorry if I just moved faster before. Gory grabs your arms and pulls with all his weight. As the two monsters pull at you, your belly starts to stretch. Any more of this, and you'll be ripped in two.
Kick you up with all my strength.
Elof yowls and lets go, setting you free. Nice one, boss! Huh? Not you! Elof shrieks behind you, but the gap is too narrow for him. Unable to follow you, the massive adult starts slamming his weight against the pipes. Get buried in the trash where you belong. The small tunnel you're in starts to collapse. Feel gory with your body. Throw even more flesh into the fire. Plow forward back from force. You have plenty of guts. Scuttle forward with a little scream.
Plow forward. Yeah, use our strength. Get out of here.
Gory shouts encouragement as you make a path through the falling refuse. Everything lets go of everything else at once. Elof cries out as chunk falls on his head. Plan. I could see how that would backfire on him. Catch the wave! Gory adopts a bizarre pose with both arms spread out.
He's back, baby.
Trash surrounds you and smashes you this way and that. -1 flesh. -2 flesh. You hit your head, then spin around and hit your head again. You can't see or hear anything but rushing waves of trash. A moment later, you hit your head again and you see and hear nothing at all. The Sawny's lair. You awaken far below. Everything hurts.
I can take it.
You've been through worse. The air is filled with voices and the alluring... Yeah, you fucking died before. The alluring smell of fried meat. Oh, boy. Yes, they are waking up, my friend. Yes, it's safe. I've tied them up quite well. No need to include them in our discussion.
Open those eyes.
You're on the floor, tied up.
That's a trash man you're talking to there, it seems.
In the dimly lit room stands an unknown monster. She's no bigger than you, but she moves the weight and solidity of an elder. The elder sits at a table, except for two.
That's where Gory is.
The other adolescent you mean? He's in the pantry. He was too nosy, yes. The elder cocks her head and listens to the figure on the other side of the table. What? I should.
Just listen. Let's not point out she's crazy.
But they're only here because the pantry is full, yes? Elder turns the chair to face you. On the other chair sits the most perfect life-sized figure of a human being you've ever seen. The elder talks, but you hear little. The world is at peace. All hunger, pain, sorrow, and emptiness vanish as you gaze at the human figure. My name is Sawny. This, my friend, doesn't eat much. Your claws flex, your brains and guts both hunger for the human figure. 9 guts. You do have... I don't know if that's set to be all of the guts you have, or just it so happens that you have to have 9. I can't say for sure. Despair, or bite the ropes, untie the knots, burst your bonds. I will have this.
Let's...
You know, with... As you identify an elder at the table.
Yeah, let's just despair.
Yeah, despair, that sounds reasonable. +2 docility.
+2?
You struggle uselessly against your bonds, swearing and cursing the elder. Yes, now that we're all acquainted, my friend and I will resume our evening. She repositions the chair, depriving you of the human presence. She walks over to a slimy butcher's table next to a charcoal grill, returning with 2 plates laden with hot, greasy steaks and sits at the table the mannequin. Just remember what happened today, trash quake and all, but I promise we'll be free of the tunnels soon. Free to visit your other friends again.
What's on the plate?
Fresh adolescent. I find them in the tunnels, digging. I mean, it makes sense. That's why Gory's in the pantry. Want some?
Yes?
She stuffs your mouth with a glob of tasty, slimy meat. 2 flesh, 1 guts.
Thank you.
After a meal, Sonny crawls under the table and curls around the wondrous figure's mismatched boots to sleep. You can't stop yourself from yawning. Your muscles go slack and a shiver runs up and down your spine. You feel as exhausted as Sonny. Nauseated. As well. You begin to recognize these sensations.
I'm good on guts and brains. Concentrate on what's happening for my body.
Yes, you felt like this before. You're aging again. You're about to become an adult. Your attention wanders through your body, probing as muscle fibers redouble and stretch. Hide thickens. Your body spasms as you remember earlier times you got older. Sloggoth was nearby twice, a much stronger monster. A human image was there once. You were stressed every time.
Much like that.
Max brains. Focusing on the similarities helps you compose your brains. Another wave of fatigue washes through your blood and slime. You close your eyes. You got your sleep after all. You don't know for how long exactly, but it feels like a long sleep. Intense pain wakes you. You are transforming. The ropes binding you shred as your limbs contort and stretch. Elder didn't see this coming. The ropes hit the floor as you writhe in pain. Bite the tongue to avoid Wagansani. Max brains. Hold it in by focusing your mind. Maybe scream just a little bit.
Let's hold it in by focusing my mind.
You achieve a momentary calm. You begin to regain control of your body. Woo! Yep, those are adult numbers right there.
Yep, I'm a big boy.
You're an adult now and you're free. Sonny still slumbers in peace. You can't remember being so hungry in your whole life. You want to eat some more meat? You want to have a look at the human? Or restrain the elder?
I think I would like to restrain the elder.
Yeah, why can't I do the other things after restrain the elder? You tiptoe next to the sleeping elder and soundly tie one of her limbs to the leg of the table. There we go, that's restrained. Muffled screams break your focus. The cries are barely audible. They're coming from a narrow door in the wall. Inside, you find Gory hanging upside down. Your move is gag. Oh, it's you. You're bigger than before. Whose brain have you eaten this time? Gory pauses. Yeah, maybe I should shut the fuck up. You're hungry because you just transformed. Please don't eat me, please don't eat me, please don't eat me. You know what, I don't care. Cook and eat me already. Just get it over with. Your malice is too low, but apparently it is an option to eat Gory. You
Just
a little bit of him? Just free him.
Just free him. Just free.
Go get you that paper, Chuckle Duck. Get you some paper. And collect your fucking wad streak. The meat cleaver you find is dull, but your adult strength makes up for it. You cut through Gory's binding, setting him free. He falls to the ground head first. Let's get out of here. Gory follows you out of the pantry. He stops dead when he sees the human figure at the table. Gory points at the human mannequin. This human. A friend. I will name it Better Lindiddy. And take the most excellent care of it. You slap Gory, it's time to go. Pick Gory up and carry him out of there. Or take Gory and the mannequin. And go. You got the brains, the guts, right? You can.
Yeah, take it all. We're just gonna take it all.
I'll have it. That's not greedy. I'll have it all. You walk out of the room, Gory under one arm and the mannequin under the other. Thanks, Elder, for appearing right there at the end. You find yourself in a well-crafted hallway. In one direction, you can smell the heat. The other smells dustier, drier, with a hint of fresh vegetables. You're rustling behind the door, followed by a grunt. Who tied me up? Where is my friend? We have to block the door. Gory jams the human dummy against the door frame. We are safe. He sits in front of the dummy. Now we can stay here forever.
It's time to go, buddy. Come on.
Before leaving, Gory snatches a decorative accessory from under the dummy's nose. Gory sobs, holding the plastic whiskers like a treasure. I will never forget you, Better Lindiddy. Oh wait, we have other friends. We should probably look for them. Elder Sonny, we're sorry to leave in such a rush, but don't open the door or you'll break your fragile human friend. Oh shit! When I get out of here, I will kill you all!
Okay, it's cool.
And that takes us to chapter 8, and it seems appropriate to take a break here.
Yeah, cool. I want all the things I usually want. Just coffee in the bathroom.
Does matter.
That's right, Chuckle Duck. Size does matter. We shall return, everyone, for more continuing adventures, and Monster loves you too. All right, viewers, we have returned. Remove that AFK message off the screen. As we get into Chapter 8, the sequel to Chapter 7. It's really an ongoing series. Here at the culvert. I'm glad you liked that. That tickled you. We'll emerge from this culvert pipe. You crawl through the trash-filled tunnels for some time. Sonny's cries fade away in the darkness behind you. It's just you and Gory in your 3 docility. You find some centipedes and eat them before resting. You're already eating better than when you were in the heap. Gory nudges you awake.
Contain my sleepy anger.
There's a light ahead. You can see that you're at a big pipe now. Gory smiles and rushes forward, then stops near the end of the pipe. Boss? I'm stuck. Oh no, he's smaller than you. How is he stuck? As he struggles, you hear faint voices coming closer. Push Gory out of the pipe or wait quietly for the voices to go away.
Wait quietly for the voices to go away.
I hear voices in my pipe. You hold Gory's paw and calm him. He stops struggling and waits with you. The voices pass by. You can't make out all the words, but they seem to be talking about gourds. Exit the pipe, almost landing on Gory. As you rise to your feet, you see crops spread out before you. The fields are planted with lines of carrots and the tangled vines of large orange gourds. Adult monsters break the dirt and splash filthy water from great wooden buckets. Gory follows you along the trail.
Look as inconspicuous as possible. You belong here.
This fucking music makes me feel like I pulled up like a relaxing program to just try to zone out. What did you say? Oh, sorry, I was looking at the cube.
Look as inconspicuous as possible.
You are the very picture of stealth. If I'm stealthy, nobody would be able to get a picture of me. Past dozens of adults, some alone, some in pairs. A few of the adults are picking carrots and throwing them in loose piles. The piles are unguarded, and nobody's looking.
Resist the urge to steal a snack.
Hey, Khaled, this carrot's shaped like your head. It isn't. You take that back, Darg. Darg bites the vegetable in half with a loud crunch. I eat your head. Stop eating my head. 2 workers snarl at each other, claws out. Let their paws drop and start working it again. That's it? They're pushovers. Why don't they fight for real? Although, as long as they're paying attention to the ground and not the piles, you gorge yourself on stolen carrots, as Gory suggests, or pay attention to what they're saying.
Pay attention to what they're saying.
All I'm saying is that bat poop is good for gourds, but not carrots. You always say that, but Elder Gratrag says, if you like Elder Gratrag so much, why don't you apply to be one of his guards and marry him? You know they wouldn't take me, I'm not strong enough. Yeah, and you're weak-minded too, even with that big head of yours. I don't think my head is that big, it's just got a shape to it. Proud shape. Max brains, 3 brains. You know, it sounds to me like they've had this argument before. Nobody got hurt fighting this way. Interesting. I really need to get this stuff to the tethers soon. Khaled shakes his head and yawns. All right, before you go, help me irrigate. The 2 pick up buckets and start watering the crops again. You scuttle away. Beyond the fields, city lights await. The city, the city, the city. Walk through the fields. You ache with every step. Your body is still sore from your transformation into an adult. Keep leaning on me, boss. I'm not so tired. Downtown Ash sprawls before you. Above it, a huge building-studded platform hangs from the cavern roof. I could rule this place someday if I play my cards right. I find it's a little intimidating, honestly.
I find it a little intimidating, honestly. It's a big place.
Gory stares wistfully at the city. I wasn't interesting enough to be taken up to the Elder Council's compound. Lindiddy was. I bet Ruck was too. They get to be in experiments. I got sent to the heap with the trash, because that's all I am. Tell Gory to snap at it. Joke that you were reunited because he was trash. Tell him it's good we were reunited in the end.
It's good that we're here together. That's the bottom one. That's not...
I guess so. Bottom feeders can suck together, at least.
Damn right, Gory.
You're a bottom feeder, Danny. You're well-liked bottom feeder.
I'm a well-liked bottom feeder.
I don't know where Rancid is. Adrasil chained them up for the council guards, but they slipped out of the manacles. I mean, that makes sense. Rancid could turn into fucking anything, so, like, I have chained you up. Oops. Rancid goes where Rancid wants. Actually, if we can find Rancid, they might know a way to get up there. They're so good at fooling people. Gory furrows his brow, reaches out and yanks your arm. Hard. Hey! It barely hurts, but you feel an urge rise to tear his arm clean off.
What are you doing? No, rein in my monstrous age. Good.
You have got a lot. Gory. It's no wonder so many monsters are rude to Gory, because he really taxes your stats to not be rude to him. I was just making sure you aren't Rancid in disguise. An adult looks over at the two of you and focuses on Gory. You gotta eat that adolescent? Gory hides behind you.
I probably shouldn't let Gory handle the situation himself. Let's just distract him with a question about the bucket.
Oh, this? It's special good. Everybody's jealous. Elder Ishhilt fixed the handle, too. Didn't cost much for such a fine piece of work. 2 more years, it'll be paid off. Ah! I see. Danny understands.
Yeah. I love finance. Can I pay him free?
The adult forgets all about Gory's delicious little self. Would you sell Gory for a bucket? She walks away. I might as well give up to the adults. I'm just food. Maybe that's all I'm good for. Set the brain on fire. That's what Danny loves to set on fire. The brain power.
It is. Yeah, trying to blend in. That's all.
Blend in. Excellent idea, boss. I have just the thing here. Gory fumbles with the plastic whiskers. Oh.
You gave yourself a mustache. This is why. This is what balances out all the brain power I need to use to stop being mean to you, because you do silly stuff like this. I love you. That's gonna help.
Gory fumbles with the plastic whiskers from Sonny's human friend. Again, want to call attention to the art for really selling how this looks.
I got this, boss. It's good.
Gory wedges the mustache above his upper lip and waves to it. Hello there, fellow adult. Oh, man. Get lost. I'm working here. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on, citizen. Gory beams proudly up at you. How about it, huh? Gory doesn't look anything like an adult to you. Gory smooths the mustache out, obviously pleased with himself. Pushovers don't care enough to look closely. They see what they expect. Gory slumps a little. Story of my life. Everybody sees what they expect when they look at me. And if they know me, they expect something odd. Am I really that odd, boss? Yes. Gory, are you memeing?
He's not completely weird. You're okay.
Gory smiles a little and touches his mustache again. With this baby on my face, I'm positively normal.
Oh, is this what's like being friends with me? Oh my gosh.
It's not all bad, Tan. Cheer up. You approach the edge of the city. The lights are so much brighter here. Onwards. The Blair. We explored. Look at this. Oh, man. This part's all blurry. This part's in focus. Downtown Ash is a squared-off maze of streets, sidewalks, and alleys. A high building... Good, he's still wearing the mustache. And narrow streets block your line of sight more than anything in the Sharps ever did. No matter where you turn, you can always see the bright lights just ahead. Boss, we should keep looking for Rancid. Let's look for someone who could be anyone.
I don't. He's not wrong, but let's do it. Let's look.
The only question is
ideas?
how to find them.
Mm-hmm. Look around to try to think like Rancid.
Maybe so, Summer. Maybe so. Couldn't say how much of it is real and how much of it is disguised to be real. They don't know the answer. They don't want to know the answer. Look around and try to think like Rancid. Because the second option is dumb. You and Gory lean back and relax, considering the problem. Where would a mimic hide? Many of the roofs have gaps, overhanging ledges and eaves, and unrepaired holes. Rancid could easily slip through those. So the adults are smaller than others, they could be mistaken for world-weary adolescents. Rancid could fake the weariness. Yes, we need to think like Rancid. He screws his face up in concentration and tries to stretch his arms and legs. He fails. The whole you dying and him being subjected to Gratrag's punishment and being scared of his own shadow really did change Gory.
Yeah.
It's actually restful sitting here and counting hiding places. You lose count very quickly. Gory straightens his back and wraps his arms around his neck. I am Rancid. I'm mysterious, and I think I'm cooler than anyone else. I'm a shadow, so I live in shadows. But to be everyone, I need to see everyone, so I hide in plain sight.
Just let him keep going.
Let him cook. Where could Rancid hide in plain sight? Your stomach begins to growl. This is taking a long time. You start yelling his name. Splash a little further, walk back and forth looking for Rancid's footprints.
Let's just explore a little further.
You wind your way through several dark alleys. You spot various rooftops that would be quite good for monster watching. You pass through yet another narrow alley and emerge in a dazzling brilliance. Look at this. If you cannot be blinded by the lights, signs are everywhere. They're not just crude symbols painted on boards. Random collections of triangles, circles, squares, many of them glow from within. The colors are so bright that looking at them hurts your eyes at first.
Let myself be bedazzled.
The pain fades as the brilliant shapes and colors invade your brain. For a moment, you could swear the lights are winking at you. Look at the signs. Did they catch a whole bunch of glowflies? Or maybe tiny monsters with even tinier torches. He's been sounding more like his old self since you rescued him from the scratching pose.
He's getting there.
The colors and lights keep pulling your eyes at them. Something is familiar. At the corner of your eye, some detail tickles the slimy core of your brain. Would you like to relax, rinse yourself away, or focus on the details? Try to understand what's happening.
I would like to focus on the detail. Keep using those brains.
The edges of things remind you of Slugos' locket, or the collage you made on the heap. You don't see any complete human shapes, but many of the signs were scavenged from such forms. An arm here, a leg there, half a head. The patchwork imagery is still attractive to the part of you that seeks humans. Now that you understand it, it has no power over you. Gory turns around and heads back into the alley you just came from. Rancid could watch monsters from here. Hey, Rancid, come out, it's us. Several monsters stop walking and turn to look at the shouting adolescent. One stares and licks his lips.
And pick Gory up and pull him out of reach before he gets himself eaten.
I'm sorry, boss. I don't know what came over me, as all these adults want to fucking eat me. But I have a mustache. Okay, I get it now. Shy. I forgot to be shy when I was pretending to be Rancid. Gory darts further into the city, still glancing at the bright lights at the multicolored sides.
Do you think the two in the background there are having a friendly conversation? Or no? Because he looks to be waving. Little red one in the back end crushed. Anyway,
left to viewer interpretation.
Trail along. No need for impatience. It's all good.
You feel calmer, +1 brains, as soon as you control your movements. It's not as hard as you thought. Where you want to go? Monster Market for some food. Downtown for a curious crowd. You're in Baldur's Gate, Dan. Slime Alley
Free.
to interrogate some adults. Yeah, you've made it to the big city.
Let's go get some food first.
Gory pants out of breath from the climb up the shallow hill. Hey, boss, that adult sitting there must have a good view of the city. I wonder if he's seen Rancid. Let's ask him. Gory adjusts his mustache. Hello, fellow adult. Have you seen any shadows running around out here? Why? Do you really want your shadows running around willy-nilly? I guess I've seen some, yeah. Finally. I'm not gonna talk for free, though. Gory deflates so visibly that your monstrous self can't help but chuckle at him. You do love a good laugh. Been a long time since you had a good laugh, Dan.
It is. Yeah, we just got. But I've got so much guts. Intimidate Pollock.
He doesn't even have the decency to wince at your aggressive performance. He just stares back at you over Gory's head. Bring me something to eat, then we'll talk. Gory opens his mouth and closes it as his stomach grumbles. Yes, let's go find some food. For this monster. Just for this monster. Clearly, not for us. Give Gory a knowing weak to set a brain on fire. Is Gory being disingenuous, or is he just confused?
Just set the brain on fire, all right? It's always just light it up.
Gory winks back. You both share the joke and chuckle. You and Gory wander hither and yon looking for anything good.
It takes a brain power to politely ask my friend to help.
I feel as if we're fucking doing this together anyway. This just seems like a useless interaction.
Yeah. Make Gory help me look.
Gory nods to you as you shove him forward, but his eyes narrow. There doesn't seem to be anything around that would be easy to forage, harvest, or steal. Gory approaches a stall. Behind the counter, a monster is arranging foodstuffs in boxes. Look at this monster. So, how does food work here? Do we need to beat you up? The vendor looks down at Gory, horrified. You have to pay for it. No shavings, no food. Ah, but what if we pay you with violence instead? He gestures at your body, much bigger than the vendor's. You loom over the vendor intimidatingly, because you still have so much guts. Confuse the vendor with a specious argument, or steal an apple with while Gory and Hargley, I guess the Hargley is the name of the vendor, are talking.
I don't think intimidating is helping the last one, so I don't think it's going to help here. Try and confuse the vendor with a specious argument.
You say something about an apple in the paw being worth 2 in the mouth. You talk until he can't see straight, then sidle away without pay. 2 max brains. 1 max brains, and 2 brains. It's not honest, but I got the job done, and you learned some new rhetorical tricks. Gory leave the vendor stall, holding your meager loot. Gory holds the apple up to you, but he can't stop looking at it. I'm so hungry, boss. Boss, what if we just eat this and forget about this guy? Good idea, eat it. Let Gory have it, share it with Gory, bring the apple to Pollock. Because, you know, yeah, I saw some shadows. I saw some stuff.
Yeah,
things.
I don't see that guy actually coming through. So let's share it with Gory.
One flesh. It's not satisfying, but it keeps you both going. Yum, Well, he probably didn't really have anything important to say. You and Gory ease down the hill and re-enter the Blair, continuing the search. I don't feel as if that was a net stat positive for you, but you did get max brains. One day.
I got my brain. Yeah. He'll do. Downtown.
You progress through the crowd slows. The hustle and bustle of the city begins to seem more like a shoving match. The colorfully lit streets are now choked with monstrous bodies trying to force their way through the jam. There is a 33% chance that Rancid is hiding in the crowd. Let's find out. So some of you find Gory endearing, as noted in chat, and I know Dan is certainly finding Gory endearing. I don't. Gory rushes forward, elbowing his way past the legs of several adult monsters. Gory tugs at someone's paw. Rancid, that you? Without waiting for an answer, Gory starts tugging more paws.
I'm going to eat you if you keep making me use brain power.
Have you considered not braining?
Just go with the crowd's flow.
As you wait, more and more other monsters stop trying to move and sit still around you. Everyone is docile here. A huge wheeled platform rolls through the crowd, nearly crushing Gory. The little adolescent squawks in surprise. The oversized adult pulling the platform curses. Lost my bet. Nobody crushed this time. Whoa!
And that's terrible, I guess.
Atop the platform, a smug-looking elder perches on a swiveling metal chair.
Oh,
Watch
my.
out, all you monsters! Elder Thrick is passing. Hello, lowly snivelers! The elder strokes the arm of his chair. It's shaped like a human arm. It's so compelling. Your eyes lock onto the arm as do those of the monsters around you.
Snap out of it.
The chair itself is nothing special, but it's been well decorated. An arm, a leg, some buttocks. Buttocks? They don't match, but they all look human-shaped. The arms and other parts remind you of Sonny's friend down in the tunnels. The crowd murmurs, mesmerized by the elder's chair. Try not to sully my conveyance too much with your filthy sight rays. The elder reaches into a bucket and raises claws, trailing curly slivers of spiced carrot. Who will dance for me? The carrot slivers smell amazing. Do you dance for Elder Thrick of the Carrots? Resist the urge to dance and lose some docility. Ask Ori to dance while I steal some carrots.
I'm going to use some guts to get that docility down. Resist the urge to dance. I dance when I want.
You stay out of the fray. The wheel platform rolls on, leaving a mix of happy and resentful monsters in its wake. Rory watches the platform leave with a look of fierce concentration. One day, I will be an elder, and I will have a chair like that. And also, a bucket. Doesn't have the mustache on right now. It's good to be the boss, isn't it, boss? The boss. Targets of adults. Buildings rise on every side. Many are mortared together from old rubble. He's got the mustache back on. Maybe he just didn't want the elder to see it. Wooden boards span the gaps between the highest roofs. Monsters are everywhere, all in motion. Everybody walks fast and ignores everybody else.
Blend in?
You say that as a question?
Yeah,
okay. You become one with the dull, uninterested crowd. Every face you see is downcast and sullen. Gory strokes his mustache, grins impishly. Oh no. Grinning impishly, and approaches an adult. Hey, you! Big fellow, Herxer. Herxer, then, have you seen anything strange today? Fast-moving shadows like big rats? The adult looks down at Gory, then up at the rooftops. He considers, No, I don't care about shadows. Certainly wouldn't be scared of mine. Don't care about you either. Stop bothering me. Bother him some more. Pluck out one of his eyes. He can't talk. Let Gory do this his way. Yeah, this is going. Dan, your decision.
Let Gory do his thing.
So are you sure you haven't seen any shadows? Gory adjusts his plastic whiskers and grins up at Herxer. I guess so. I mean, sure. I'm sure. Sure. Gory points at Herxer and starts yelling at all the other passerbys. Everybody, listen to me. This guy right here, he's too stupid to remember things. Have you considered the possibility that in the coterie, someone's got to be the strongest and someone's got to be the weakest, right? And I don't just mean in actual physical strength and guts or flesh, but maybe in brains too.
Well, maybe if I let him cause trouble, he will learn a lesson. Right?
How's Gory been for learning?
Yep. Hey, Gory, shut up. Shut up, please. Be quiet, friend. We're going to
You snarl and gesture at Gory, but he only takes that as encouragement. He pulls his paws close to his body, clearly resisting the urge to punch the I bet you wouldn't notice an adolescent if they were right in front of you, would you? You know what I do notice? Herxer glances in the direction of the approaching guards. They're close now. Those look familiar.
Oh, hello.
I notice I, want to beat your face. You did suggest Gory learning.
I think
Tangled says, I changed my mind. Gory, it's the backup lunch. Wow.
Yeah. Look, let's see if we can help our friend learn some lessons. Let Gory learn this lesson.
16 minutes ago, Tangled wrote, Gory must not be eaten. He must be protected. Made Tangled change. All right.
It's been a long day. Tangle gets it.
Herkshire smacks Gory on top of his head, driving him to the ground. Herkshire looks at you, backs away, turns and shoulders his way through the crowd. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I had him on the ropes, boss. He would have broken completely in a second. Let's find the guards just vent. Let's find someone else to interrogate. That one has some clothes on. I bet he's smarter than average.
No. Wait. Stop and reflect, please.
You start to raise a claw to slow Gory down, but he's already halfway to danger. You cured Gory, and this is what... well, I say cure you. This is what happens. Gory darts over and tugs on an adult's belt. The large adult turns around. Eh? What do you want, shorty? Gory rocks back on his haunches, frozen with fear.
Put a reassuring paw on Gory's shoulder. God damn it.
Gory calms down a bit and glances up at you. He's still afraid, but he no longer quivers. You bother me, then you don't speak up. That bothers me even more. Understandably, he doesn't recognize you because you're an adult. And he doesn't recognize Gory because of the incredible disguise. I ought to squash your scrawny head. Elon scratches his wobbling jowls and stares down at Gory. Tried to Elon by sucking up to her. No, I can't be cleaning up after Gory all the time.
Oh, man. I can't be cleaning up after Gory every time. If he dies, then we will feel bad, but that is the lesson that we're going to try. Because he did not learn the lesson the first time.
Eloth swats Gory to the ground, leaving the adolescent prone and howling. Gory barely manages to keep his disguise on. Eloth, I don't remember giving you permission to dilly-dally with strangers. Oh boy. We did see Retrag's guards earlier. Eloth jerks back like he was jabbed with a stick. Several of his eyes dart left and right. Retrag approaches your group. Gory looks up at the Elder. But he doesn't run. Look at fucking Gory just... The head totally appears flat while the body is around. Just the Elder like here, and you're like zoomed back a bit like, don't notice me, don't think about me. Retrag's voice washes over you loud and deep. My apologies for my lick-spittles behavior. We are here to perform research, not to intimidate runts. We're researchers too!
Gory.
Researchers! How cute. Retrag appears amused by this. Eloth is not. And what are you researching, if I may? The Elder stares down at you, taking in every detail of your body. How you stand, how you breathe. Gesture for Gory to answer.
Yeah. Gory. Make this friendship worthwhile. Save us both. Make up some shit.
Science ghosts of humans. So what if they all die? That just means their invisible spirits are all around us. Retrag grimaces. Well, it's good, I suppose, to see any monster taking an interest in something besides food. He looms over Gory. Gory shuts up and sits down, staring up at the huge Elder. They're all around us, achievement. Let Gory explain about ghosts. If you see any of these invisible ghosts, please send word to me on the tethers. For myself, I am researching a shadow. It's a good thing Retrag doesn't see through Gory's disguise. Or, you know, maybe just doesn't remember Gory, because Retrag handles a lot. Retrag glances up at the same rooftops Gory has been studying. Elof squints and makes a show looking exactly where Gradtrag looks. There have been sightings of a curious monster, a rare mimic. Perhaps you have heard something about it? Gradtrag's deep voice makes the ground shiver and your legs with us. Think fast, say something inconsequential about Rancid, or keep your composure, make up a story.
Keep my composure, make up a story.
You tell Gradtrag the shadow has 3 arms and only 1 leg. Gradtrag nods. I'll write that down. Mimic has only 3 arms, 1 leg. Check.
Very
Elder,
good, very good.
Elder, it's so great you got more facts. We can watch for that stuff in the triple twist alleys. Again, I really like the detail, the various like chat blobs, and Elof's is just, it's great. Gradtrag puts 1 great paw on Elof's shoulder. Look at that pose! Oh, shit. Elder leans close to him. The maw behind his mouth splits open a bit. It's big enough that he could swallow. You're a fucking full-sized adult. And that maw back there, behind his mouth, could swallow you in your entirety. That's how big Gradtrag is. There will be no need to share. His voice makes nearby monsters stumble and flee. It's almost said like Rancid. He turns back to you. This has been quite the constructive discussion.
Let's just be intimidated.
The slime in your body feels as thin as water. Shaky water. Gradtrag nods to you and walks on without another word. Elof scuttles off in his wake, muttering apologies to the Elder. Gory starts breathing again. Let's just pick an alley, any alley. DM, we're exploring the city, but we don't know where to go. Give us some direction. 3 alleys twist around several half-collapsed buildings. Gory kicks a rock, poking partway out of a wall. A dusty chunk of stone falls on him. Ah! They got my eyes!
Crack a joke about how many places have got dirt in it.
Gory wipes the dirt from his eyes. He flicks it away and nods to you, then laughs at himself. He mutters a litany of clues to himself. I think this is the place, boss. All our hard work is paying off. Rustling noise catches your ear. You move just in time to avoid a falling stack of bricks. A besweatered figure glares down at you from the roof ledge. Rancid! The figure moves back from the ledge, vanishing from view. Rancid! Rancid, wait! He darts over to a convenient ladder and clambers up it. The ladder wobbles as Gory puts his weight on it. It doesn't look stable. Rancid is getting away.
Wait for Gory to get up there first.
Climb after Gory cautiously and are not surprised when the ladder breaks. Begin to fall, but your feet catch an empty windowsill. Wait, what's that above you? You are also not a surprise when another stack of bricks gets shoved over the ledge.
I'll hug the building closer, force somebody into the window.
Dozens of bricks spill past you, but you're safe. You're Gory shouting from the roof, Rancid, no! Gory suddenly stops shouting. The roof is quiet, except for a whimpering sound. What if I abandoned Gory, gave up, and became a farmer?
Climb up there as quickly as I can. We've got guts to spare, but no brains.
2 flesh also spent. You make your way up wrecked stairs and dangerous floors. Several more rocks bounce off your hide. You reach the roof and see a prone Gary, but not in a Gory, but not an alone Gory. Gary was someone else. One of the You barely register how funny the previous line was before Rancid pounces on you. Rancid rides a collapsing brick chimney down at you. What a fucking thing.
Just take the damage and protest we shouldn't be fighting.
Rancid doesn't listen. The mimic jumps over you as the chimney bricks plow into your lower body. Rancid extends their tentacular arms between and around your legs. In for a penny, in for a pound?
Yeah, just take the beating.
Rancid ignores your refusal and trips you headfirst into another chimney. Rancid fades back and darts behind a chimney.
Stand still, wait and listen.
You're wrestling, you manage to turn just in time to duck under a hurled brick. Rancid slithers behind you, moving every time you turn, staying just out of reach.
Catch Rancid between my back and the brick chimney?
You squashed Rancid between you and the chimney. They were trying to get at your neck from behind. She wheezes and pant. Rancid turns a wrestling shadow and moves toward Gory again. Rancid, stop! I guess I wasn't the only one who learned a few tricks from Ruck. I will save you from this adult, Gory. Rancid twirls and stands between you and Gory, holding up a pair of bricks in a threatening manner. Rancid initiates a Ruck-like feint with the bricks. Gory blinks. Oh, right. You haven't met since the boss changed bodies. Rancid, wait. Rancid stops on your paws, trying to make you fall. Gory rambles at high speed, spilling 1,000 words to paint a blurry, confused picture of your situation. Rancid stops and turns toward Gory briefly before stomping on your paws again. Wait, it's true. Look closer, Rancid. Look with your heart. Rancid's heart does nothing, but their eyes stare deep into your own. I am not sure. Could be anyone. Remind Rancid of the time you spent in the napping pit. Remind Rancid of how much fun we had hunting for scraps in the heap. Remind Rancid of the time we beat up Gub Gubba together. Well, 2 of these did not happen.
Yeah, it was the napping pit, right? That's the good one.
Rancid's eyes narrow. Go on. Rancid glares down at you, but looks at Gory again, uncertain. Recount the tale of how Rancid taught you to climb the walls of the coop. Recount the tale of how Lindiddy stole Atrasil's bell. Recount the tale of how you brought Rancid a pumpkin while you were in the Sharps.
I did not. And how Lindsay stole the bell.
That was a good day. Rancid scratches their head with one stretched out arm, confused.
Wink can treat this whole thing like a big joke. It's all good, buddy.
But it's true. What? Really? You believe me? I believe the eyes. I watch monsters all the time to copy them. Even when monsters age, change, the eyes don't. But I had one eye and now I have 2. 2 eyes that look like the one I used to. Rancid offers you a stretchy elbow, helping you haul yourself back to the roof. But this makes no sense. I watched you die.
If I can explain my mercurial nature, I will.
When you get to the word mercurial, Rancid hisses and flexes their claws. I heard that word before while spying. Gratchrack said it. Rancid gets closer, their face almost touching yours. Let me be clear. If you are one of Gratchrack's pawns, if you betray my friends, I will never, ever forgive you. And if you return to the vat and are reborn again, I will find you and punish you again and again, because I never forget the eyes. You could take charge and settle Rancid down, admit that you don't understand it all, tell Rancid we used to be friends and could be friends again. You will forgive the boo-boos. And
yeah, tell Rancid we...
You technically lost the fight, Wink.
Yeah, but I did throw the fight. I didn't fight back. I was being kind. Yeah, tell Rancid that we used to be friends and we could be friends again. Relax.
Rancid sighs and leans back a little. I will trust you for now. Everyone looks at everyone else. No one says anything. Nobody says anything for a moment. A flock of bats flies by in the distance, headed for the roof of the great cavern. So, now that things are settled, who wants dinner? To Rancid's nest. Rancid leads you and Gory to their secret refuge. Colorful fibers dangle from the underside of a broken stone roof. Rancid serves you orange drinks and orange food. Gory flops on the floor with a woof. Exhausted breath. Eat and drink. Eat and drink everything. Give your share of the food and drink to Gory. I fucking see no reason why you would do option 3.
No, this isn't. I assuming he's getting some. Let's just eat and drink. Gonna agree to get rid of.
8 flesh, 2 guts. The drink tastes like a color, but you can't guess which one. Food also tastes like a color, the same one. But you also detect notes of dried frog. It perks you up. Oh, look all the brains you got back from it. Okay, so what's the plan? Rancid points up at the conglomeration of wood, rocks, and metal suspended high above Trade Hill. Found a way to reach tethers rescue Ruck, rescue Lindiddy, but can't do it alone. Rancid digs through a knot of fibers nearly as big as you are, then pulls out more food and drink. Sounds like you better fucking have some food and drink, because you might need these stats. I don't know.
Yep. Let's put more food and drink.
Ah, there's more dried frog in the mix, too. It's guarded. I can come and go alone, easy. Not alone, not easy. Need a way to sneak you in.
How do we sneak in?
He's like, I need a way. Duh. I see a plan. We can start by distracting them. Then we can pay our out bottle caps to adults for performing a musical puppet show with plastic bag puppets. Let me try reading that again. Then we can pay out bottle caps to adults for performing a musical puppet show with plastic bag puppets. Nope, didn't go any better the second time.
Can we just focus, please?
-1 docility. Yes, terrible idea. But there's no other way! Adults of Ash are so passive. They lose interest quickly. Puppet shows won't work. Not like Sluggoth's puppet show.
No.
Gory pounces and walks in a slow circle, nearly tripping on some of the nest's fibers.
We don't have enough plastic bags to make puppets anyway.
You're right, but I bet I can find some. No, wait, it is a bad idea. We can use paper bags. We'll just have to steal them from the heap. It'll be, easy. If you want a distraction, do something bigger. I know for sure this time. We'll make a puppet show, but the puppets will be enormous. Huge, even.
Resist the urge to lightly slap Gory.
Yes, Summer. I'm not injecting anything into the stream. Besides Dan.
Rant and roam around the lair waving my arms.
Gory and Rancid both stare at you. Gory forgets his puppet show plan. For now. Okay, boss and Rancid, how's this then? We go back and find Sonny's horrifically scary lair. Sonny's friend is still there. He wiggles his false mustache. I miss it, and what could be better as a distraction than fake humans? Sonny said there were more, remember? Lost in the trash collapse. We could find those. Your heart thumps at the memory of the fake human. You could clutch both Gory and Rancid, clutch at empty air pretending it's a fake human, inflict pain on yourself to drive out the covetous thoughts.
Sure, let's just inflict pain on myself. I can lose the flesh.
You pinch yourself good and hard. It's a distraction. We just have to get close. I'll hear them calling, smell their loneliness. You and I can distract Sonny. She's still there. Maybe with a puppet show of some kind. So,
oh my god.
So, you get the pieces to make a huge distraction. You start with a small distraction. Rancid growls a warning at Gory. Alright, no puppets. But while we occupy Sonny, Rancid can steal the friends. Rancid glares at Gory, shaking almost imperceptibly. You wanna find out what's wrong
with Rancid?
Human things hurt insides. I can't stop trying to look like them. It doesn't work. I just strain and pull myself in bad directions. Well, anyway, you and your friends prepare yourselves to delve into the tunnels beneath the heap. Gory and Rancid follow you out into the city and toward the fields. This is actually a reasonable plan, you know, to steal an elder's human friends, to create a distraction, to break into the tethers, to find your actual friends. And hopefully not die due to aging before you get there. As night falls, you move through the fields. The workers have gone home to sleep, leaving a few of their number to patrol the empty ground. Gory tumbles over a gourd, then apologizes to it. Remind me again, why is this a night operation? Easier to move the mannequins unseen. But harder to find the tunnel entrance. Also, is anyone else hungry?
Josh.
We can easily avoid those adults and get snacks.
No, we should go straight to the tunnel.
Gory toddles back and forth, sniffing the soil. He gets down and crawls on the ground for a while. It's a matter of perspective, you see. I fell down like this when I got out of that pipe. Gory points with a triumphant grunt. The narrow pipe is covered by a tangle of pumpkin leaves and curling green vines. You have to spend some brain power to congratulate him.
Hey. Just congratulate him. Well done. He gets one brain. He gets one.
Really? That's you've given him more than one. Correlates on a sigh of relief. You enter the tunnel and start crawling. Little bits of refuse crunch under your paws. Broken plastic toys, water-damaged papers, sharp chunks of metal. You crawl and crawl, eventually you encounter a fork in the tunnel. One way smells like burned meat. The other way smells more plasticky. Those mannequins are plastic, so maybe go where the plastic smell is stronger. Sonny was cooking meat in her lair, so go toward the meaty smell.
Go towards the meaty smell.
After many steps, the passage levels out again. Yes, this is right. Good call, boss. I think this stuff tastes familiar. Not good, but familiar. It soon becomes too dark to see, but the trash shifting under your paws definitely seems to have the right texture. There's another split in the path. One way is much narrower than the other. Take the narrower opening like when Eloth was chasing you. Go straight onward through the wider passage.
I guess go down the one that Eloth was chasing us down.
Okay.
Yeah, go for that one.
You squirm your way through the gap. You were smaller last time. You'd never fit now if you were in a hurry. Smell that boss? Grease and sizzled meats. This is the way, all right. The new tunnel descends steeply. Its walls change from hewn rock to smooth concrete. About time! I was about to complain out loud. No, I am patient.
That's just... I'm not giving a brain star. About time. I was going to complain.
You recognize the hallway that leads to Sonny's kitchen. The mannequin is still here, wedging the door shut. Sonny must be starving in order to not crush her friend. Gory's warning, like, hey, like, the humans on the other side. Man. Has kept the elder inside all this time, presumably. The mannequin is so enticing. It would be so easy to just grab it and run away. Bat your head against the wall to break the spell. Take the human and run.
Take the human and run. Let's pick it up and go.
As soon as you unwedge the mannequin, the door flies open, slamming into you. Ah! -2 flesh. An emaciated Sonny attacks. Sonny opens her pincers wide and prepares to strike out at you. Duck, jump, sidestep. Good. Good, colorful, flavorful options.
Their pincers wide. Pincers are usually... I'm going to go for duck.
Duck. You pinches your leg, lose 20 health. Seeing that you're ready for her pincers, Sonny spins around and lashes out with a powerful kick. I do love a good laugh!
Duck and punch upward to knock her on her back.
You hurt her and avoided the kick, but it was a strain. She's so dense and heavy. Sonny reorients herself, sending bits of rubble and garbage skidding away under her feet. You reposition yourself, wait for her to get close and claw her face, move somewhere with more loose trash so she slits when she steps on it.
Yeah, go for the bottom one. Use some brains.
Sonny charges you, then keeps sliding as you step aside. She slams into a cast iron appliance of some kind. Sonny snips the lid off a heavy metal object with her pincers and hefts it over her head. Stand still, dodge the last possible second, run in while she's off balance, slide low and kick her belly, point behind her and tell her to watch out for her friend.
Run while she's off balance. I don't want to waste more brains. I can take a loss here. I can take another point off myself here. It's fine. I'll still win the fight. Yeah.
Sonny turns and tries to slam the thing down on you. You are too quick. Sonny shrieks and whirls around and around, snapping her pincers over and over as she spins in your direction. Duck, Use your greater reach to jab her in the face with a fist while dodging her assault. She can't keep that up forever. Stay out of reach.
Stay out of reach.
You're faster than the spinning Sonny. She loses momentum after another 5 or 6 rotations. She slumps exhausted for the moment, looks at you about your ready claws. Totter is barely keeping her feet after the effort of beating you. Yeah, beating us, wink. Rancid and Gory leap and pin her down. Surrender! I surrender! No, my friend! Sonny's voice rasps like a rusty knife on burnt bone. I cannot make that sound, folks. I cannot emulate that voice. You win, don't hurt my friend. Rancid creeps forward carefully to look the Elder in the eyes. I think we can trust her fear. Demand to know where Sonny stored the other fake humans. Threaten to destroy your friend if she betrays us, or let Rancid take care of the negotiations.
Let Rancid take care of negotiations. Go for it, buddy.
Docility. A deal. You will give us more human dummies. And then, maybe, we'll let you keep your friend. Sonny was already small for an Elder. Starvation has made her scrawny, too. But she's still bigger than Gory and Rancid.
Stay close in case you try something.
I will take you to where I lost my other friends. We'll have to dig. You can have one each. One. Sonny shuffles onward, leading you deeper into the facility. Chapter 9.
Yeah.
Get mannequins to distract the city. You follow Sonny through the ancient halls. Rancid and Gory keep their grip on the Elder's friend. Eventually reach a collapsed tunnel. You dig through the trash for quite some time. You shift pile after pile of human debris. Wood, rags, cement, plastic.
Step up and do my share, the bigger share of the work. I'm bigger.
Rancid and Gory insist on doing their part, but you ease their burdens nonetheless. Finally, all the digging uncovers a door. Sonny pushes you aside and grabs the door's handle, opening it wide. She laughs. Beyond the door, you see dozens of dusty dummies. Figure after human figure stares at you with empty yet reassuring gazes. Their eyes are just painted on, but you need them. You need to become one with them. The human shapes hint at secret knowledge, even self-knowledge, beyond what you already possess. Shall you resist the pull of the human dummies for 1 brain power, 5 brain power to stare deep into their eyes in search of their secrets, or I must have them?
Let's use the brains before Gory makes us use the rest of them.
The humans. You want to get inside them, inside their heads. You look from dummy to dummy, taking in small differences between their faces, the positions of their limbs. The mannequins seem to stare back. Part of you is sure that they are looking at you, that they are somehow alive. Every time you look at one figure, you fancy that another, just out of your immediate sight, turns to look at you. You imagine a voice calling you closer. You want those brains back?
I do. Give me those back.
With some guts. Yes. You take a moment to contemplate the shapes. Your vision grows blurry. Abruptly, you realize that nobody's watching Sonny. As you look around, you see that she's distracted too. Ah, good. Back to looking at the dummies, then. A scream brings you fully to your senses. Behind you, Rancid is melting. They're breaking me. The wobbling pillar of Rancid drops back into a puddle, keening. Half an arm, a human-shaped arm, congeals from the puddle. It reaches out, then collapses. Rush to Rancid's side and try to help them up. Roar at Rancid to shock them back to themselves. Yell for Sonny to help, because you know Sonny's gonna big help.
Yeah, I think we're going to roar at Rancid to shock them back to themselves.
Rancid,
Get out of it.
Yeah, Rancid did mention that every time they see human, they want to try to become human. You put all the force of your friendship into a cataclysmic roar. Rancid continues to writhe and melt on the floor. Rancid cries ripple across their puddle surface. Can't eat this one, it's all soggy. She raises a foot to stomp Rancid's mostly solid head.
Stop, Sonny.
You rip a lump of concrete from the wall and bash Sonny's head. Sonny loses her balance and falls down next to the Rancid puddle. Rancid puddle solidifies. Monstrous features sharpen as color returns. Rancid begins to gather themselves together. Make sure Rancid's okay, or keep yourself between Rancid and Sonny.
Keep myself between Rancid and Sony.
Sonny raises her pincer and roars. The sight of my friend should have destroyed you. Why didn't it? How did you resist? I'm just that good. How did I do that?
I'm just that good. I'm very well liked.
-1 docility. They're not your friends, the Elder glares at you. Your monstrous instincts rise at the thought of Sonny's betrayal. You feel a powerful urge to hurt her. Where are you going to have a meal after the fact? Eat an elder?
Yeah, I'm gonna smash Sony with my angry fist.
Even in a weakened state, elders are quite powerful, but you're a good match for her now. Sonny flies away from your punch. Rancid hunches forward in imitation of Sonny, then shuffles up to the nearest human dummy. Rancid smashes the dummy in front of its peers. No! Sonny charges at Rancid, mouth open wide. Ripper, let Rancid do their thing.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
Rancid smashes more human figures. Sonny screams. Shards of the broken dummies lie scattered around Sonny's slumped body. Ha! Persecution and social ostracism are powerful weapons. Believe me, I know. Rancid releases the aspect of Sonny, pulling their sweater into its proper position. Suddenly, a hunger grips you. It's not normal hunger, but you felt it before. You remember Atracil eating plastic human babies. You're even allowed to, like, swallow one for a time before you had to spit it back up. Now the core of your body gurgles and contracts as you look at the broken mannequins. You will be eating at least some of them, yes.
Yeah, but I can share.
Spend 1 brain to gain total of 7, along with 4 flesh and 1 guts. You stuff all pieces of fake human into your bellies. It feels great. Gory pretends to burp. Rancid laughs. Rancid and Gory both look more relaxed than you've seen them in this lifetime. Max! 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 Stats! The fake human fragments digest slowly in your belly. Your interior juices appreciate them as much as your eyes and mouth did. It really is compelling that just, like, these mannequins are enough to turn these monstrous bodies and make them stronger and sturdier. That it isn't just, like, a mental thing that, like, physically fortifies your slime bodies. And the music. Sonny will rise and destroy us.
Yes, she will.
Rancid nods to you sullenly. We should take some friends and go now. Proper respect for a fucking elder. Like, yeah, okay, we can't kill the elder. That elder's coming back. Sonny looks up at Rancid's words. She scowls and starts struggling to stand. Rancid and Gory each take 2 dummies. You manage to tuck 4 under your adult arms, not 1 each. Your little group scurries away from a stunned Sonny. Rancid pulls trash from the walls, collapsing new piles to impede pursuit.
Help block the passage.
Phew, it's a workout, especially while you're carrying these dummies, but a look on Rancid's face as you adopt their idea is worth it. After a long, tiring hustle through the narrow tunnels, you having to squeeze back through there, you emerge in the fields. Dawn is breaking beyond the great opening in the cavern roof. Gory hefts his mannequins with pride. We might be strong enough to resist the hypnotic effects now, but everyone in Ash who sees them, these will be enraptured. Adults shall bow before adolescents, even the council gods will bow to us. Hey, Gory, get a fucking move on before we're spotted here. We will be praised like unto the great Jaggery. Probably not. Let Gory have his moment. Yeah, Gory, you know.
He's had many moments, but at least this one doesn't cost me any brains. Let him have his moments.
Don't care if they bow as long as they let us get past them. Return to Ash. As you race on with your human mannequins, the dawn's light reveals adults coming the other way to work in the fields. Careful, we have to get these wonderful things all the way downtown for our distraction. Human artifacts weigh heavily on your paw. Fragments of them sit warm in your belly. Gory and Rancid look as energized as you feel. Let the extra energy refresh your brains? Use the extra energy to filch some flesh-restoring snacks.
Then let's get some flesh back. Our brains are fine.
You snag a few carrots. Gory imitates you, almost dropping his precious cargo along the way. You hustle your bulky prizes across the fields. A few monsters that are already hard at work raise their heads and stare. We should have hurried, gotten past this before the sun rose. The field workers drop their tools and stare at your mannequins with hungry eyes. Most of them start walking after you.
Much faster.
Adults follow faster, too. Somebody back there roars. Sonny's voice echoes from the tunnel far behind you. Despite the time you took to build the barrier, who knows how many fragments Sonny may have had before this elder infuriated. Give me back my humans. Give me back my friends. Knew she wouldn't stay surrendered for long. I knew that too, we all did. You keep running. Your little group soon reaches to the outskirts of Ash. Hey! This is so good. I have enjoyed the art immensely in this game.
Yeah, it's been great.
Another group of adults just now leaving the city to go to work stop dead at the sight of what you're carrying. Several of the adults launch themselves in your direction. You try to persuade them to slow down. Halt! What you're doing is wrong! I want the answer to distract you. Give a fearsome roar to keep them back.
Just give a fearsome roar.
Few of the adults hesitate, but more of them ignore you. You weren't loud enough. It would take Gradtrag's terrifyingly deep voice to really put a scare to them, or drop it to one of the mannequins.
Use your brains. Try.
Most of the pursuers back off. For a few moments, you run onward. As you pass between high buildings, half a dozen adults scramble after you. More shocked faces appear at doorways and windows. Within moments, most of the monsters are howling for your mannequins. By the time you cross the Blair, more howling monsters have joined the chase.
I have made a problem.
You collectively made problems as Rance is just like doing this slanted skating.
He's doing the Naruto run.
Yeah. More adults ahead of you turn at the sound. The streets ahead of you are filled with covetous monsters. They must all make it. Desperate monsters lunge at you and your friends. Many claws and more than a few teeth rip into your hide. One blow knocks off half of a mannequin's face. Hey, don't mutilate our humans! The adults drop and scrabble for the face bits, leaving you free to escape. The adults still behind you. Are there even more of them now? Yes, and they're chanting something about humans. Hear their worship. It fills me with terror. Run! All this is good. A distraction for our plan. Rancid cackles, but they sound more afraid than pleased. I can't tell if you're talking Rancid style or just out of breath. We lost Sonny too. Disappear. Use the mob. Keep going. One more thing to do. You enter downtown. It bustles with a late morning crowd of adults. Again, just skating.
Fucking weave.
Fucking weave. Monsters ahead of you turn at the sound of the roaring behind you. You pretend to go one way, then dash the other way. Many of the pursuers are momentarily flummoxed. Before anyone realizes what you're carrying, you're past the crowd. We have got this. We got it. We can make it. We're way ahead now. Sure enough, you have a comfortable lead. Drop a mannequin for the pursuing crowd to fight over just in case. Turn around and charge at the crowd to buy time. Go, go, go!
Go, 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 go.
Gory was right. You're able to stay ahead of them for now. Imagine, going back to the crowd that you've gotten away from. You draw close to one of the Tether's access towers. Guards spot your threesome and raise their spears, shouting a warning. I can't stand these jerks, and I'm out of breath. I swear, I'm not imitating Rancid. Gory half drops, half throws a mannequin at the guards. Imagine, you're standing guard. These adolescents are running at you. The guards' eyes light up as the dummy bounces in front of them. They drop their spears to free their paws and grab the prize. The ladder is unguarded now.
Let Rancid and Gory go ahead.
You wave the smaller monsters ahead of you. They climb as fast as they can. This is hard. You follow them and find both adolescents cringing before a single unmesmerized adult. The one adult who isn't pawing at the mannequins attacks you. I knew that monster looked familiar. Now I can finally eat it. Victory to Salkith. Salkith stays focused on Gory, raising one paw. Keep staring at your adolescent friends, barely looking in your direction. Clear your throat. That's so rude. Take advantage of your distraction to claw her in the back.
Take advantage of a distraction and claw her in the back.
Well, she's paying attention to you now after losing half of her hit points. Salkith opens her jaws and tries to grab you with two of her paws.
Dance back and kick her while she's leaning forward like that.
Bop, bam, she rocks away from you, wincing. Salkith barrels towards you, covering her eyes with two of her arms. Step aside, crash into her, drop down and trip her exactly at the right moment.
Let's just step aside.
Rushes past you, then slides to a halt. Halt, breathing hard. Too tired to give chase, you stagger away. Give me that. Monster. You recover enough breath to continue before anyone else comes up the ladder behind you.
Easy.
Climb up. Climb to the tethers. You continue to clamber toward the tethers. Gory pauses, panting. I feel sick this high up. Poke him in the backside with your claws. Lend him some strength to give him a boost. Tell him he can do it.
Lend him some strength to give him a boost.
Gory speeds up and tries to climb without your help. Halfway up the second ladder, you spy a pair of guards on the platform above. They haven't spotted you, and they probably haven't heard you yet, somehow, or noticed anything happening. Gory, several rungs short of the platform, stops climbing. He hangs with trembling arms and whines. Can we take a little rest? Have a snack? Or a nap? Guards, above, with spears. I'm sure they won't hear us coming.
Lean close to Gory's face and make him quiet down. Shush.
Gory looks at your face and swallows. He shuts up and starts climbing again. Suddenly the platform shakes. It's only a little shake, but the ladder swings wildly. Rancid drops half a rung. One bendy arm swings wildly. Losing grip! Help! Hold on tight and help Rancid. Only need here go Rancid right away.
Take care of Rancid right away.
Reach down to grip Rancid's arm. They stretch one paw to clutch the ladder harder. You hold Rancid's head while Gory grabs their foot. The ladder groans and flexes, slamming you into the nearby support strut, -2 flesh. You cushion the adolescents from the worst of the blow. You're aching, but your friends remain secure. The lights of the Blair shine on the growing riot below. Adults have begun to climb up the ladder. You reach the lip of the next platform. Push the ladder away! The guards of the platform strain to ratchet a wheel attached to a massive contraption. There's a lot going on in this thing. Gears, levers, even some springs. It's the most sophisticated machine you've seen in this lifetime. Take a quick look at the machine in passing. Carefully study the machine. No time for that.
No time for that.
When the two guards finish ratcheting the beam back down, one gulps. I'm not sure I trust this fling-ditty thing, Quiggle. That's... whatever. She climbs uneasily into Device's basket. It'll be fine! See you on the tethers! Quiggle pulls a lever. The platform shudders again as the swing arm hurls Isbell through the air. Got a fucking trebuchet here. Catapulting Device. Hey, you there! Help me reset this thing so I can go next. Quickle's attention is on the levers and wheels of the contraption. He absentmindedly waves you over. The platform isn't that large. Quickle is in the middle. He could shove you off with little effort.
Help with the contraption without making it obvious that I'm a stranger.
Your threesome approaches Quickle and helps him pull the basket down into place. Looks up and seems startled to see two adolescents, but he keeps manipulating the device. You mind if I take the little one with me for a snack? He points at Rancid. Rancid briefly imitates a besweatered Gratrag. What, okay, I guess that's not for eating. Whatever it is. Oh my god, look at baby Gratrag there.
Let's just explain that monsters show need other monsters. Ever. Well, that's not...
Ever?
Bit hypocritical.
That's a monstrous thing, right?
Yeah. Unless they're unconscious, right? If they're unconscious, then
Yeah, it doesn't spin your guts to say this, at least.
Yeah, just explain.
Quickle seems confused, but Gory and Rancid both nod along with your words. Tethers above, we need to ride this. Rancid hops into the basket. Quickle looks at Rancid at you. I was gonna go next. Ah, salt it. Quickle pulls the lever. Rancid flies. The two adolescents gonna red with each other. Hopefully you loaded in the fucking mannequins and Quickle didn't notice. Out of sight. And then with Quickle, you reset the Fling Ditty's throwing arm. A splintering sound makes the whole wooden arm tremble. Uh-oh. Ah, not again. I'm tired of replacing this stupid arm. We'll get one more throw out of this one if we're lucky. Clamor rises from below. From up here, it sounds almost peaceful, but you recognize the sound of the adult mob following. How many adult monsters do you think are streaming this way? Do you think the guard that got left the mannequin is okay?
Trampled to death.
Hey, boss, they said they want our heads. That's weird. We're using our heads.
No.
Kick some rocks off the platform to lay them off, or just explain to Gory how he's misunderstanding what the guard said.
Let's just kick some rocks off the platform. To
Kick rocks. Someone cries out in pain from below. Nice shot. Bill looks nervous. That clearly is your problem, not mine. Bill reaches for the basket, putting some of his weight on the wooden throwing arm. The wooden beam creaks, but there's no further sound of splintering. The platform trembles as the weight of the climbing adults pulls the ladder taut. They'll reach this lever soon. Make Quickle do his job and card the platform and us. That's my ride. Attack him.
Just use the guts. Do your job.
You grip for the right words, calling on the image of the Council of Elders of the City of Ash itself. Your heart swells with bravery. Okay, upright. And Quickle seems inspired by your example. You're right. I have a job to do. Quickle struts to the ladder hanging over the side of the building. The size of the feverishly climbing adult surprises him. Looks down at the crowd and gulps. It was probably tough enough to survive the fall from here. And there's so little time. Kick Quickle off the roof. I have places to be. Resist that temptation. Encourage him to climb down and block the adults from climbing up. Make him feel brave and strong so he'll defend you.
Let's just use the brains. You got this. I believe
Yeah,
in you.
you're right. If only I could push that ladder. Okay, boss, I think I have this figured out. Get in. Hop into the basket and Gory joins you. He's holding a rock. Gory throws his rock at the lever.
Oh.
Yeah, you thought it was a joke, but it's fun when it was needed to throw the lever. You fly far higher than the Tethers, almost smashing into the stalactites in the cavern ceiling. Bats squeak and scatter. Do a flip! Grab a bat and eat it. Tumble through space like a lump of dried slime.
Grab a bat and eat it. Want a snack?
Eat a bat in midair achievement. Chum Proptera. You and Gory fall past the cloud of bats, heading straight for a broad, flat stone surface. Tuck and roll, grab Gory and cushion his fall with my body. I don't know what to do!
We don't need to cushion him. We don't need to lose any mouths. Just use our own flesh. Tuck and roll.
You did it! Presumably, you were going to be losing flesh from the fucking fall anyway. Yeah. Gory isn't so skilled or so lucky. He wanders back and forth for a moment until his head starts to emerge from his shoulders. See? Not scary. No! Not scary at all! This looks great up here. Gory picks a splinter out of his rump. I am never doing this again. You're very high up in the Tethers. Ash's citizens are a chaotic swarm far below. They look like ants. If the only way to fucking get up here from Ash, at least that they had, was the fucking catapult, I don't know how the mob's climbing up all those ladders, but presumably there's more than one way. Right? Right. Surely the elders don't fucking take, like a reverse trip like that, right? Maybe. Your stomach rumbles at the thought of ants. Rancid points to a golden building glistening in the sun. Elder Council. That wasn't so bad, was it? I guess you didn't need to have the dummies with you, because they were all just, littered, in your ascent for, distractioning for the horde of shit. It's not like you're taking them in here with you to throw them at the elders.
No, I could have used them to probably got rid of the crowd earlier.
Walk on the Tethers and the overlook ledge. Let me admire this art a bit more. Apparently this is glistening in the golden sun. You're like fucking hanging up here. Far above ash. You good to continue?
Oh, yeah.
You take your first steps in the tethers. Step. It's cramped and crowded, but nothing feels threatening. The few adults you see are plump and seem content. Rancid points across a bridge to a neighboring platform. Elder Council. This way. Rancid beckons, but Gory's attention is drawn elsewhere. Weird plants grow in a low-walled garden. A golden building glistens in the sun. Food is stacked neatly on sturdy market stalls. It looks strange, but it smells delicious. You could probably sneak some for yourself. You want to take some food from a stall, ask for a handout, or just leave it be? Maybe they're just handing out food there, you know?
Oh, ask for a handout. You never know. A freebie? Free sample?
Linda stares at you for a moment, then sits between you and the stall. She shakes her head without a word. Flowers are planted everywhere. None of them are rotted, and none of them stink.
They have one of the weird flowers.
You stench a flower and let its strange scent fill your nostrils.
Oh, yeah.
8 brains, max guts. Their pleasant aroma brings you calm and mental peace. You see many adults. Something seems off about them. Something about their movements. Offer some deep and wise words to the adults, a poem, perhaps. Study their movements. I like the claw marks in this option. Stare at the flowers for a good long while. Just head toward the golden building.
Study their movements.
The adults here carry the belongings of elders or care for the colorful flowers. They seem docile. They walk slowly, unhurried, confidently. They keep looking around with a hint of anticipation. The way the adults watch the doors of the larger buildings reminds you of the way Eloth acts with Gratrag. More pushovers. You realize it's not quite true. These adults have been pushed all the way over. Max brains. No docility. Reflecting on their total docility helps you consider your own past. With consideration comes new insight. Oh my god, it's monster nature to just turn into this now! 3 adult guards are talking front, are talking in front, or talking front of the council compound. Perhaps that's just the king's English being written this way makes it grammatically correct. They're large, strong, and armed. Elder Thrick said the riot will burn itself out, but I think we should be careful. Why bother? Nothing ever happens up here. Well, here comes nothing, and now she means you. Gory hides behind you. Act like you belong. Can't fight them too well armed. Yes, how we defeat a pizza cutter spear. The guards shift their weight and square their shoulders. Who are you? Do you have an official permit to be here? Pretend to work for Elder Gratrag. Scream to the right as worse than they think. Lie and pretend to be Eloth.
And pretend to work for Elder Gratrag?
Gory looks up at you, your claim, startled. What? You've been working for Gratrag this whole time? You're bringing us to his lab. He'll experiment on us. Maybe he's helping, playing along. Maybe he already knows to do that because he is clever.
I don't think so. Give Gory a signal that I'm pretending. Mimic like having a fake mustache.
Stop mocking me. I'm ashamed to call you my boss. Gory fades. Rancid mimics him, falling in perfect sync and winks at you. Oh, you're taking these 2 little ones to Gratrag, huh? More experiments, I guess. The sound of the riot below increases. The guards step to the ledge and look down. Are you all hearing this? Flunk turns toward the ledge. I've never heard anything like it. Dart past them, Elder distracted. Wait. This is suspicious. We should actually check with Elder Gratrag. As Isabel turns toward the golden building, the entire platform trembles. You struggle to remain upright. The chaos captures the guard's complete attention for a moment. You walk away unnoticed. That one Isabel is smartest. Our fucking Super Mario World door over here. But there are others, not entirely stupid. We need a disguise. The mustache. Let's go. To the guard room. Gory dusts himself off. Good misdirection, boss. It was with you the entire time. See? I've chose to believe in Gory. Rancid
I
hurries you.
did.
Yeah. That's right, Elder Bowser. Rancid hurries you toward the gates of the Elder's compound. Past this bridge, to the guard room. Sneak to the guard room. You tiptoe to the guard room and peek inside. You know why we're here, right?
Yeah, I know. This
chamber is dank and damp. Accumulated moisture and mold make it feel like the alleys of the city below. Fucking... I'm in Venice right now. Venezia! I'm just gonna soak in this music for a moment. From the smell, go ahead.
We arrived in the Ratatouille section of the game.
The pizza cutter spear makes more sense now. From the smell, it's clear that monsters actually spend time here. The room is currently occupied by just one monster, Nander. I'm glad every fucking monster wears a name tag. Nanda. Nander doesn't look up as you enter the room. Olo said it's really bad down there. Whole city's in chaos. I'm going to have a snack before I go out. He still hasn't looked at you. Nander reaches up with his spear and eases a bulging bag down from a peg on the wall. Guard sits on the bench and pours out some gnarl berries. Your belly grumbles. Gory's belly emits a similar sound, so does Rancid's. Ribbons like the ones guards wear hang on some of the pegs arrayed around the room. Rancid follows your gaze, considers. With those, pretending, your regard would be much easier. We need to get to them, though. Have Rancid imitate Elos's voice to lure the guard away, knock over the bench Nander's sitting on, walk up to him and start talking.
Let's walk up and start talking.
You take a deep breath and natter on about... natter on about the docile behavior you've observed in the city. Something I have observed is that, we'll take for example the word behavior. Earlier when Gradtrak was speaking to Eloth and Gorean to you, it had a U in it. Now it doesn't. We've got some swapping, and of course, both are acceptable. I'm just not used to them swapping in the same game. Particularly with other language like natter on. You know, there have been indications to me that the King's English has been in use, and so, you know, to not have a U in behavior, oh, how dare. That's Eagle English. Go back to the King's English. Anyway. Nander nods as you throw in random details. Yeah, everybody but us guards is dull and stupid. He nods, hanging on your every word. Ah, Purple Manfly, I see. Keep spinning the gory story.
Yeah. Keep doing it.
You mentioned the unfair price of food and the hard work all the docile monsters do in the fields. Yeah, they're saps, all saps, not like us. I didn't even spend brain power to continue.
Yeah, continue my tale.
You imitate the clumsy dancing you've seen in the fields. Nander howls appreciatively. Yeah, just like that. Neener, Nander. Yammer at Nander till you get his ribbons. Nander stands up and dances along with you until he trips over his own feet. Nander lies on the floor, tangled up with his own spear. Gory cackles and darts forward, raising one foot. He kicks Nander over and over again. Gain some malice or lose some brains? You know, Gory costing you brains. Gory grumbles but stops kicking Nander. Gory lifts his foot for one last kick, restraining himself. I have reclaimed my dignity. You know, I did whisper that I don't find him endearing, but he has been really entertaining. I will give him that.
Go big and broad with an obvious joke. Something about being all tied up.
I didn't even read things while I was chuckling. Rancid brings some ropes and ties the guard. What is happening? Gory gives you a little pity laugh, but Rancid's eyes roll hard. Gory lifts Nander's spear. Never mind all the other spears, tottering under its immense weight. Rancid takes it away from him. Too big, to Valence. You'll fall and put your eye out. You take a ribbon and tie it to yourself. You look like an almost convincing guard now. Your feet slip a little on spilled berries. It looks so plump and juicy. I mean, you're here, right? Be rude.
Yeah. Yep. Just gonna eat some berries.
4 flesh on these berries. Must
Meaty berries.
go now. You leave Nander tied up and gagged. Apologize or no?
Oh yeah. All right, go. Sorry about this.
It is very you style. Now let's look for Lindidian Ruck. Yes, but keep ears open to learn more about the council and their plans. What for? Let's just get everyone and run away. Yeah. Where from here, Gory? We gonna go back down in the ash? A precaution. Or do you really think Gradtrag will just stop chasing us without a good reason? Rancid slithers away before giving you or Gory a chance to answer. To the Brain Trust. It's for the council building. As you walk down the corridor, you hear Lindidi's voice coming from behind a door. Almost all humans had the same set of bones, and so they had an instinctive fear of their own skeletons. She groans. Every monster is different, but some have the same skeletons. There are only so many skeletons to go around. Bone formations that don't hold weight simply collapse back into the vat. Morsels that survive this grow into gelatinous monsters. Turbines are most efficient at their highest speed. Every seed has a tree inside it. Mammals produce milk, reptiles don't. Lendity speaks as though she hasn't slept in days. Her exhausted voice is flat, uncaring. That would have helped me to know before I did the reading.
We will wait and listen.
Lendity screeches, then groans yet again. The mitochondrion is the powerhouse of the cell. Monsters don't have them. We are stories wrapped into strands or threads like DNA with 26 letters instead of 4. Lendity returns a simple groaning. You're sure there's nobody else there with her? Immediately open the door. Inside, baskets of gourds line the floor. The shelves are piled with small human artifacts. You see bottle caps, nuts and bolts, scraps of plastic with cryptic shapes. The kind of stuff you used to excavate from the heap. I like how, wow, well, we spent so many of our hard years in the mines. we aged so fast. A little pair of wheels connected by a shaft looks like something you dug up yourself once. Lendity sits in the middle of the room, surrounded by assorted remnants of human society. Gory! Rancid! I'm so happy to see you again. She runs to hug them both. Lendity looks at you and takes a step back. Who's this? New guard? It's me! Gory tells Lendity that you're really you. Lendity frowns. Gory explains about rebirth from the vat. Lendity frowns some more. My brain might be weird, but I'm not stupid. I'd remember my friend. I don't have so many I can forget them. Lendity studies your body and your face, squinting suspiciously.
Before I answer this, I need 1 minute to grab some keys. Bezos will be here soon.
Understood.
Bezos. Be right back. Let me just grab my keys.
All right. Bezos. Big stretch. Stretch hype.
Okay. I have keys, but he is supposedly 3 stops away. So I know he's be arriving shortly.
And you will have to descend the stairs and then reascend.
Yep. And so when I return, I'll be out of breath. I'll be using my flesh to up and down the stairs.
Understood.
And I do not have 21 flesh. So I'm gonna let you know now.
Especially after the work you did for check-in day. Or check-in night, the pre-check-in day.
Yeah, too many chairs. Too many stairs. And I'm not built for manual labor. I've got arms like limp noodles.
You could be built like for manual labor.
I could be, but it's a little bit late to start now, I think.
It's not! If you were 37, yes, but you're 36.
I'm pretty sure it's too late now. I'm going to... No, I will explain. Gory's not going to help.
You begin to tell Lendity about your earliest encounter with each other. You talk about Linditti's early experiments with measure. Remind her about how the metric system helped her fight better. Remind her about how the metric system helped her fix the coop gate.
I don't think it helped her fight better, but maybe it helped fix the coop case.
That's right, Purple Man Fly. The gray spots will come soon. Coop gate?
Yeah.
What? That's not what happened. I used it to help me fight other monsters. That's true.
Yeah, but it didn't. It's true, but it didn't go well. Aha, the basil. He arrives.
Take a deep breath and continue on to Sluggoth's attacks on the coop. Look at what you did to Linditti's face. Recall how she got wrecked to beat up Sluggoth. Recall how she freed Adrasil so the Elder could defeat Sluggoth. This is awesome, by the way. Testing Dan's memory after a week of what transpired. Oh, shit. He has fled the computer, everyone. 3 stops flat past in a flash. I remember the virtues of the metric system when they were explained to us. Yes, Summer, it is the same playthrough. Much like how I didn't inject any music, this is the same run. We could enjoy the tunes. He does, not Stephen. Dan is an intelligent man. His memory has been battered by years of mild marijuana usage. And some self-doubt thrown in there too. He's an intelligent man. So he has capacity for max, and he's got some in there today. Besides, he had a food during our first break, and that's surely replenished him. Mild wild indeed. I get to enjoy, this is Linditti's face when told that Gory had a better Linditti. I will call this human mannequin better Linditti.
Hello, I return.
Welcome back, buddy.
I used my brains on the way up, so I'm not out of breath.
Is that true?
Yeah, I ran down the stairs, but I walked very slowly up them.
That is something that you've had to use before in this game. Brain power to not move quick. Move slow.
Yeah. I get this game is about life.
About your life specifically, yes.
Okay. To speed up Sluggoth, recall how she freed. Yeah, remember how she freed. I don't think she got Brooke to beat up Sluggoth. Grim, if you have a better memory than me, which of those statements is true?
I mean, really, you're the one who defeated Slugoff, right? I don't think either of the options are true.
Go for recall how she freed Astral. Astral Sill.
Well, yeah, I did that. You get into the groove of your story and think back to when you were starving in the Sharps. Tell how Rancid brought me to the crack in the wall. Tell him that Diddy called me to the crack in the wall with Atrasil's bell.
Bell's not true. Rancid.
And then we fed you whatever we could spare. And then you tried to eat Gory. That was funny. Dan definitely did try to eat Gory.
It's amazing that
really
he
is
still
you. As the great philosopher Meatloaf told us, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Let's accept that you're, you, for now, barring any further evidence to the contrary. Remind her how you taught Ruck how to find weak spots of the damaged coop wall. Describe how you discussed the fine details of cement. Nod and keep quiet.
I'm pretty sure we did discuss the details of cement.
You definitely did discuss the details of cement.
Yeah, that one.
Uh-huh. Are you sure that wasn't Rancid? It wasn't me. Ah, you see, Lindiddy, your memory is also imperfect. I was trying to set a trap for your large friend here. A verbal trap. Very clever. Elder Gratrag told me about a monster who can retain all their memories after death. The Mercurial. So that must be you? Look at the floor. This is too intimate and uncomfortable. Holder gazed up, flinching. Okay, flinch a little.
No, hold her gaze. That's me.
Her eyes widen slightly. Lindiddy turns away and paces the floor, clenching her paws and muttering to herself. Even if you did forget some things. Yeah, you're you, probably. So? What if I don't want to be saved, huh? But we came all this way for you. Why didn't you come a long time ago? I've been here forever. Tell her she's deteriorating in this place and should leave as soon as possible. Tell her she was your good friend and you miss her. Explain why you were delayed. Make her come.
Tell her. Explain why we were delayed.
You tell her the story of your second life about the coop and the heap and the tunnels of the city.
Yeah, that's the face I expected.
What the hell, Gory? What's going on here? If you really cared, you wouldn't have let all that slow you down so much. You think all that wandering makes you smart or wise? It doesn't. Gratrag knows I'm smart. He asks me questions every day. Sometimes I hear the right answers. I designed better spears, found stronger herbs, logistics, communications, everything. As I called it, a trebuchet. Catapults are better. Keep quiet.
Let's just keep quiet.
Gratrag can be harsh, but he believes in me. I believe in Lindiddy. Gratrag is up to something.
I believe in Lindiddy.
Again, you say these things, but there's no actual evidence. You know. Proof. You know, if Gratrag gets his claws on you, I won't matter anymore.
Of course she matters.
Is that what you want? You want to be his prize subject? Let's test the scientific theories, shall we? I think if I eat you, I can become a Mercurial. Lindiddy puffs herself up, glancing at the floor to estimate the distance between you, and springs forward with a high-pitched snarl. No! Boss, don't hurt her! She doesn't know what she's doing! Lindiddy reaches for your head. You're so much taller that she has to jump.
Let her claw. Just let her claw at me, just a little.
Lean forward and let Lindiddy lacerate your face a little. Lindiddy snarls and tries a low spin, obviously attempting to trip you. Yes, I've seen Danny do this move.
Let her whack my leg with her foot. It won't hurt me.
Lindiddy seems to think she knocked you off balance a little. She shakes her head, concentrating furiously on her demise. Your demise, not hers. She crouches to leap.
Let's catch her and pretend to stagger back so nobody,
I love the visual of headbutting her out of there. Just wham! You play the part perfectly. Lindiddy dances away from your grasp, convinced she's winning. That's the power of the metric system at work, folks. Lindiddy teeters, already tired, but forces herself to somersault toward your belly.
Take the attack with my belly.
Crack the bony part of her skull between her eye stalks, dents your hide a little. Gory and Rancid get between you and Lediddy, shielding you from her attacks. Take a breath. Lediddy, that is enough! Lediddy tries to rub her eyes, but her paws are twitching too much. Her lips tremble. She closes her eyes and sobs.
Reach out to her. You okay, girl?
I get it. You could have beaten me easy, but you didn't. Gory and Rancid step closer to Lediddy, shoring her up on either side. Lediddy looks up at you, her eyes leak a little more slime. I attacked you. You didn't attack me. I just felt so alone. I don't know how long it's been, but it felt like forever, answering questions, reciting memories I hear from wherever, never doing anything else. We're not great at this, Lediddy, but we got here in the end. I hate it when you're right, Gory. And it happens so rarely!
It happens so rarely.
Or to get used to it, because Gory's burning looks, stay out of that particular line. And it also takes brains to stay out of this, because your natural monstrous instincts are like,
yeah. And I'm not wasting. No, there are no brains here. And it happens so rarely. Haha.
Nobody else seems to find that funny. Then he glares
well,
at you.
I did.
I'm still not sure why you look like this, but it's probably you. Gory starts to say something, then miraculously thinks better of it. You found Ruck yet? They're in this building as well, lower level. They put them in a cage because they kept fighting the guards. Lead the way, then. You walk off along the corridor. To the gymnasium. Down here. Question mark? Yep, that's the gymnasium.
Yeah,
you take the stairs to the lowest level of the council compound. How we didn't see Ruck when we walked to the guard place and back, whomst amongst us can say. Ruck's place is dim and dismal. The walls are lined with racks of metal and wood. Spears are mounted here and there, most are crude, but a few are as good as the ones the guards carry. The room looks almost comfortable, if not for the bars. The bars mean it's not a room. It's a cage. Ruck runs to the bars, reaching out to lick all of your faces. My friends! Lediddy, you're all here! Coterie! What are you doing in there? Fighting the guards. But I will be free soon. Eloth is training me. I'm learning how to throw my weight around. I'll be top of the heap. Go Ruck?
Go Ruck.
Ruck turns to a cracked block of stone in the middle of the room. Punch! The stone moves a little.
Cheer for my friend.
Ruck runs one paw over the surface of the stone and grins. Found another weak spot. Punch! A few chips fly off one corner of the block. See? Already stronger than Isbel even, and I beat Venomac with one punch yesterday. I'll be an adult soon. I could be stronger than an elder, then I could beat anybody, then especially Venomac.
Explain the Lance isn't the only answer to one's problems.
What?
Maybe not for Ruck. Ruck's fight me.
Fight. Alright. We shall explain that violence isn't the only answer to one's problems. I thought you were a monster, but maybe you're something else. Not a monster. More like 16 fish in a monster suit? Oh boy, here we go again. Gory's back.
I am not 16 fish in a monster suit.
Ruck doesn't look especially convinced. How can we free you, Ruck? Eloth and Gradfrak have keys. I haven't seen them today. Haven't seen the guards either. What's happening? Explain that we've created a huge distraction, make up a silly story like Gory would. Forget us. Find out what Ruck has been doing, other than fighting.
Forget about us. What's Ruck been doing?
Ruck gives you a blank look, then glances at a pile of something in the shadows. Nothing. Ruck moves to block your view of a small object. Well, you've been making whatever that is, Ruck. We have pulled a huge con job and started a riot using human statues. Human statues? Wow! You still have them? I want to see one. I need to see one. Her voice is low and shy. Ask why Ruck needs to see a mannequin. Ask Rancid to imitate a mannequin as a demonstration. Ooh, that seems insensitive. Vomit up the dummy arm you adjusted before.
I'll vomit up the dummy arm.
You barf a slime-covered arm through the bars. It slides across the floor. Ruck reaches for the arm immediately. -2 flesh. Without the confidence the arm brought you, you feel weaker. But Ruck's eyes light up. Get it. I see how the shape works. I'm gonna make art. I make statues out of mud. Ask if we're all talking broken. Like, rinse it now. It's a fucking dick. Ask Rook for more
Let's just ask for more information. Let's not be a dick.
I don't just fight. Sometimes after I tear someone down, I want to build something up, creates and destroys. It makes me feel good. We should focus on getting you out. Later, I have this in my head now. Ruck's paws twitch, clutching at nothing. Please, this is important to me. Rance wriggles, forming a sine wave with their body. Need the key anyway, right? Ruck turns their back on you, starts scraping mud from the floor. As you reach for the stairs, Ruck looks at you one more time.
Smile at Ruck.
Ruck smiles back.
I love you, Ruck.
Hey, Elof taught me a phrase for good luck. May Jaggery keep you.
Who the fuck is this Jaggery? Mick Jagger?
Or it's Jaggery, one of the two. Jaegery. The Jägermeister. Go with Gory. You and Gory, what the fuck is this? Excuse
What
me.
the fuck is that one? That is a watermelon with legs that's got the top cut off. Nope.
Perhaps incredibly insensitive to describe the monster guard thus, but it's my monster's nature. You and Gory wander for a short while, unsure of what to do or where to go. Few guards see you with your ribbon. Make eye contact and strut with confidence, shows zero fear. Slap Gory with an open ball to show him mean enough to be just another guard.
Make eye contact and strut with confidence.
I'm well liked. The guards nod, completely fooled, even though Gory is sniffing the floor. I'm doing detective work.
Just keep walking.
Gory looks up and observes one of the guards, his eyes narrow. Did you ever wonder why not all adults become elders?
Sure, I wondered.
Caterpillars can only become butterflies if they are strong enough to survive pupation. She listens to nothing, then shakes her head. There must be an answer for this, and it must be in this place. Imagine Elder Gory. I could guide the foolish and the weak to strong, unfoolish lives forever. And Elder you, because if you become an elder, you don't have to die again, right? Look at that door, for example. It looks shiny and important. Gory leads you toward the door. Remember, walk like you belong. Rancid struts forward, barely acknowledging the guards. Imitate Rancid's bluffer. Just be yourself and hope for the best. Yourself's good enough, right?
I'm so well liked. Just be myself. Hope for the best.
What? One guard extends a spear, barring your path. You know guards can't go in here without specific orders. Who said you can enter? Intimidate him with a fierce display of fierceness? Lie, tell the guards we were sent by Elder Aftersill? I can't think of anything.
Let's just lie.
All right. Oh, well, that's okay then. How is she doing? I miss eating at the bone bump table sometimes. No, Throne Plump? Something like that. Goodness. They both know Elder Antrasil because they used to be monsterlings under her watch. Gory follows you through the doorway. They sure don't pick them for their smarts. The chamber is filled with shelves stacked with herbs, dried flowers, crushed leaves in oily jars, fresh cut sprigs of ordinary black fern, all kinds of things. Huge, not cookies. They're definitely not cookies. Many of the herbs here are common ones. Others are unknown to you. This isn't just food, right? Special stuff with its own guards. I knew it. You wanna... Don't mind the heartbeat in the background, by the way.
Appeal to Lindiddy to help figure this out.
I work with these for Elder Gratchrak. The red stuff pumps you up, makes you brave but stupid. The green stuff makes you solid but weak. The blue moss is definitely part of the Elder ceremony, but it needs black fern to work properly. You may recall Dan spoke with someone dissolving who threw themselves into a vat back when he was a feral adult and full of malice and greed about the whole Elder ceremony. And then Dan lied to a guard.
And hey, like to tell a good little lie.
There's plenty of black fern here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes or no?
Yeah, we should obviously try them. Sure. Why not?
Obviously. Which one would you like to try? Apparently you can only pick one. Mixing them would be rude.
Well, if we've got black fern here, then I'll try the blue moss and.
Almost got it achievement. Get very close to the concoction formula. Not concoction. You add black fern to the blue moss and chew them both. They're intensely sweet and sour at the same time. 6 brains, 3 max
Yeah.
brains.
Ah, I see.
I've got this, boss. Destiny will guide my paw. Gory grabs several of the herbs and munches on them with some ferns. He turns and heaves everything he ate out of his mouth and drops to his knees. His eyes sparkle with sudden intense energy. Are you an elder yet? No. Too much black fern. Gory spits out one last coiled head of black fern and slows down. What was I saying there? You leave before anyone gets wise. All right, very good. Good job. Glad we had it. Good.
Yep.
All right, Rancid, what's the plan? Rancid looks up. Yeah, narrow passage. Rancid looks up at you with a mischievous glimmer in their eyes. Elder Council is meeting. We can listen. Just you and me. Not Gory. He's too loud. There's Lindiddy back there. I'll wait with Gory. Keep him out of trouble. I resent that, but I'll wait. Rancid guides you. It is narrow.
That's a lower part of a skull. Like those bones around the sides.
It is. Rancid guides you to a storage room and points up. There's a hole in the ceiling. You hear the footsteps of several guards in the hallway outside. Harsk, check in there. Venomac, check the other side. You should be able to reach the hole by hopping on that pile of boxes, and the guards are coming.
I've got the flesh to borrow.
You go fast?
Scramble.
Like Sonic?
Scramble.
You strain yourself and successfully manage to pull yourself up. Rancid follows you with an elegant jump. You find yourself in a crawl space between the ceiling and the roof. Rancid beckons you. The voices of distant elders fill the air. You drag yourself along, squeezing past roof beams and abandoned boxes. Not fit for an adult like yourself to be in, especially trying to stealth. The voices are nearer. You must be over the council chamber by now. You lean close and peek through a hole. Beneath you, you see row upon an even row of mismatched, mostly empty chairs. You'd think... Well, I mean, I guess they're monsters. They don't have my concept of what should be a glorious room for them. They have their own concepts. Look at that face. Whoa.
That guy is my favorite, little stripes.
Oh.
But I do find the square one, like the...
That's the one that Thricker or whatever that you saw on the chair.
Yeah, that one is actually horrifying to me, and I don't know why. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it. The frog one looks kind of cute, though.
I can't gesture with my mouse, but you can see the orb. Look upon the orb, gaze upon the orb, reflect upon the orb, ruminate upon the orb.
At least there's no David Bowie with incredibly high pants.
And there's something there. It's beneath the pulsating arrow. One chair especially stands out. It's the one Elder Thrick made out of human artifacts. The plump elder is speaking to the rest of the council. The sight of so many elders makes something stir within your belly. Not a good something. You feel your docility rising up. Your body starts to cringe and kneel automatically. Shrug off the feeling. I'm not that docile. It's true. Presumably that would be crossed out if you actually had docility. So it doesn't seem like you need to concentrate.
Just shrug it off and I'm fine.
As you study yourself, the conversation below continues. Who cares if there are fewer of us? It's not like we'll all die out. You're going to say something?
No, I said ha.
Ha ha.
As in I'm not docile. Ha ha.
Uh-huh. We can live forever. That's not exactly true. Forever, I said. If we start getting weak, yes, we'll eat the ones who are even weaker, but that's not sustainable. Just want to use this opportunity to just constantly look through the, the bars here. Totally hidden. With stealth. Andrew still definitely isn't looking. Nope.
Oh, yeah, I didn't notice those eyeballs looking right at us.
We'll think of something. There's a lot of dust in this attic. Your nose is tickling.
Focus. Focus. Don't sneeze. Focus.
You gulp and squeeze your lid, successfully repressing a sneeze. I talked about this before last week, I'm pretty sure, but I would have enjoyed a key that I could press to hide the interface in its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably because I'm playing at a 1280 by 720 window for the purposes of this broadcast. We're not having a better look at the art, but, still, why can't this be like a Renpy engine game where I could just, hacha. Beneath you, the elders keep squabbling. Yes, I can clearly tell that they're below me based on this perspective. Below you. The population of Ash is half what it was when I became an elder. Because Atrazil can't keep her scamps alive. I can't keep the monsterlings alive if there are no monsterlings. The vat has been producing fewer and fewer new monsters. The vat is outmoded, obsolete, random. The tub is the only way. Let's see, masterkind. The tub! We can filter the biomass. Use human artifacts as strange attractors. Guide strains of memory to make smarter monsters. Better monsters. Are you two so keen on getting almost murdered again? Because the first time you brought up this tub idea, your friend didn't exactly react well. Atrazil roars, flexing her many claws. Rancid gulps loudly.
Rancid.
You and Rancid slither away, returning to the storage room. Your thoughts return to Ishilt's words about the friend.
That was me. In past life, I'm pretty darn sure of it.
Max brains.
Ah, my brain expands. It hurts.
Not what I expected. They're not one solid group. I mean, you can't make that judgment based on one, piece of a meeting, right? Right?
Yeah.
What they said we should remember for later. They're weaker than they seemed. Still elders strong, but weaker as a group. Good we came. Good we learned. Good we... That's right. Who's ready for monster hot tub streams? Hell yeah. Time for me to rake in that money. To the broad corridor. Go further into the building. I guess.
So broad.
Yeah.
I call it a hallway.
You're halfway through the long corridor again when 3 guards step into view ahead of you. And the adult leading them is...
Oh, businessman.
What are you doing here? Haven't you heard the orders? The citizens of Ash are storming the tethers.
Wait a minute.
He stares at Gory and Rancid.
Since when do we have adolescent guards?
Make a really good lie. Tell him he's imagining them. Freeze up.
There's an option here. I would like to make up a really good lie. But I don't see any of these. None of these are winners. Make up a really good lie.
You step up to Eloth and say something. It took you 1 brains to get through the door here. So you can tell him there have always been adolescent guards and he just never noticed. It's a new initiative of Gradtrag's junior guard trainees. I can't think of a lie.
Let's go with it's Gatrag's initiative.
You tell a surprisingly convincing lie about an experimental program to strengthen your ranks of the most promising adolescents. Eloth's expression softens when you say it was Gradtrag's idea. Again, drawing on Gradtrag.
Yeah. Oh, wooden spoon. Dangerous. He's got a weapon.
Gory nods approvingly. Yes, of course. I knew all about that. Gradtrag tells me everything. I'm totally going to be an elder soon. Behind you, wood scrapes on stone and metal clinks against metal. The guard you left tied to lunchroom is running towards you.
I should have eaten him.
With the adorable guard ribbon. Seen here and also there.
Not nanas.
You! Hey, Isbel, these are intruders. Isbel looks down at Gory. Mock Nander, who was so easy to deal with before, keep quiet, don't antagonize him any further.
And let's just keep quiet.
How's that? Question, why?
Why keep quiet?
Yeah, why?
Mocking him doesn't go down. Actually, I guess mocking him might cause everyone to laugh and think he's joking.
Yeah, how is keeping quiet, like, where do you see the situation going from here is my question.
Don't see it getting any better. No, don't have an answer for you. It's my innate need to keep quiet and carry on. Fine, mock Nanda.
The guards close in on you. Spears out. See, I saved you the brain. I felt like this was gonna happen anyway.
Raise a spear and howl a warning. I'm not gonna lose any docility. So fight the guards while the others flee. Bring it, bitches.
Tackle the nearest guard as you shout for the others to run. Gory,
Spear.
help! Spear! Rancid tries to get behind Nander so Gory can trip him. Not today. Isabel kicks Rancid into a wall. You fall down with 2 spears stuck in your belly. It's painful, even worse, you're lying in an uncomfortable position. No, wait, the spears are worse. Yell at my friends for not running when I told them to. Hold in my irritation.
I'll use my brains to hold in my irritation.
Let's bring you to the council. Ooh, Elof's head there.
Ooh, look at that face. Ugh.
And
Dropped a spoon though.
Yes, where's the spoon?
I made him drop a spoon. It's a little victory, but we'll take it.
Radshrag will want to take a look. So much for the fleeing, everyone. Good job. Be dragged before the Elder Council. Look at how fucking big the elders are compared to the adults. And when you think about it, actually, in this perspective, Gory is fucking tall as this adult here.
I hadn't seen the blue squid thing on the right hand side.
No, it was difficult to see with the bars.
Yeah. Also, like some. Yeah.
The guards take you through a shiny door. The immense council chamber is half full of empty chairs. The few elders are too busy squabbling to notice you at first. We need to find out where these new human artifacts are coming from. That would be nice, but it doesn't really matter. I know an opportunity when I see one. With enough human artifacts, I can train my monsterlings more efficiently. Make them learn my lessons and work together. Ridiculous, your rascals would just break or steal them. Amazingly, I agree with Ishield. Well, does anyone in this room have any better idea to solve this? Who will serve us if Monster Society is destroyed?
Yeah, to explain how well friendship and cooperation has been working out for me.
Elders turn as one and just look at you, and the one that scares you stood the fuck up.
Have you thought about just not being a pack of dicks? Huh?
Nobody says anything for a long moment. Rattrack scratches the side of his face with one claw and stares at you some more. We tried that once. It ended with a lot of murders. Pity, really. Rattrack and Andrew still regard you from the center of the ocean of empty chairs. Tell me, why did you bring those nasties in the room, Eloth? Found them sneaking around the compound, pretending to be guards. They Friedland Diddy were trying to free my ruck, no doubt. We should push them out the plunge.
Keep silent.
No. One of them is the Mercurial. That one has value. You can eat the others. They are of no further use to me. Wanna channel your inner Brit?
Nobody calls my friends of no further use.
I decide when it's time to eat them.
Only I will eat them.
Is that the option you want?
Yep.
Alright. Rattrag chuckles. The low, deep sound rumbles in your bones. The floor shakes beneath your feet. The elders don't seem to notice. Mercurial, are you still going on about that? I thought it was just something made up, like dogs or charity. I feel like I should use a different... I thought that was just something made up, like dogs or charity. The floor shakes again. Rancid whispers to you, "A vault must be getting near." My God, it's so... Incensed. Scowl, you don't need a reminder. Quietly thank Rancid for the information. Pick your nose with a claw.
Pick my nose with a claw.
We've had a lot of options that you encounter regularly in role-playing games where none of the choices feel like they matter. Like, here are 3 options. What's your personal spin you want to take on the choice?
Yep, and this one, I'm just gonna pick my nose.
Ah, got a good one there. Chewy.
Oh.
You must
I didn't say pick and eat.
stall for time. Monstrous nature. Yes, boss, we must fight with words like the adults in the fields. Thanks, Corey. We must tell the other elders that Gradrag and Atrasil are being stupid. But in a smart way. We can talk until they throw us out, and then we'll plunge to our deaths. But we'll try not to do that part. Leave the Mercurial to me. This is the first time adolescents have infiltrated the compound. This Mercurial is dangerous. Let's eat them all, just to be sure. Besides, I'm hungry. You shouldn't eat us because, we're not Monster Feast Tribal. What?
Eating a Mercurial could be dangerous.
Eating a Mercurial could replace your mind with the Mercurials. Think about it. Lydidia's smart to keep her opinion in mind. I'm almost sure it's happened at least once before. A few elders look at each other. It's a trick, but it might be a true trick. Tell you what, Gratrag, you can eat that one if you like. I'm not hungry. Welcome to Let's Get On With It Live. I hope you're all excited, fiendishly so, as we delve into yet another video game together. Ooh. Just imagine, like, my fingers of my numerous arms, like, flexing against one another. Joining me today is my glorious friend, well-liked by all, at least most. It's Dan Taku.
So glad to be here. Always a pleasure to hear you speak. Can't wait for you to narrate the video game to me. Well, it's been 2 hours. I think that's enough for today, right? Woohoo! Got something to do.
So you're saying you don't want to hear that voice the entire time?
The entire time.
That voice isn't taxing for me. I might be able to pull that one out for hours. I first met Dan shortly after his birthday in December of 2016, the year of our Lord. He put names onto pants legs for wrestling tournaments and leagues.
Well, our friendship won't have lasted that long. I like him, but he sounds ridiculous.
Superficial. Jeez. Get together. Now we're going to sit down and play a rousing round of Payday 2. This is the Harvest and Trustee Bank. Please help me. He kicks so much ass. He's so good at video games, but he sounds so annoying.
I'm so good at video games.
Oh, look at me fly through this level. Don't worry, I'll free you from custody.
Hold this bag, Dad. It's okay. I'll be right back with more.
You take care of this. I'll go rescue the others. Away! I go as a wild ass into the desert to carry forth my work.
Oh.
What?
Mm.
Alright, let me get back to monsters. That's right, Arcane Rogue. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. We shouldn't eat them, but we shouldn't give our old friend to Gradrag either. Give them all to me. I'll put them in the tick tank until they learn to behave. You shouldn't trust Aprasil. She's even more incompetent than me. Okay, let Lindiddy handle this. Mock Atrasil for letting adolescents raid her coop repeatedly. Tell them Atrasil is addicted to human artifacts, and this is a trick for her to get more.
Oh. I like both option 2 and number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think 3. Is she addicted? She definitely likes it, but don't all monsters seem to like it? Meanwhile, she is absolutely having her thing raided all the time. Go for the artifacts. Sow some discontent amongst the council.
I'm not addicted. Educating you nasty is a draining job. Still, you do keep a lot of artifacts. You could at least share. Enough since I was chosen to lead the council. When you overpowered us all, you mean? Just the fucking noble face of disdain there. I am not striped like a bumblebee. You take that back. That's exactly correct. You chose not to die opposing me, so here I am. As leader of the council, I demand the Mercurial. No, because... Tell everyone Gradtrag is manipulating them. I mean, it feels like they would know that anyway. Tell them how Gradtrag's plans have failed before.
Yeah, how they failed before.
The Mercurial, the tub. How many failures until you peers realize how incompetent you are? Gradtrag bristles at this. How do you know that? He looks you up and down, quirking the edges of his massive mouth. A guard arrives carrying a heavy bucket. Someone called for snacks, Elder? Read the room, buddy. Read the fucking room. Gonna need you to fucking... Oh, maybe it's not snack time. Maybe, just...
Maybe I'll come back later.
A morsel tries to clamber out of the bucket, but can't manage to do it. The slowest and the weakest. So do we improve the stock. These snacks are part of what's hurting our monsterling numbers, you know. But since they're here, I suppose. You know what? Maybe he did read the room correctly. Everyone's just got food break. The elders grab morsels from the bucket, even Atrasil asks one. Join the snacking, tell them they should let the morsels live and grow, attack and stop them from eating the morsels.
One seems like a death wish. They're not going to listen to me telling me that the morsels should live and grow.
I mean,
but
yeah, even
anyway.
Atrasil, said, we shouldn't eat them, but they're already here, so let's eat. I demand more morsels.
Tell them they should just let the morsels live and grow.
You explain to them that you have been a weak morsel and also a strong morsel. You touch on diversity. Yes, biodiversity, but the tub will make up for that. You point out how even the weakest morsel can become a strong morsel eventually. Like Jaraka, that goo-burping fool was actually a good fighter. You begin to sense that you're losing the hungry crowd as you get into such details. The elders continue to chew and swallow morsels. All right, good talk, right? Is that enough discussion for everybody? What are we going to do then? We voting on this as Gradtrag just deciding like usual? These youngsters seem very sensible. That sounds promising. Eat Gradtrag. Or Atrasil. Honestly, I can't stand any of you anymore. Seriously, though. The Mercurial is wise beyond one lifetime, which I suppose makes sense. Would we eat Gradtrag if we all did it together? I am surrounded by fools. Shut it, Gradtrag. There's better the arguments of this interloping youth. The floor shakes again. This time it doesn't subside right away. The music's also been, pretty good in how it's, changed and shifted over the course of story time.
Yeah.
What's happening? They're cutting the ropes! Elders, this is bad! Back away with my friends. If they cut too many ropes, the whole tethers could fall! I don't have any wings! Oh no! Let us abandon this fruitless argument for the moment. We must make haste. Let's get out of here. Everyone, to the elevator!
That one hurts.
This one's for free, everyone. Hate! Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live.
Also, the face on the shark guard is delightful.
It really is. That's the one that you lied to about the secrets to elderhood.
Yeah, I was quite happy when he popped back up. Oh, he's still around. He may as well get all the way up.
You stumble to the floor. Oh no! Elof! The world is trembling. The empty chairs rattle and bounce all around you. Then everything falls down. No! The Elder Vader has been to save us! Next chapter. Hey,
Ooh, chapter 11.
hey guys, the lighting here's... We good?
We may have made a boo-boo.
Falling, I'm falling. Experience a painful dream. Are you ready to experience a painful dream, Dano?
Let me take a breath first. Okay. Is
In
painful
your
dream a
dream.
nightmare?
Everything is red. Like Rancid's sweater, like the face of a monster you know, just plain red.
Like Rancid sweater.
You remember the warmth of Rancid's nest of yarn. The world surrounding you is colder and sharper. In your dream, a monster screams as the world falls down. It's Eloth, it's Elder Thrick, it's me.
Ooh. Ooh. It's me. That sounds fun.
It's you, screaming in many different voices, all of them your own, as the world dies again and again. Was that a memory? You wake up, you're covered in heavy rubble. Above you, someone is digging. Never a bad moment to take a nap.
Well, I could just stay here for a little while. Free myself. Get my ass up.
I mean, let's face it, it's probably me. You push yourself upwards, moving away the debris. Max guts. You haven't had any aging spots yet. You strain your muscles like never before, and they're already healing as you reach the light. A green paw clasps yours and helps pull you up. Boss! You're alive! He grabs you.
Relax.
He gives you a
Relax,
quick
bro.
hug and resumes digging again nearby. The world is a jagged pile of debris and ruined buildings. Frenzied adults fight each other over broken mannequins. Apparently, all these fuckers had been so beaten down and downtrodden by the elders, they didn't really have the brains to resist this frenzy. The tethers fell on half of Ash. You weren't the only one buried. Help me find the others. Throw yourself into it and dig. Just while the relax, take stock of the situation first.
Just throw myself into digging.
You dig through what remains of the council compound looking for your friends. Familiar blue paw emerges from the wreckage and grabs your ankle. Kick the ankle grabber away.
Call Gory for help.
Gory runs to you. He grabs the blue monster's arm and pulls up. Linditti's eyes emerge from the rubble.
Use my flesh.
Linditti's paw touches and clasps yours as you uncover her. She nods to you with a small smile. Gory digs around Linditti to help her get free. Stay right there. Ruck and Rancid are still missing. How dare he tell you what to do, or that's a great idea, and the right idea, Gory.
Yeah, just use the brains.
Gory shoots you a grin. Gory hops over a line of broken rocks and starts rooting around on the other side. Linditti claps herself with her paws, raising a cloud of red and gray. Inhale the dust. Wave your paws and walk the dust away. Slump down and let the cloud make me dull and dusty.
Let's just inhale the dust.
I was suffocating down there, glad to breathe open air again, no matter how dusty. Before that, I was floating, free fall, the humans used to call it, falling along with the tethers. Then, well, everything hit everything else. So
You need to get everyone else.
Linditti nods. I found them! I found them! Gory returns with Ruck in tow. Ruck spits out a rock.
Yay!
Two adolescents guide you to another rock pile. Ruck's cage door, bent and broken, juts from the top. A red thread is caught in the twisted metal remnants.
A red thread, you say?
The unraveled thread forms a path. Linditti cocks her head and listens. I hear that invisible red threads connect those destined to meet.
Just roll with it.
I've learned to trust those voices. Trust your voice for the others. Speculate about whether she's just using voice as a way to justify her own strange ideas. See what Ruck has to say.
Just use your brains. Speculate. Expand my own brains.
And then he considers your words and looks interested, but you're not sure she likes what you said. Let's go look and then help. Gory moves some bricks aside and stops. Gory pokes at a twitching orange limb. That's not rancid. No time for you, sorry. Help?
Leave the stranger behind.
Not help.
Yeah, I'm good on everything else. No, leave the stranger behind.
We need to find Rancid. We have 0 Rancids right now. We need more than that. He pulls at the thread, following it onward. You follow Gory as he follows the thread across what remains of the city of Ash. To downtown. Forge a path through the rubble. The battling adults seem too busy to notice your passage through the ruins. Yes, but let's be quick anyway. Stick to the shadows.
Let's be quick anyway.
You make rapid progress across the rubble, though you have to move around a few crevasses in the floor of the cavern. Crevasses? What do you mean? Is it not like crevices? It looks like the impact of the tethers broke open weak places beneath Ash without regard for streets or buildings. You can feel heat rising from deep down, the dry mineral heat of magma. Or maybe it's lava. You can't remember the difference between the two. Magma, lava, it's all convection either way. You'll get cooked. Although this is a video game, maybe you won't get cooked. What do the voices in your head say, Lindity? Gory pulls the next length of the red woolen thread out of the dust and gravel. I'm not sure this is what the voices meant, but whatever works. You come upon a group of monsters fighting over more of the human mannequins. You can get some brains, some malice to throw a rock to hurt someone. Stay serene without visiting further unnecessary violence on anyone. Keep out of reach of badly aimed claws and sharp, wicked teeth.
Let's just keep out of the way. Keep out of reach.
You have to lean and scoot back a few times. They're not very good fighters, but they're giving it everything they have. A familiar adult screams in the center of the mob. Gods! Gods to me! Where are you? Oh, Ruck! His gaze moves to the rest of the group. Lindali! That's not her name, by the way. And what was it, Gobclaws? And you! You! The shape of a yoke that breaks necks, silencing the traffic between heart and brain. I'll eat your brain, Eloth, if you have one. Pull up your claws, you slime bully. Why are you threatening Eloth? He taught me to fight and he doesn't seem so bad. Gory, no, he'll tear you apart. Gory turns to you with a pleading expression. Have you forgotten what he did to us?
There's no time for this. We need to find Rancid.
Gory dismisses your call for haste, waving his paws as if to shoo you away. I haven't forgotten what he did to me. Gory marches directly toward Eloth. Gory steadies himself. Eloth snorts and raises his claws. Eloth roars and swats at Gory, ignoring you completely. You gotta let. You tried to have Gory have teaching moments earlier, and Gory clearly disagreed with you about this one.
Yep, so give Gory a chance to show his skills.
Eloth lifts up 2 of his feet, balancing on his back leg, and tries to stomp Gory. Gory barely dodges. Eloth looks from Gory to you, raising all 3 of his paws, claws extended.
Step in at this.
Now stick to your guns here and stay out of this.
Yeah, don't engage.
You stay back. Gory jumps in and catches a claw to the belly for his trouble. Eloth roars and hunches forward, lumbering in his direction. Lumbering your direction.
Keep attention on me while Gory trips him. Yeah, try and keep it attention on me while Gory trips him.
It works perfectly. Eloth falls on his own eye stalk with a yelp. Eloth picks up a small rock in one paw and a big rock in the other 2. 2 can play at that game. Pick a rock. 3 can play at that game. Pick a rock. Have Gory do the same. Get ready to dodge.
You know what? Work with Gory. We all pick up a rock. It's a standoff.
Elok tries to beam you with a rock while you're bending down, but Gory hits him instead. Elok shrieks and whirls around, dancing from foot to foot to foot, charging at Gory.
Okay, then we're going to use brains, and we are going to yell for Gory to duck, and then we're going to tackle Elok full force.
Yep. Elok trips over Gory, then you knock him into several sharp rocks. Elok collapses to the ground. Victory! Oh, kill me! I'll do anything you want. I'll be your slave. I'll give you the heap. I'll let you eat all my guards. So the bully is brought low and changes his spots.
I'm just going to stay quiet. Yeah, stay quiet.
In the name of your victims and also of bullied monsters everywhere, I accept your surrender and your servitude. It almost looks like Gory is holding up something here. I know it's like
It does,
building.
doesn't it? Hold out a cane.
With which to whip. You shall call me Sir Gory the Wise, or simply Sir for short. Gory helps Elof back to his feet. Elof blinks and scratches his head. Everybody takes a moment to gather themselves. You knock some rock dust off your head as Gory performs some stretches. Ruck makes a small stack of pebbles while Lindiddy does a little pacing. Elof just stays out of everybody's way.
Close my eyes for a moment.
Micro nap. Gory finishes his stretches, wobbles a bit, and falls over his sleeve. Ruck swallows some of their pebbles, then kicks the rest of the pile apart. Good push to get rancid, everyone. Lindiddy scrounges for food in the rubble while you rest a little longer. You fall asleep. When you awaken, Lindiddy has returned with an armload of plump vegetables scavenged from shattered food stalls. You'll let Elofs have some of the food? You know, to reduce some of your zero greed and thinking about all the great things Elof did for you?
I'm just going to ignore him and eat my fill.
So you'll have to ask Sir if you want any food. Elof stares at the food and raises one claw as if to say something.
Oh, that makes me feel bad. Look at him. Please, sir, I have a spoon.
Lindiddy and Gory glare at Elof until he gets the hint and slinks away. You and 8 flesh, 3 guts. You and Gory fill up on gourds and carrots. I didn't want to fight Elof, but that doesn't mean I want him around. He's no threat now. Without the council, the heap guards won't obey him.
We did the right thing. Let's go. We're going to eat him.
Gory
we don't eat
pouts in
monsters.
your general direction. Okay, break's over. Let's go rustle up a ransom. You return to your search, following the thread to the ruins. The Blair. You follow the thread of Rancid's sweater through the front of a half-collapsed house and find Atrasil sitting on the floor. Hey, Rancid. Hey, Rancid's house. Hey, Atrasil. Atrasil holds Rancid in her paws. Yep, definitely holding. Elder shakes the mimic like a broken doll. Rancid is nearly shapeless. Again! Do it again! Rancid contorts to resemble something like a small human dummy. You are my little human doll. I will never let you go.
Kick your ass.
I think she's lost it. How can we get Rancid free?
I'm going to use guts and try and snap her out of her. A mighty roar.
You roar. Lindiddy and Gory cringe, but Atrasil ignores you. Shaking Rancid again, causing Rancid, the smaller monster, to squeal in agony. Atrasil's brain is
my friend.
melting. It's clear because her stomach has melted so many plastic human babies. She will swallow Rancid next. We can't fight her. She's too strong. But look at that wall. I bet we can knock it over from the other side. Too dangerous to Rancid. How about if I distract her? I made a sort of human while you were foraging. I think it's almost art.
Try Rook's sort of human plan.
Ruck takes a small figurine of gravel and compressed slime out of their mouth. The statue is a crude imitation of an actual human artifact. Yet, you feel a moment of calm. It's almost like looking at a real one. You know, I think this is art. They sound so proud. Ruck holds the statue up before Atrasil. Atrasil, drop Rancid and I'll give you this. Atrashil stares at the
nod.
statue and releases Rancid from her paws. The elder charges Ruck, her eyes fill with hunger. Atrashil's answering roar shakes the ruined house and echoes from the farthest walls at Ash Cavern. Elder rises slowly to her feet, shifting her bulk to keep the bedraggled Rancid in her shadow. Freeze and panic, duck behind the biggest rock you find, or fight, 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 blood, 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 fight, blood, fight, blood.
Fight and blood, I think.
Atrashil hits you and sends you flying into a wall. -4 flesh, -1 guts. Boop.
Okay.
Wobbles towards you, shaken but alive. Atrashil turns eyes wide, nostrils flare. Humans! We lost the humans! I want them now! Not enough courage to calmly explain things to her, let her knock you around until she tires herself out. Distract her from her rage with a funny joke.
Let's try and go with the guts.
You tell Atrashil about Sani's secret stash. No! That was our secret. Really, Rancid? Really?
Now? Really? Would you
Your
like to go
secret-
back to being shaken like a little...
You keep humans from me? Wait, I can be patient. Take me to them. Please. Hope Atrashil regain
Help her regain her composure.
Mock her for being so weak and needy. You will not speak to me like that. I will not have it. The rage is draining from her eyes. This fighting has to stop, or even those hidden humans won't be safe. Then he gazes into the distance, listening. Atrashil stares down at her. After a long silence, Lindidi takes a deep breath. I have an idea. Ring your bell, Elder. What? Why? You raised the adults in the city when they were monsterlings, right? Almost every one that whole time I had to keep myself from eating them. Wore me down, little one. More than you'd know.
Yeah, use the bottom one.
You start to relate the tale of your exile to the Sharps. Atrashil glares down at you. Do you mind if I finish what I was saying before you make it be about you, boss?
Whoa, okay.
There you go. You set your brain on fire to fucking inject yourself into this. You sit back as Lindidi turns to face Atrashil again. And while you suffer for them, you used your bell to summon them to the stone stump table. Every day you rang your bell and they knew it was time to eat. They knew they were safe and about to be fed. And they lived. They made it. They're only here now thanks to you. You and your hard work. You and your bell. I mean, you're fucking...
I know it's down.
Yeah, you're fucking just spiked out of this earlier, so fucking
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm gonna stay. Yeah.
Atrashil blinks. She stares down at Lindidi. Talk to them. Tell them to stop fighting. Lindidi points at the bell. Hearing this again will get their attention. I'm sure of it. Atrashil taps her claws against her belly. Ragshrag may have been right about you. You have a certain wisdom. So you either spin brain, or take credit for this plan since you're the boss. You can't just say, fuck this shit. Fucking
Yeah.
goodbye.
Just let them really close the deal.
You'll talk to them then? Gory points to the middle of the chaos. Some platforms around the fringe of the tether still stand higher than the city. We can speak from that sturdy tower.
What tower? Oh, that one there? Where? Good idea, Gory. Sure. Why not?
Everyone will hear you if you climb up there. Your group sets up for the high ground. Climb the ruined platforms. Better go one at a time. See if it holds up. Okay. You climb. And climb.
I'm most.
You mostly climb and climb. These ladders look shorter from below. At the bottom, the others squabble over who should go next. You can barely hear them. Eventually, you reach the top. It's not level, but it feels stable underneath your feet. Someone is sitting here, looking down the ruins of Ash. It's gone. Everything I built is gone. Ragshrag turns and looks down at you.
Meet his eyes.
Huge Elder trembles and sags for a moment, grunting as he puts weight on his arm. Sit beside me. We can talk. Pats a stone beside him.
I'm gonna stay watchful and wary.
What? You're not going to take a rest? What? Who are you and what have
Nope.
you done with it?
I don't trust this man.
Ratrek doesn't try anything. He just sits there. You stay vigilant, but are able to recover a bit of your energies. Who's talking up there? Is it okay for me to come up? Ratrek smiles sadly. No interruptions now. With a swipe of his claws, he rips the ladder free of its anchors. Finally! Someone fucking removes one of these ladders. It's one of the most intelligent creatures that we've met. Thank you. Gory yelps, you hear scrabbling claws and clattering rocks.
Look first, please.
You glance over the ledge, staying just outside of Gratrek's reach. Gory didn't fall all the way. The next ladder down is still intact and Rancid caught him. Everyone is still coming up, though they might have trouble with the last part.
Well, he's fine. Sit back and relax a little more.
I want to talk privately for a moment. See, this is the kind of thing none of you understand. You see me drop the ladder and assume I'm trying to kill someone.
Stay silent.
But that's not why I did it. Their deaths are not an end, just a means. Dropping that ladder solves a problem and buys me time. Time to talk to you. My old friend.
Just listen. He's doing his monologue.
Fucking T-Rex arms, by the way. It must be difficult to operate when you got this massive bulk and then just... Suppose he manages with a mouth that can apparently swallow you whole in one bite. Long ago, I had a plan. It was a good plan. It involved a tub, but you disagree. So I solved the problem. But someone took your mercurial body to the vat. Atrasil, I suspect. He leans closer to you, steadying himself with a shuffle of massive feet.
Ask how long ago that was.
A little over 100 years ago, if I've counted my winters right. It was difficult to keep proper records at first. And time went by, and I shaped a pile of broken rubble into a city of sorts. I made progress, I experimented, I found things, I put monsters in the right positions. Miller looks at what's left of downtown far below and sighs, I'll simply have to restart the whole thing. Sometimes monsters got in the way, so they had to go, and they did. It was easy. Unlike you, they didn't come back. You should have been like them. You should have stayed dead. Good to confirm, by the way, the mouth behind the head doesn't go all the way back, but
yeah,
how does this work?
It's like a mutated Pac-Man with like weird little legs and oh no, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Ratrek rises, his maw begins to split fully open. When you think about it, like, yeah, this is where it opens, and just like it's like one of those like eggs you get from like a little machine you insert like a coin into, and you pop it open. There's like a little prize or candy inside. That's just his entire body.
He's a gift. Oh,
Ratrek's roar is so loud it hurts your ears. The rest of the council was right. This obsession with you is unhealthy. I see that now. It's time to delete you from the equation, my friend. Well, presumably he has a way in order for you to stay permanently dead. Ratrek opens his maw wide enough to bite you in half. Oh, good. It's nice to actually have a fight with an elder instead of Atrasil just bonking you upside the head.
Stay out of the reach of the huge mouth. It's been said several times that at least once he could eat me whole, so.
Ratrek stumbles toward you, but you stay out of the way. His missing eyes make him easier to dodge. Apparently missing eyes. Ratrek jabs with his stick legs while blocking with his only intact upper arm. I mean, he definitely did look wounded, but it was difficult for me to fully tell everything.
And we back and forth and dodging some more.
Ratrek growls. He fails to connect with any attack. Ratrek turns his back plates to you and leaps with great force. claw him between the plates he gets close, trip him off the edge of the platform, let him hit me, find an opportunity in the moment of impact.
Let's just use our brains on this one. Off you go.
It almost worked. You claw Gratrag mercilessly while he catches himself. He starts to say something, shakes his head, and comes at you with his mouth open wide. I'm so tired. Let him bite me. Lost tongue. I've totally got the timing down now. Yeah, I remember. I remember how well that idea
No,
worked.
fall into that. And trip him and make him bite the platform instead of my flesh.
Teeth break and a horrible burbling shriek makes the entire platform vibrate. Rytrug fades back, clutching at his face. It was like this when we were evenly matched. In the beginning, you could always beat me. Your heart was in every fight. My heart, my guts aren't committed. I'm only strong because I have the body of an elder. Rytrug staggers away from you. I suppose this is goodbye forever, though. One more loose end. Rytrug turns his back on the edge of the platform and shakes himself. He seems stronger than he did a moment ago. I still think of you as a friend, you know. And friends should stick together. You hear claws on stone from off to one side. Someone scrambles up over the edge of the platform.
No.
Rytrug reaches out for your shoulder.
Dodge?
It's too late! His claws clamp down on you. The elder concentrates. He steps backwards, dragging you after him.
Pull away with all my might.
Pull and pull, but his claws remain clamped on your shoulder. The slight delay from your pulling gives the newcomer a chance to get close. It's Ruck! As Rytrug back foot finds empty space, his face grows eerily calm. He leans. No! Won't happen! Ruck pounces on Gratrag's arm, knocking you loose. Rytrug starts to fall.
Go. Ruck? You got this?
Tepid praise. What? Rytrug opens one eye. Hello again. I like fair fights. This looks pretty fair to me. The two monsters tumble into space. Ruck looks up at you. Your eyes meet for what seems like a very long time. And then they are gone. Oh, there's everyone else. I mean, everyone we've met survived the fall from Tethers, right? So, I mean, it's gonna be fine. This wasn't as tall as the Tethers was. Deal with it. Rytrug and Ruck fell. Neither survived the impact.
Oh.
Even their strength was not enough. Everyone tried, but no one could find a trace of life. You all went back down there and then came back up here.
That made me sad.
No, my oldest enemy is gone, but so is my oldest friend.
Yeah, so is my oldest friend.
I believe it, but I don't like it. I believe it, but I don't like it. I believe it, but I don't like it. Gory flexes his claws, then sinks them into your leg.
Let him grieve.
His claws don't really hurt. Then he twists her head back and forth, skewing her eyes every which way. Rancid kicks a small chunk of rubble off the edge of the platform. They glance at you resentfully. Adderstill puts a paw on your shoulder and guides you away from the adolescents. Gory and Lindetti converse in low tones, but their voices rise as they speak. Always stopped the bullies from beating me up. Didn't like when fights were fair. Scraps can still pass along to future. Sure there's no Gratrag mixed in. Gory hangs his head and Lindetti gives him a hug. You are a leader. You are their leader. Noting how game really puts in how the elders just loom. That includes over you too, as Adderstill just talks down to you. Choke down the sorrow for now and lead your coterie. They need to hear words. Words I don't have.
Go take a deep breath and give a speech to my friends.
Your friends stop reminiscing and look up at you expectantly. They are the coterie.
An exceptional group of exceptional monsters.
You continue your speech. They are your friends.
The third option. But we're gonna go with
You mastered the metric system. You've mastered the metric system. Escape thee.
bound by our oddness. Yeah, bound by your oddness, made me odder by your bonds.
You keep
Bunch of
speaking.
weirdos.
Look at where they are right now.
On top of everything, still working together.
And it's not over yet, Snake.
There's nothing you cannot do if you continue to work together.
Except for bringing Ruck back.
Shush.
The tub.
I can put a tub! A magical tub!
Lily sniffs and reaches up to wipe a tear from one of her eyes. Gory leans back, almost falls and sits down. He's sniffling too. I suppose I do have a few words. Coterie! Remember you're a coterie. I've never seen a group like yours. Only gangs and gang leaders. Slugoff was one of the good ones, if you can believe that. Were the farmers in the trough too beaten to stand up for themselves? Elder turns to Lindiddy. You impose order. You measure and you innovate. You might be what Ash needs to repair the present. Elder turns to Gory. You see things. Some are not real, but they could be. You might be what Ash needs to find the future. Elder turns to Rancid. I don't like you, but I respect what you can do. You go where you need to go and do what you need to do. Elder looks down, down, down to the rubble below. And Ruck, brave, spirited. An artist not afraid to fight. A warrior not afraid to create. The Elder turns to you. Independent. Low docility score. Your courage ignites a flame to warm others. A bonfire in the coldness of night. She sighs. Generous. Low greed score. Your generosity is unmonstrous. You kindle the same in the hearts of your friends. A safe light in dangerous places. She sighs. Each of them gets a blurb and you're getting multiple blurbs. Clearly, that means you are the boss. Kind. Low malice score. Your kindness is greater even than my own. You show others the way. A beacon in the darkness. She sighs. You are the mud and slime and sand between the stones of a great wall. There's a crisis. Ruck would act. The Elder takes a breath. I am older even than Gratrag. I have lost so many who could have been my coterie. Adrasil points at a group of fighting monsters down the city. Then another, and another, and another. If we don't act soon, they're going to tear each other apart, too badly to heal. They will murder and consume each other. Survivors will be ferals, and nothing more. What's left of Ash will be gone forever, bad and good. Lindiddy nods. There's work to do. Lindiddy holds up an object made from Rancid's red thread, a plastic jug, and some wood. I made this. Gory speaks hardly above a whisper. A booming, conical speculator. Lindiddy smiles sadly. Idiot. It's a megaphone. She clamps the device to an upjutting stone close to Adrasil's mouth. Ring the bell, Elder. Adrasil takes a long breath. Lindiddy and Gory hold theirs.
Hold mine.
Most of the monsters below turn their heads in unison. Many of the monsters are silent, but a few voices rise up speaking the same word. Food. 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 Food.
Food?
Food.
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 Food. Food. Food. Attend me, all my nasties. Her voice is everywhere, near and far, carried by the megaphone. The ripple of food cries dies down, echoes for a moment, then leaves quiet in its wake. All the monsters of Ash have stopped fighting. They're all looking up. Someone throws a rock at someone else. Ow, quit it! Almost all of them have stopped fighting. Hundreds upon hundreds of monsters watch Atracil. This is not the time for fighting. A few monsters close to the base of the platform pile, repeat the Elder's words. You must rest and recover, not battle each other. A few more monsters begin to chant along with the Elder. This rubble is a great napping pit. And what is the rule? What's the rule, everyone?
No fighting in the napping pit.
All the monsters of Ash. No fighting in the napping pit. All my nasties. My children of the coop. I like this broken bubble over here. I know it's not actually broken because the tower's in the way.
Oh, God, yeah.
The display in this game, like the art, has just been stellar the entire way through. The Elder Council failed every single one of you. No fighting in the napping pit. I have failed you. Before any of you were spawned in the vat, there was no place to grow. A war of all monsters against all others. I took on the task of making you safe. I protected you from each other. It was their job to rule from on high, to give you places to go when you were strong enough to survive. We made a city from what the humans left behind in this wonderful cavern of ash. But we all failed. I failed, the council failed, Gratchrag failed, we failed you. Young ones were enslaved to farm in the trough or dig in the heap. Feral gangs roamed the sharps, eating the young I was not able to save in time. Some I exiled from my coop, making things worse instead of better. Our city was large, but it was stretched too thin to really contain our monstrous natures. The coop should have taught you to be generous, to be kind, to be bold. In all three of these things, I failed. Atracil falters for a moment, but now it is all changing. If you want it to change. Atracil tips the small end of the megaphone in your direction. That is all I have. No more words from me. I've heard you speak and speak well. It's not my place to tell them what is to be. I am a teacher. I am a caretaker. You are a leader. The next century is in your paws. Be careful with it. You take hold of the megapone. The megapony. You feel...
nervous and a little scared.
Every eye in the city is looking up at you. You find yourself thinking and talking about your own flaws, your own mistakes. You speak about greed, how monsters always want more than others, or just want everything.
We can overcome greed.
You explain that it's natural to want things, and sometimes it's all right to want more than anyone else gets. You continue with the assertion that wanting is all right, but acting on that one is where troubles begin. You tell a little story about saving Gub Gubba from being eaten by other monsterlings. You explain that Gub Gubba always wanted more, but he didn't try to take it all. You speak of being enthralled by your own hunger during your exile in the Sharps, following the scent of cheese to a confrontation. You tell them how Slughouse Trap caught you so easily because your greed was stronger than your spirit. You conclude your point. Greed...
Greed isn't bad. It's giving into it what's caused the problems.
Monsters turn to each other and discuss what you've said. Some of them argue, but most of them are hanging on your every word. It's easier to talk now that you've gotten going. Your words turn to malice, the second monstrous instinct. How monsters all feel the desire to inflict pain from time to time.
We can put Miles aside when we need to.
You explain that nobody needs to hurt another monster unless they're fighting in self-defense. Even then, there's no need to take pleasure in the other monster's pain. You tell them how Ruck wanted only fair fights and how your friend despised bullying.
Choke up a little at the thought of Rook.
You remind the monsters that resisting malice will make them stronger, and
When they can trust each other and work together, a better world can be made.
more discussions break out among the monsters of ash below. A few fists are swung and feet are stepped on. They grow quiet again and turn back as you begin to speak again. The words spill out of you as you think about your lives. You talk about the hostility, how monsters will often go along with whatever a bigger monster says, or simply lays about all night and day.
They'll never make themselves better if they just let things happen.
You recall boulder monsters always yelling and ordering others around all the way down to the least little monster link. But might is not right. Elders don't know everything and their mistakes multiply when nobody speaks up. Atrasil beside you hangs her head low. You tell them how you held on to your last scrap of dignity when your hunger led you into Slugoff's trap in the Sharps. You describe fighting Elof when you were brought to the heap. He couldn't crush your spirit, only your flesh. Totally fought him. You speak of the hopeless faces you saw in the streets of Ash, and how as you look down on many of the same faces, you now see hope. You include this part of the speech with an exhortation. Monsters should.
Stand up for each other because might and right are not the same.
A number of the monsters in the crowd below start cheering for you. Some of them wave their arms over their heads.
I could have done better.
I believe you. I still have no idea what to do. Me neither. This isn't about carrots or buckets. Every monster turns to argue with every other monster. Their discussions grow heated, but they're talking. They're not fighting. They're using words, not claws. You suddenly feel immensely tired. Atrasil looks at you and sighs happily.
How'd I do?
She whispers to you, "When I heard Gradtrag asking about the Mercurial, small hope was born in my heart. You have become that hope and overcome all three of the monster's flaws. In a way, you are my first true success, but in spite of me, not because of me. You've inspired those below. You've inspired your friends. You've inspired me." You start to think of more things to say, but you're getting more tired by the moment. Atrasil swings the small end of the megaphone to her own face. She speaks with enthusiasm to the monsters below, but you can barely hear her. Nearly collapsed in the cold, hard stone, Lindidia and Gore join you and help you stay on your feet. You are so very tired. You and your friends huddle together on the ledge. Atrasil's words become faint, distant buzzing. Lindidia says something too, but you can't make out her words either. Close your eyes for a moment, then jerk awake. You look down on your arms. At your arms, even. There are new gray spots in your skin. You sleep. Damn it, you still have guts, no matter what. Chapter 12. The end. Reflect. Time to have a good reflection, Dan. Oh. You sleep for a long time. Longer than you can remember.
Is this what becomes before my next life?
You're not sure. You've never felt quite like this before. You don't feel tired or alert. You don't feel pain or comfort. You don't feel anything at all.
Think?
You think hard for a minute. You're probably alive. Aside that, you can't tell anything. Your first thought, and you don't know how long, sparks the sound of a familiar voice. I hope Lindidia is right. Sooner is better. Your next thought is far later than the first. How long has it been? It's a lively debate. Everyone will come around to my side, which is that of wisdom and justice. Anyway, that's how I lost my third eye for good. But at least they're listening to me now. Come back to us soon, okay? The gray edges of the world close around you. Again, you sleep for a time.
Days?
The world feels cool, soothing. I promised everyone you'll be back, but the voices didn't tell me so. It's just supposition. To keep others confident, I'm just adopting the things that Grattrack said. Repeating Grattrack's words doesn't feel right, but there are so many challenges. Faith in you helps everyone overcome those challenges. We're starting to change things, though. Your speech, you helped us do something about greed.
Think about whatever I was giving.
A lot of monsters with something to spare are doing just that. Sparing it, I mean, contributing to a fund for monsters in need. When someone is hurt too badly to heal normally, we feed them with that. And nobody's even tried to steal the stockpile. Adra says it's unprecedented. You should bring enough snacks to get through your shift, but here. Thanks, you're the best. I know it. Feel bubbles pass through you and pop as they reach the cool air above. Whoa, is that what the old ones are talking about? I think it's just a little hot air.
Just relax.
That's what I meant. Ha! You're terrible, I know it. You slow minutes pass. All you hear is the sound of someone chewing. Nobody came this year. Too busy, I guess. I wish I was important enough to be too busy for something. We had back on patrol before Yakri notices. You hear a door close, a latch clicks. You're alone. Aren't you?
Aren't I?
Sorry I was late. I really am busy.
Rancid, can you hear me?
Everything grows hazy, your vision blurs again, but you're still conscious. Rancid speaks, but you can't make out the words. Their voice has a rhythm to it, like a beating heart. Manage to focus your attention again after how long? You're not sure, but Rancid is still talking. There are things to do. There are people to hunt. But not as many as before, thanks to your teachings. Malice is less of a thing.
Think about whether I was kind.
Monsters can still be cruel, but they don't go out of their way to do it. Mostly. Lindidian, you remember Biri Biri? Do you remember Biri Biri? All right. They started a hospital for the hurt and sick. Some monsters just show up to help out there. So it's better now. It's a kinder world. Not perfect, but better. The slithering sound echoes from unseen walls. You're alone. For real this time. What was that?
What was that?
What was what? What? Just bubbles. They don't mean anything.
Gory, can you hear me?
That was me, Gory. Rancid, I'm so glad to see you. I wanted to be here, you know, just in case. Humans love nice round numbers. I bet we learned that from them. The gray intrudes as your mind falls into a minuscule nap.
Just listen.
You jerk awake almost instantly.
I don't mind them.
There it was again, the bubbles. All of that about
Oh.
numbers is true, but it still feels good to be here again.
Just relax.
Despite everything, I don't have anywhere to be for a change. You? I have to get back to the front soon. They can't read my maps. I had that emergency meeting to convene. Council can't read my maps either?
Rancid has become beautiful.
You saying Rancid wasn't beautiful before? That's what you're saying.
It's even more beautiful now. Just listen.
Rancid chuckles. You lose track of their words and have a long, pleasant dream. It's funding, always funding. To reach high, you have to dig deep. You miss it.
Yeah, I miss it too. Don't know what we're talking about, but I do.
When we could, just roar and show our teeth and everyone fell into line. That speech, remember? It inspired a lot of us to be bold, be brave, to shrug off docility.
We were brave?
When the council elders came out of hiding, we didn't back down. Sent them packing. Hunted them. Oh no! You little ones, you can't hunt me! Yeah, it was a good day. When the ambassadors came from Znak, that could have gotten much worse. It's still pretty bad. Sure, but there's hope. We're up to the challenge. It was never that easy, though. How many did you have to hunt down? Nobody speaks for a while. Nobody moves. You're sure you're not asleep. You can hear them all breathing, sitting quietly, thinking their thoughts. Let's hope it doesn't get so bad again. Agreed. Agreed, I brought a gourd of 6 spices. You still like it? I sure do. Sound of the cork echoes in silence. To friendship! Glug glug. To loyalty! Glug glug. To those who are no longer here. Glug 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 glug. Hey, don't slug off it all. I was drinking extra on behalf of our many missing friends, thank you very much. A brief silence stretches out before, finally breaking when someone burps. I'll drink to that. Glug, glug, glug. Now who's hogging it? Hogging what? All I see here is an empty gourd. Knocking. The door latch. Is everything all right? Your people are doing good work here, Supervisor. Thank you. Do I smell cinnamon? Probably your imagination. All right, I had to get back to the complex, much as I'd like to stay. See you next year. Maybe. Maybe.
Go to sleep.
You surrender to the fatigue suffusing your substance. A nutmeg, wasn't it? Don't you have a roster to review? Understood, I'm going. I wonder what happens if I... Drip, drip, shake, drip, drip. What are you doing? Your world is warm red spice. You have a dream about a meadow in the sharps. A purple beetle speaks to you with Gory's voice. A feral adult is violent, but you escape. Time falls away behind you. Fly lands on you, or you eat a fly, you're not sure. 2 monsters have a screaming argument in the hall and start laughing. More time passes and you dream again. Sunlight warms you. No, it feels different.
How?
It's smaller than the sun, but not a fire. Someone is giving a speech. It sounds like Linditti, except her voice is tinny and small. Artificial. You return to another pleasant dream before you can pick out what she's saying. A wet cough makes the room shake. You feel it all through you. Linditti clears her throat, then coughs again. She wheezes like a monsterling fresh off the tussle ground.
And she sounds sick.
It feels silly to say all this. Her voice sounds rougher, older, but we have to hope. I always say that I know, that saying it helps me do it. Things are better, but there are always new problems and there's always more work. Are you standing behind me? No. Indeed, I'll just be leaving then. The lower latch clicks, heavy steps shake the floor. Rancid isn't wheezing, but their breath is slower and lighter than you remember. Sorry it's been so long. I couldn't get here last year because of the final hunt. Or the year before because of what we thought was the final hunt.
Wake up. Right, try and wake up. Nope.
But good harvest from now on, and nobody makes trouble. Those idiots aren't around to make trouble anymore. You blink your eye twice. Closing the lid is like pushing a heavy stone through wet sand. Opening it is even harder.
Try and wink. Go out of the bank.
That's odd. You haven't felt like you had an eye in a long, long time.
Wake up. More the end.
Awaken. Yeah, so much for the last thing being the end. In a small vat of blue serenity, something wonderful happens. A clump of slime congeals into a body, surrounding an eye that has already formed, then a mouth. It's you! You are a morsel that will grow to be a monster, drifting within a sea of clean blue slime.
Float here and filter. The slime. Yeah. Here and just float.
You rest, but you do not grow. The blue slime has no nutrient value. Hey, your single eye just split in two. You glide through the substance with ease. The only bubbles in the substance arise from your simple movements. You're starting to grow hungry.
Hunt.
Try as you might, you are unable to find morsels here, just wide open space in which to swim.
Forage?
You begin to find little flakes of edible stuff, a mixture of meat and ground herbs. It rains slowly down from the surface.
Oh, I'm in a fish tank. Oop and devour.
Max 49 flesh!
Jesus.
Your body soon feels more solid. You gain 10 flesh.
Oh, that's a lot.
The flakes of food seem to be precisely what a developing morsel needs to grow. Guts. A flame of emotional energy kindles inside you. You gain 8 guts.
That's great.
Something about the concentrated meat content seems to help your muscles and glands grow. All the brain power in the galaxy!
Oh, my.
98 max!
Still not infinity.
Fibers of consciousness, it's true, weave through your blobby body and knit together. You gain 42 brains.
Use my brain to remember everything.
Everything! You experience more than one lifetime in the space of a heartbeat. The memories spiral away, leaving impressions on your new mind. Something extends from within the core of your body.
I'm still not over all these brains.
Remarkable, isn't it? You twist and test your new arms that propel you through the blue slime at great speed.
Strike out above the slime and explore my environment.
You see less clearly than you did when you had no eyes, at least at first, but you seem to be in a room with white walls. A vague shape turns to follow your movements as you breach the surface again and again. 6 plus 63 more maximum guts.
So much guts.
You don't have lungs yet, but you can feel them starting to develop in response to your bold effort. Plunk! The slime level starts to drop. Everything spills through a new opening in the side of the vat. The slime is less blue now. It's more diluted and watery.
Taste it?
Something like salt, but not exactly. There's definitely a mineral tang to the stuff. You're no longer alone. Other morsels drift, swim, and glide through the blue slime.
Swim around and look for more food flakes.
There's plenty of food to go around. The composition feels different than the stuff you ate in the smaller personal vat.
Taste it.
More meat, fewer herbs, grittier. Your sense of taste is growing more sensitive by the hour. As you eat and swim, your body is replenished. More changes begin to radiate from the core of your body. Your nascent, graceful limbs start to develop a fine, tough hide. Remember being afraid at this point in some of your past lives. This time, though, there's neither pressure nor panic.
Just enjoy it without questioning. It's all good.
Feels
Enjoy
good.
it.
Like waking up from a very long nap at a safe place. You continue to recover and develop. Those new lungs feel as symmetrical and balanced as your arms and legs.
Mm-hmm.
Your first true breath doesn't hurt at all this time around. Someone reaches from the edge of the vat and grasps you with 2 large, gentle paws. Hello, little one. I'm Barrick. I'm here to help. The adolescent wraps you in an absorbent blanket. Unfamiliar fabric wicks away the residual slime, leaving you cleaner than you can remember being in any lifetime. Extra stats! The small shudder, you complete your transformation into a monsterling. Eric carries you through a door, down a corridor, and through another door. All this air breathing is tiring you out.
Muse that some things don't change.
Really? This is a far cry from the coop. Eric lays you down on a soft, yielding surface and covers you loosely with another blanket. You stay here, and I will bring you something good to eat. Welcome to Ash, little one. You close your eyes. The end continues. Convene. The end. Finish the game. Eventually, you open your eyes again. You feel alert. Barrick is at your bedside. They tick things off a list on a sheaf of papers. This is so exciting. I have all the reading material for your trip.
I'm going on the trip.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I meant our trip. Barrick leans close, studying your eyes. The adolescent's jaws and eyes open wide. Barrick howls in your face.
Stay silent.
They narrow their eyes at you and check off a few more boxes at the end of the sheaf of papers. The counselors thought you could use an assistant who knows their way around modern society. How to use a plumboard, how to drive a float cart, all the little things you never had to learn before.
What's a plumort, please?
Exactly. You use it to plunge your fernites. I'm sure you'll pick it all up quickly. Mercurials grow fast and learn fast, but I don't have to tell you that, do I?
Mercurius, there's more than one?
Oh, yes, of course. There are hundreds of us now, more every year, you know. Eric tucks the list into a larger sheaf of documents and slides everything neatly into a slim leather bag. We're ready now. They push a button set in the wall. You hear a faint buzzing sound in the distance. Eric taps their claws on their lap impatiently. They pull one of the documents out of the bag and scribble a few lines at the bottom. You hear thudding footsteps in the hall. The door latch clicks.
Oh, hello.
Hello,
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 then, Diddy.
old friend.
Oh.
Took you long enough, though, didn't it? Don't listen to her. You were right on time. 100 years, exactly.
I've been dead for a century.
That's right, and you're back right on time. I knew it was going to happen this year. Lindity said round numbers don't matter, but they do. I actually don't remember saying that. It sounds cynical.
Ask them what happened.
Well, we tamed some wild dogs, but it didn't work out. They see us chew toys, not friends. And there was a squirrel. I swear it was evil. It was planning things. No, Gory, no tangent. Start at the beginning. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the dogs on the way over here. Yes. Beginning, which was, of course, the end. Gory takes a deep breath and hunkers down next to your bed. He looks at the ceiling, blinks once with all his eyes, then looks back at you. A century ago, you died, of course, but it was a good death. Your speech worked literal wonders. You were simply perfect that day. Your life gave us so much strength, and something to compare ourselves to. We founded a new council, then and there, better than the one that was destroyed. And then he snaps her claws together. I remember that, with adolescents and adults and Elder Atracil. We even let a few monsterlings advise us once we got going. Every voice was heard, but we all worked hard to reject the voices of our monstrous instincts.
Just listen.
We got better, all of us, because of the things you said and the things you taught us. Your generosity replaced greed. Monsters put aside some of what they had to give others. To others, we have a holiday where we give gifts now. I wish Atracil could be here to see you again. She was grateful for what you did.
What happened to Astracil?
Well, nobody lives forever, do they? Except you so far. There is something left of her in the population. Right, it was after we built the new central vat and we circulate that one into all the peripheral vats once a year. Did you feel her in there with you?
Was Rook's essence in the vat?
Absolutely, yes. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. We still don't know how long the vestige of personality stays in a dead monster. What was left of Ruck went into the vat, but it was days later. I still say yes, and I have a good reason. You're imagining things. My good imagination has good reason then. It's done much for us. Not everyone was happy to go along with reform, of course, especially in the beginning. I had to do a lot of persuading. We uncovered something terrible a few years after you died. Dug too deep in the tunnels under the heap.
Oh?
Red molten rock welled up from a vent. This whole cavern was a volcanic caldera. One moment. Need to check that.
Caldera.
Caldera. Very good. But a lot of monsters stepped up to divert the flow, digging trenches and piling trash even as they smoldered from the heat. Because of your example, the way you taught them not to give in to docility, they saved the city from melting away before we could rebuild it. I just want to say, by the way, this basically like credit sequence where we're having all this gorgeous art, like sketch and like concept art stuff is great.
Mm-hmm.
I had to give a lot of speeches. Too many speeches.
Tell him the speeches must have been great.
Story blows a theatrical raspberry at Lindady. You still have the heart of a monsterling, Gory. I still say those speeches were weird. I had to hunt. Many times. The other two become quiet for a moment.
What?
You showed us how to avoid giving into malice. We avoided bloodshed as much as possible. Not always, but most of the time.
Oh.
A young monster named Wilkish embraced that philosophy and expanded on it, encouraging everyone to be kind. Wilkish, or Weakish, no, that is W-I-L, was also an excellent cook. Don't forget this. I still have their book of recipes. I think the meta-ethical underpinnings of our basic societal impulse are more important than that, Gory. And Wilkish wouldn't have gotten there without our friend's guidance.
That's beautiful.
They probably would still have invented those great pompadoms, though. In the end, we made a better world. Look at that fucking chair. What a chair.
What's the world like now?
Remember the Sharps, where everyone was in gangs or wandering as ferals eating each other? There's nothing left that you'd call Sharps. Everyone has a home, clean and warm and safe. There's plenty of food to go around, though there are so many monsters now that sometimes getting it to their larders is a challenge. Logistics and resource management are the worst things I have to deal with these days, but I have to deal with them every single day. Even before the population exploded, it was that way. I think it started in the war. Oh, hey, guess what? Monster...
Monster butt?
Guess what? Monster butt. Nice. You still got it. Yeah.
Very well liked.
I was a general in the war, General Gore. Oh no. Technically, you're still a general. What was it? Back in the day, the Ash Army, right? The Ash Alliance Armed Array. You insisted on that name because the... Alright. Welcome to the AAAA. Fucking... We found other monster towns. Omen, where Jaggery came from. Znak, that was home of the oldest monster before Jaggery was spawned.
I have to remember those from a past life.
Yes, those towns were around when the humans were still alive, hidden by forest and dunes and a general sort of instinctive fear. Mimetic aura of avoidance. The Znaks, expression changed a little bit there, believe that since they came first, we were all their colonies, children, property, that kind of thing. So they should rule us. They thought. Yes, they thought. I'm pretty sure that's true, Morlock. It's been a while since I loaded up the first game. They didn't care about logistics or resource management. This game is meant as a sequel to the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Or about monsters eating each other. They encouraged it. Their council said the competition made the rest of the monsters stronger and smarter. Wherever they ruled, I ended up having to hunt. While we negotiated and shared your reforms, they raised up an army of feral fighters. Their leaders said they were brave and clever and honest, but they were just ferocious. We had to behead the serpent. My mimics hunted their elders. A fucking force of doppelgangers. I still don't know if that was right. Corey reaches up and pats Rancid's shoulder with one gnarled paw. We saved as many of them as we could. Your friends look at each other without speaking for a while. Barrack ruffles a few more papers in the corner of the room. Outside, you hear birds singing together. Are you ready to be wheeled into the next room? I don't want to be here. We've perfected VATS, you know, and it helped us spread out. Ratrag was almost right with his tub idea, though he wanted to make an elite ruling class and unintelligent workers. Oh yeah, remember when we found his proto-tubs under the North Fields? So long ago, we moved all the morsels there to the regular VAT and got them back on track.
Let them reminisce.
Except those three that all looked exactly alike, remember? They turned to monsterlings while we were transporting them. I got you this.
I got you a turnip!
And then they ate your arms and legs and ran off. Whatever happened to those three? They were mimics like me, so I took charge of them. What did you always say back then? Nothing bites like a mimic! Oh my god, that's adorable! And mildly creepy, but adorable! All three elders chuckle. Lindiddy clears his throat. There are 30 cities, 70 towns, and so many villages even Lindiddy can't remember all the names.
Those were all the hand puppets.
They're great.
I see.
Plus the colonies. They're not colonies, we're not Znak, and they're not our vassal states. That's a key differentiator. Lindiddy rolls her eyes. Semantics. It's hard to let go of old vocabulary. Oh, good. Here at the end, I can just press enter and not click at my fucking mouse all the time. I was getting to that. And then he pulls a timepiece on a chain from her sash. The Slat Tooth Assembly is reconvening shortly. Are you still at that? You solved the problem 50 years ago with slime coins. And then he shakes her head and puts her paws up our actual business here.
What is that?
The thing is, we need you. Right now. Can't this wait? It's wonderful to have you back, to have the coterie complete again.
We're still missing Rock.
Gory smiles sadly to himself. Focus, I had to be at port in 43 minutes, so I need to finish this pitch. Like a watchtower there and a wall. And...
Sumo, karate guys, karate monsters.
It's not much of a pitch if you're press ganging someone into helping, when he waves us away.
Who's being press ganged?
We solved a lot of problems that made Ash what it was. The problems Grattrag caused, the ones we all caused, the ones that rose up from the initial terrible conditions. We broke the downward spiral, turned it into a spring. Spring, or like a long, pleasant summer. If we could stay on topic, please.
I don't like that one.
There's so much art here. I see an inflection point coming. Ah!
And one inflection point. It's adorable.
All this progress seems like so much. Cities and towns and independent outlying settlements, but it's really the seed of things. Monsters are going to look back at this and see it as small, as the birth of their future.
He's playing drums.
But even if I say that in my mind, it's this gleaming thing, a pinnacle higher than the new tethered tower, and I can't picture anything bigger or better. We're old now. We think like old monsters. We need fresh blood, fresh brains. You can infuse us with new insights, new ideas as we calcify in our waning years. Speak for yourself, crusty one. You bested greed in your last life, and society has become more generous by following in your footsteps. Really, you've had an incredible impact in such a... The brightest flame burns quickest. You taught us to be genuinely kinder, to refuse malice and help others, which is what monsters do now. You should have ate Gory. This is terrible. You were the epitome of bravery and determination. You trounced docility, and it became the template for our ambition. Great.
I'm so influential.
Exactly 100 years ago. Yes, Gory, you were right. You were on the cusp of leading us forward. You had the poor grace to die on us. Indeed, it's time for you to sit in the driver's seat.
No, that's the best. That's the one. I want that on my wall. Of what? That's just adorable.
There are problems now that we never had before. Dueling science factions, hive-minded salt suckers, imaginary humans in the wilderness. That human was as close to me as you are right now, I swear. Ah, the rain! Ah! A need for a fairer, more equitable distribution of fuel and power. Even that's not the real challenge. The next set of problems, we can't even imagine what they're going to be. What you should say is Monsterling, and so you've come crawling back to the past, to me, instead of embracing the future.
Needs me to give another speech.
We kept changing as we got older, both as monsters and as society, and we sloughed off the old flaws. Mostly, this is me, I sloughed off the new flaws. No flaws, yes, I'm the best. I'm well liked. Bye, everyone. See, look at all these people liking me. Check me out. Twitch.tv/Dan_Taku. What the?
The puppet show. Excellent.
The art is so fucking good in this game. But smaller flaws rose up. Littler, meaner instincts that we couldn't even feel when they were drowned out by the bigger ones. Take a few breaths. Think about how you feel. Every new monster has this moment.
Pay attention to your new feelings.
The power of your old monstrous instincts has faded away. But there are others. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh.
We have body odor, envy, prejudice, obstinance, ennui, indifference, inauthenticity, a misspelled narcissism. That's how I choose to think. Entitlement, fearfulness, and hubris. Hubris. And this.
The napping pit. The napping hammock.
We monsters are still a flawed lot, Corey whispers to you. Yeah, especially the youth. Watch this.
That one, not as cute.
How is this still so good? Corey eases himself to his feet and stomps toward Barrick, making the floor shake with his bulk. Barrick! Oh yeah, having a good meal here. Good times. Barrick looks up, calm as an especially calm rock. Need something, General? See, the adolescents these days wouldn't run from a feral. There were any ferals left to chase them. I saw some nervous-looking trainee doctors at the front desk if you wanted to scare someone. Corey motions Barrick towards you. Your new assistant pushes politely past him, begins making adjustments to the tubes and devices around your bed. Then he leans down, ignoring the antics of the others. I have to get to the conference. Barrick lifts the blanket off of you and squirts a bottle of something refreshing into your nose and mouth. You can read up on the science while we're in transit. I'd love to hear any suggestions you come up with. Fresh eyes, you know, really fresh.
Where are we going?
That's the best thing! It's a good thing you have so many eyes, buddy. We need to lead not just a new coterie of friends, not just a gang, not a city or even a bailiwick.
What then? I'll let that one slide.
We are building a new world, my friend. Our first steps into the greater cosmos. By the way, that's not a word that's used in these parts. It's the moon. We still only have one rocket a month.
You've been to the moon?
The low gravity makes me feel young again. Eric steps back, nodding to themselves. The patient is ready to travel. If the crowds press too close, I'll push them back. I'm strong, you know.
What crowds?
All your admirers. Oh, that reminds me. Once the conference is over, General Gory suggested that you might have a few tips for me. Gory chortles. This one here never had to learn how to fight. I bet they'd have a talent for it, though. Fight. Might be fun. Fight me sometime. Then Diddy waves a paw and Barrick opens the doors of the hospital room. The monsters in the corridor are respectfully silent, but they elbow each other and fidget in place. It's the coterie! The coterie! The coterie!
A coterie!
The coterie! Come along, old friend. We have much work ahead. And that's Monster Loves You Too. A story which has spanned 2 broadcasts, roughly a dozen hours between those. Between our breaks, they're faffing about and...
You think I could have saved Rook? If I had said no? Would Rook still be with us?
I have no answers to how much of this is railroaded and how much of this is flexible. How much power do you really have is something that could be challenged by other trips and voyages in the Monster Loves You Too, and you realize you didn't have that much freedom at all, or maybe you have plenty.
This game was great. They went all Dune at the ending, though. 100 years have gone by.
They just kept, like, your sort of, like, rotting carcass, like, as, like, a fucking shrine to, like, visit, to, like...
They Sleeping Beautied me. They put me in a glass case and came to visit every year.
until they finally perfected their superview thing. Apparently, you're not the only Mercurial, but you're the Mercurial who changed their society. They go to the
One
moon
speech.
now. Yo, one speech.
Yeah. One speech, founded a religion. That's how it works. One good speech, everybody. So,
But it wasn't just
One
that; it
good
was the
speech makes
ideals you lived by, of, no greed, no malice, no docility.
I was very well liked. I guess we can safely say that, right? I believe the stream title is accurate.
the like the art direction, the music and sound design of this game, like all of that congeals so beautifully together. The art is like the best part of this video game for me. Like how everything is portrayed, how scenes themselves change, all that concept art and line art at the end, all that was so great.
And not a single bit of that was actually in the game, right? Like there was one sketch that looked like an early design of Gatrag, but he just didn't have a little face on the front of him. He was still like a Pac-Man shaped thing. But yeah, no, the art in this game was absolutely beautiful. The characters were really nice, fun. Oh, Gory with his mustache.
All the scenes changing, like sound and music, like coming across over the course as well, like during the scenes. How much did the fights matter? How much did the stats matter? I don't know how much of this is actually a game with like meaningful and potent choices, and how much of it is just like a veneer where like it helps you tell your own story in your head. I don't.
And I gotta admit, I don't plan on playing this again. I don't think I want to know.
And you keep the mystique. Though there, presumably would be a different epilogue, if nothing else, for not creating this monster utopia.
Yeah, I wonder what the future would have been if I had continued to be greedy or malice. Like, I could have eaten Gory a long time ago.
The first game, Yaru, all the choices are really significant, and there are a slew of different endings to play out with those choices. Like, that is you are on a time crunch, so there's time management with those choices. You won't be able to get to every decision, and, like, there's just, like, different things that go around there. We have some stickers here on the book. Looks pretty full. Whew. I had reached out to some other friends about the prospect of doing this, but that was before I processed how long this would be. We have gotten through this playthrough 20 of 41 achievements. 13 of them are hidden. But of the ones we got that are not hidden, would you like me to read them out?
Yeah. Hit me with them.
There's Steadfast, stand up to Ut's second demand. Lasting Impact, make a friend on high. Creature's Pet, make Elder Atrasil happy. Generous to a fault, give away something very valuable for no reward. Battle Miniac, get in fewer tussles than most monsters. Art Lover, hide the GUI for a combined 10 minutes to look at the art. Grimith flips to the controls.
Where? Pause back, dude. You lie.
Well, I made mention about the hiding of the art, but I definitely made sure to look at these controls, so I suppose there was a means by which I could have done so. Not advertised to me. By the way, controller friendly, apparently. At least Xbox controller friendly. Not poor me, poor everyone. Poor
We all missed out.
All missed out. Battle Maniac getting a lot of tussles. Apparently did not accomplish that. Those things are creepy. Refuse to engage with a suspect narrative. Those are the achievements we failed to get in this run that are shown. I said there's 13 hidden ones. We got 20 of 41, 49%. We finished the game. We were kind, generous, and independent. I want to note that the end, 30.9% of players have this achievement. The same percent of players have kind, generous, and independent. 30.9% across the board.
Yep. We're not special, everybody.
Almost got it. Get very close to the concoction formula. 6.9%. Neener, Nander. Yammer at Nander until you get his ribbons. Chom Prompt Terra. Eat a bat in midair. They're all around us. Let Gory explain about ghosts. Peacemaker. Seek peace at the stone stump table. Rebirth. Be reborn. At least once. Fleshy. Get a high max flesh. Culinary mastery. Help Beery whip up something good. Eye wise. Set a lookout in the meadow. Brainy. Get a high max brains. Gutsy. Get a high max guts. Be like water. Win a tussle without taking any damage. Ow. Bite a bug. No, bite yourself. This is confusing. I am not my hunger. Retain your composure with Lindiddy while the dinner bell rings. Stealthy score. Steal Sluggoth's secret stash. And I say, old chap, engage a toothy maw in meaningful discourse. The most common achievement we got is engaging a toothy maw in meaningful discourse. And I say, old chap. The rarest one is actually almost got it. Get very close to concoction formula.
Which I think we only really knew the details for because of the interaction with Gatrag and stuff early on. I think we heard it. Loved it. Very sweet.
Enemy text, auto hide cursor, the GUI volume, music ambience noise. I like the controls here. Video, low fare, good, monstrous. I recall setting this to monstrous, and apparently wanted to be a good again. That's quite alright. And you got multiple save slots. I made this backup save slot at the end of our last run. Current one's what got saved over the entire time. Load file dialog. Cool. Great. Phew! All right. Man.
What a ride.
I read a lot.
You sure did. Thank you for being an excellent narrator.
My throat definitely feels the all the reading time I put in. What was your favorite character?
Rock.
Fight
Me.
Like
I don't even know if him living would have been good for that society because he just loved fighting.
you try to take fighting out of the equation, like what? Live fast,
I don't know.
young.
I don't think Rook would have liked that. But he took down Elder, and he was just very sweet. Reminded me of Grimlock for some reason. Just a big stupid idiot, big sweetie. Rancid. I really like Rancid as they got older and stuff. Those characters were all great. I also my one of my favorite moments is kicking the crap out of all the hammers.
Right, before you die on your first time, as they're all coming to challenge you, and you just beat the shit out of all of them.
Just beat the shit out of everybody. It was a good time. Gubba. I still think about we could have just let people
exotic
eat
flavors, cinnamon. No, nothing. There were definitely examples of your past decisions being brought up in conversation blurbs.
Yeah, they won't let me forget that I tried to eat Gory. Every time they had a chance, they fucking threw that in my face. I was feral, okay?
Maybe he
The
deserved
shop
it.
is a bad place.
He did ask for it a number of times.
He ate a lot of my brains.
How are
The-
you
the most
doing
thing I-
here, fellow adults? I too am an adult, just like all of you.
Yeah,
With my
but
mustache.
he did suit the mustache though. Let's not. We can disparage him, but we can't tell lies. He did look good.
I think
Eating the dead body that we found in the tunnels or in the heaps of days, and then telling everyone that we shouldn't eat monsters. Well, burping up monster. We did eat a god as well, if I remember correctly.
I think the second half for this game was weaker than the first half, and that ties into who I think my favorite character is, which is Sluggoth. That's my favorite character in the video game, Sluggoth.
I did think that the latter half was. I don't want to say it was rushed, but it was a little bit. They moved a bit quicker. Well, I felt we took a lot of time in our first life, and the second one moved along a little bit quicker. We had a few instances, well, at least one instance of the text not quite matching or following correctly.
Yeah.
But not to the point that it detracted from my enjoyment of it. But it was notable at least.
The final like once we got up into like Elder Council territory, and then like fucked around there and we reunited a party, but things are like for me like what's happening? Like okay, and just as I'm grasping this, then the rafters fucking like plummet down to the city, and now the city is in ruins, and now I'm like, what? What's happening?
Yeah.
And then your ending sequence like begins to happen. I'm like, what? What happened? That's a very lengthy ending.
It was a very yes. They talked. Well, look, we had 100 years to catch up on apparently.
Yeah. That's a lot of like. So when it comes to the ending, this ties into my considerations of how much of the game is a video game. The format and display of the video game sucks for like being a visual novel because it doesn't have the tools that a visual novel would have to like display lots of text conveniently and quickly. Like the fact that I was getting little bits of blurbs and constantly having to interact to cycle through instead of giving me like larger like text, larger blocks of text to convey a lot of information at once. That was the design suffers in that regard if it wants to shift more towards a visual novel form. I like your comparison to Dune.
Anytime it jumps a century in the past, like it's Dune. I look forward to Monster Loves You 3, where we're on the moon.
Dune Messiah happens 12 years after Dune. Children of Dune starts 9 years after Dune Messiah. God Emperor of Dune starts 3,500 years after.
It's just like Dune. It's just like Dune. Spice, it must flow. I'm going to the moon.
And we're left with we don't need explanations of things, but we're definitely left for questions like, what the fuck with all the human iconography and how much impact and power that holds over monsters. We didn't even see an actual human at any point, but just their belongings, their possessions, just gazing upon them, or heaven forbid, putting them inside of you is so powerful that it's enough to spark an entire riot of monsters in a city. And all we have left is to wonder, like, why does that hold such power over? Because initially I thought it's just you. Maybe it has all the power of, but the hammers felt that way looking at Slugos Locket too. And then broadly, it's just about every monster that we encounter.
Yeah, but you can overcome it if you indulge in it a bit. Like, if you eat some of it, you can resist. Odd mechanic. Not mechanic, I guess, but yeah, it didn't give us any answers on where humans are, what their relationship to the monsters is, or why we cherish their relics, or anything that looks vaguely human.
Like, there don't have to be answers for it, but
No.
you know, considering how much like foreshadowing and detail was put into it over some other things that came up in the second half of the story.
Yeah, like there was a part where I thought I had been a human and then died and was turned into a
And that's
monster.
why you were unique as the Mercurial, that somehow like this trait was something that had been identified.
And did we get an explanation of why I'm the Mercurial? Was it just an experiment that Gatrak did, even though, if I remember correctly, I told him that was a bad idea?
But no, we don't. I thought we would get more details about like what what your life was like before the disagreement, which caused the Elder Grattrag to kill you, and then in the 100 years it had been since he killed you, to build the entire monster city of Ash and all these other things. We got little bits of that from Grattrag, but there was no like, who knows how unreliable narrator that could have been. Like how much can we trust Grattrag at his face word?
Right, the only thing that we really got was a glimpse of a memory where I was teaching, where I taught Gatrag and Astrasil to read. So at some point, I was the head honcho, and they were my little minions.
Maybe.
And Astrasil, I was basically the entire population of Ash is from Astrasil's coop.
Yeah. That Atrasil like fetched these monsterlings and put them in the city that Grattrag supposedly maybe built.
Yeah. Good game. Good game.
Yeah. We didn't get some answers to things I would have liked answers to. It's not necessary for me to get answers to them because it could be more fun to speculate in my head than what any answer actually would have been. But we also got some answers to things I didn't wonder about. And I'm like, what? And there we go. Any final thoughts about the game from you, dear viewer, or from you, dear Dan, before I fold up this stream tent and roll off into the day?
We must all live to be better monsters in the memory of Rook. Fight me.
Fight me.
Fight me with love.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
You'd love to see more playthroughs of it here? Christ. Like, it's good to have dreams. Grimith, if you were to sign up for another dozen hours of reading through the game, you would have to be with someone else, though, because Dan he's told his canonical ending. You certainly.
That's like me.
Would you do if you?
That's like me asking Grimmer for That's like me asking Grimmer for another playthrough of Cultist Simulator. You can hope, but you're not going to get it. Save the vlog.
Like I'm just imagining the concept of trying to do viewer democracy for every single choice in the game, and I'm like, here's a poll for this choice. Here's a poll for this choice. No.
You would take a 12-hour playthrough and turn that into at least God, 25. Depends on how long does each poll go for.
If I did it for a minute, it would still add like so many more hours to
Yeah.
the gameplay experience.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't work like it does with the first
No,
game.
But I'm very glad that we didn't know what kind of journey it would be when we started. I remember being in 4 hours, being, woof, feels like it's only just getting started. Do you prefer this over the first, or do you prefer the first?
They're too
Do you have a
different.
preference?
There can't be an actual comparison between them because they're different experiences. There can be a contrast in the sense of they are different experiences. One is shorter with time management and has meaningful choices like bundled up in it. And there's like the wheel on the main menu shows you like your various like endings and things that you've accomplished. This one is like choices matter / visual novel / like there's some sort of role play system in there, but to the extent that stats matter, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has been nice. Always good to spend time with you, friend.
Best buddy! Now,
Buddy!
now every time we hang out in the future, I will use this voice.
And our friendship will be cut short. It would feel weird if I stopped talking to you.
Really?
After
You would
all
go
this
from
time,
one
I
friend
know.
to 0 friends? Like, yeah.
You are my one friend. I only need one.
It would feel weird. You know, that hasn't stopped you before.
No, I do like to experiment and suffer the consequences. Good times.
All right, everyone. The broadcast is ending. I don't know what happened to my cool elder form after the fact, but I dare say that I ruled over the weak, the chaff. I did my best. I was glorious. You'll have to find your own entertainment. I'm not directing to anyone. I'm getting now. I'm taking Dan with me. You can't have him either. Goodbye.